white man's burden. Imperialism supposedly brought the benefits of civilization, and in particular Christianity, to the less fortunate and less sophisticated peoples of the world. More particular varieties of national chauvinism have developed in the form of pan-nationalism. In Russia, this took the form of panslavism, sometimes called Slavophile nationalism, which was particularly strong in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Russians are Slavs and enjoy linguistic and cultural links with other Slavic peoples in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Panslavism was defined by the goal of Slavic unity, which many Russian nationalists believed to be their country's historic mission. The chauvinistic character of panslavism derived from the belief that the Russians are the natural leaders of the Slavic people, and that the Slavs are culturally and spiritually superior to the peoples of Central or Western Europe. Panslavism is therefore both anti-Western and anti-liberal in orientation. Forms of panslavism have been reawakened since 1991 and the collapse of communist rule in Russia. This has been most apparent in the adoption of a more assertive and sometimes expansionist foreign policy under Vladimir Putin, including the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Pan-nationalism, a style of nationalism that is dedicated to unifying a disparate people either through expansionism or political solidarity. Pan means all or every. Tensions within. Nationalism, 2. Liberal nationalism v. Expansionist nationalism, national self-determination, national chauvinism, inclusive, exclusive, voluntaristic, organic, progressive, reactionary, rational / principled, emotional / instinctive, human rights, national interest, equal nations, hierarchy of nations, constitutionalism, authoritarianism. Ethnic / cultural pluralism, ethnic cultural purity. Cosmopolitanism, imperialism / militarism. Collective security, power, politics, supranationalism, international anarchy. Traditional German nationalism also exhibited a marked chauvinism, which was born out of defeat in the Napoleonic Wars. Writers such as Fichte and John reacted strongly against France and the ideals of its revolution, emphasizing instead the uniqueness of German culture and its language, and the racial purity of its people. After unification in 1871, German nationalism developed a pronounced chauvinistic character with the emergence of pressure groups such as the Pan-German League and the Navy League, which campaigned for closer ties with German-speaking Austria and for a German empire, Germany's place in the sun. German chauvinism found its highest expression in the racialist and anti-Semitic doctrines developed by the Nazis. The Nazis adopted the expansionist goals of Pan-Germanism with enthusiasm, but justified them in the language of biology rather than politics. This is examined more fully in Chapter 7, in connection with racism. National chauvinism breeds from a feeling of intense, even hysterical nationalist enthusiasm. The individual as a separate, rational being is swept away on a tide of patriotic emotion, expressed in the desire for aggression, expansion, and war. Charles Maurras called such intense patriotism integral nationalism. Individuals and independent groups lose their identity within an all-powerful nation, which has an existence and meaning beyond the life of any single individual. Such militant nationalism is often accompanied by militarism. Military glory and conquest are the ultimate evidence of national greatness and have been capable of generating intense feelings of nationalist commitment. The civilian population is, in effect, militarized. It is infected by the martial values of absolute loyalty, complete dedication, and willing self-sacrifice. When the honor or integrity of the nation is in question, the lives of ordinary citizens become unimportant. Such emotional intensity was amply demonstrated in August 1914, and perhaps also underlies the emotional power of jihad, crudely defined as holy war, from the viewpoint of militant Islamist groups. Key figure. Ullstein Bild DTL. /Ullstein Bild /Getty Images. Charles Maurras, 1868 to 1952. A French political thinker and leading figure within the political movement Action Française, Maurras was a key exponent of right-wing nationalism and an influence on fascism. His idea of integral nationalism emphasized the organic unity of the nation, fusing a clearly illiberal rejection of individualism with a stress on hierarchy and traditional institutions, in his case, the French monarchy and the Roman Catholic Church. His insular and exclusionary nationalism articulated hostility towards, among others, Protestants, Jews, Freemasons, and foreigners in general. Anti-colonial and post-colonial nationalism. Nationalism may have been born in Europe, but it became a worldwide phenomenon thanks to imperialism. The experience of colonial rule helped to forge a sense of nationhood and a desire for national liberation among the peoples of Asia and Africa, and gave rise to a specifically anti-colonial form of nationalism. During the 20th century, the political geography of much of the world was transformed by anti-colonialism. Although the Treaty of Versailles applied the principle of self-determination to Europe, it was conveniently ignored in other parts of the world, where German colonies were simply transferred to UK and French control. However, during the interwar period, independence movements increasingly threatened the overstretched empires of the UK and France. The final collapse of the European empires came after World War II. In some cases, a combination of mounting nationalist pressure and declining domestic economic performance persuaded colonial powers to depart relatively peacefully, as occurred in India and Pakistan in 1947 and in Malaysia in 1957. However, decolonization in the post-1945 period was often characterized by revolution and sometimes periods of armed struggle. This occurred, for instance, in the case of China, 1937-45 against Japan, Algeria, 1954-62 against France, and Vietnam, 1946-54 against France, and 1964-75 against USA. In a sense, the colonizing Europeans had taken with them the seed of their own destruction, the doctrine of nationalism. For example, it is notable that many of the leaders of independence or liberation movements were Western educated. It is therefore not surprising that anti-colonial movements sometimes articulated their goals in the language of liberal nationalism, reminiscent of Mazzini or Woodrow Wilson. However, emergent African and Asian nations were in a very different position from the newly created European states of the 19th and early 20th centuries. For these African and Asian nations, the quest for political independence was closely related to their awareness of economic underdevelopment and their subordination to the industrialized states of Europe and North America. Anti-colonialism thus came to express the desire for national liberation in both political and economic terms, and this has left its mark on the form of nationalism practiced in the developing world. Some forms of anti-colonial nationalism nevertheless distance themselves more clearly from Western political traditions by constructing non-European models of national liberation. This had a range of implications, however. For example, Mahatma Gandhi advanced a political philosophy that fused Indian nationalism with an ethic of non-violence and self-sacrifice that was ultimately rooted in Hinduism. Home rule for India was thus a spiritual condition, and not merely a political one, a stance underpinned by Gandhi's anti-industrialism, famously embodied in his wearing of homespun clothes. In contrast, Frantz Fanon, see page 145, emphasized links between the anti-colonial struggle and violence. His theory of imperialism stressed the psychological dimension of colonial subjugation. For Fanon, 1965, colonization was not simply a political process, but also one through which a new species of human is created. He argued that only the cathartic experience of violence is powerful enough to bring about this psychopolitical regeneration. Key figure: Everett Collection Historical/Alami Stock Photo. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 1869-1948. An Indian spiritual and political leader, called Mahatma, Great Soul, Gandhi campaigned tirelessly for Indian independence, which was finally achieved in 1947. His ethic of nonviolent resistance, satyagraha, reinforced by his ascetic lifestyle, gave the movement for Indian independence enormous moral authority. Derived from Hinduism, Gandhi's political philosophy was based on the assumption that the universe is regulated by the primacy of truth, or satya, and that humankind is ultimately one. Gandhi was a trenchant opponent of both Hindu and Muslim sectarianism. However, most of the leaders of Asian and African anti-colonial movements were attracted to some form of socialism, ranging from the moderate and peaceful ideas represented by Gandhi and Nehru in India, to the revolutionary Marxism espoused by Mao Zedong, see page 77, in China, Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, and Fidel Castro in Cuba. On the surface, socialism is more clearly related to internationalism than to nationalism. This reflects the stress within socialism, first on social class loyalties having an intrinsically transnational character, and, at a deeper level, on the idea of a common humanity. Karl Marx, see page 76, thus declared in the Communist Manifesto that working men have no country. Key figure: Everett Collection Historical/Alami. Frantz Fanon, 1925-61. A Martinique-born French revolutionary theorist, Fanon is best known for his views on the anti-colonial struggle. In his classic work on decolonization, The Wretched of the Earth, 1965, he drew on psychiatry, politics, sociology, and the existentialism of Jean-Paul Sartre in arguing that only total revolution and absolute violence can help Black or colonized people to liberate themselves from the social and psychological scars of imperialism. Fanon's other works include Black Skin, White Masks, 1952, and Towards the African Revolution, 1964. Socialist ideas nevertheless appealed powerfully to nationalists in the developing world. This was partly because socialism embodies values such as community and cooperation that are deeply entrenched in traditional pre-industrial societies. More important, socialism, and in particular Marxism, provided an analysis of inequality and exploitation through which the colonial experience could be understood and colonial rule challenged. During the 1960s and 1970s, in particular, developing world nationalists were drawn to revolutionary Marxism, influenced by the belief that colonialism is in practice an extended form of class oppression. V.I. Lenin, see page 91, had earlier provided the basis for such a view by portraying imperialism as essentially an economic phenomenon, a quest for profit by capitalist countries seeking investment opportunities, cheap labor and raw materials, and secure markets. Lenin, 1916-1970. The class struggle thus became a struggle against colonial exploitation and oppression. As a result, the overthrow of colonial rule implied not only political independence, but also a social revolution which would bring about economic as well as political emancipation. In some cases, developing world regimes have openly embraced Marxist-Leninist principles. On achieving independence, China, North Korea, Vietnam and Cambodia moved swiftly to seize foreign assets and nationalize economic resources. They founded one-party states and centrally planned economies, closely following the Soviet model. In other cases, states in Africa and the Middle East have developed a less ideological form of nationalistic socialism, as has been evident in Algeria, Libya, Zambia, Iraq, and South Yemen. The socialism proclaimed in such countries usually took the form of an appeal to a unifying national cause or interest, in most cases economic or social development, as in the case of so-called African socialism, embraced, for instance, by Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Angola. The post-colonial period has thrown up quite different forms of nationalism, however. With the authority of socialism, and especially the attraction of Marxism-Leninism, declining significantly since the 1970s, nation-building in the post-colonial period has been shaped increasingly by the rejection of Western ideas and culture more than by the attempt to reapply them. If the West is regarded as the source of oppression and exploitation, post-colonial nationalism must seek an anti-Western voice. In part, this has been a reaction against the dominance of Western, and particularly U.S., culture and economic power in much of the developing world. A significant vehicle for expressing such views has been fundamentalism, especially religious fundamentalism, as discussed in Chapter 12. The future of nationalism. Probably no political ideology has featured in the obituary columns of academic journals as frequently as nationalism. It is no surprise, therefore, that nationalism has often been portrayed as a beleaguered ideology, beset by both internal pressures and external threats. Internally, modern nations are subject to centrifugal pressures, generated by an upsurge in ethnic, regional, and multicultural politics. This heightened concern with ethnicity and culture may, indeed, reflect the fact that, in the context of economic and cultural globalization, nations are no longer able to provide a collective identity or sense of social belonging. Given that all modern nations embody a measure of cultural diversity, the politics of ethnic assertiveness cannot but challenge the principle of the nation. Especially in the closing decades of 20th century, this led some to suggest that nationalism was in the process of being replaced by multiculturalism. Unlike nations, ethnic, regional, and cultural groups are not viable political entities in their own right, and have thus sometimes looked to forms of federal governance to provide an alternative to political nationalism. External threats to nationalism take a variety of forms. First, advances in the technology of warfare, and especially the advent of the nuclear age, have brought about demands that world peace be policed by intergovernmental and supranational bodies. This led to the creation of the League of Nations and, later, the United Nations. Second, economic life has been progressively globalized. Markets are now world markets, businesses have increasingly become transnational corporations, and capital moves around the globe in the blink of an eye. Is there a future for nationalism in a world in which no national government controls its economic destiny? Third, the nation may be the enemy of the natural environment and a threat to the global ecological balance. Nations are primarily concerned with their own strategic and economic interests and pay little attention to the ecological consequences of their actions. The folly of this was demonstrated in the Ukraine in 1986 by the Chernobyl nuclear accident, which released a wave of nuclear radiation across northern Europe that will cause an estimated 4,000 cancer-related deaths over 50 years in Europe. And yet, nationalism has consistently defied its obituary notices. Each pronouncement that politics has effectively evolved beyond nationalism is quickly followed by evidence of its revival. One of the sources of nationalism's resilience is surely its chameleon-like capacity to assume whatever ideological identity is needed in any set of circumstances. Nationalism has thus been used, for example, to establish democratic rule and to bolster dictatorial rule, to spark national liberation and to promote expansionism and war, to counter as well as forge alliances with globalization, and to consolidate liberalism and to fuel populism. Nevertheless, nationalism has and is likely to continue to have a strong and particular appeal to the isolated and powerless, for whom it offers the prospect of security, self-respect, and pride. Not only does nationalism create a heightened sense of socio-cultural belonging, but, in breeding from a clear distinction between us and them, it provides simple and therefore seductive solutions to complex problems. There has to be a them to fear or hate in order to forge a sense of us, sometimes understood in populist terms as conflict between the elite and the people. However, perhaps the firmest basis for confidence about the continuing importance of nationalism in world politics stems from the alleged lessons of social psychology. These suggest that, especially in circumstances of disruption, uncertainty, and anxiety, people are inclined to divide the world into an in-group and an out-group, with the out-group serving as a scapegoat for the misfortunes and frustrations suffered by the in-group. Questions for discussion. Do nations develop naturally, or are they, in some sense, invented? Why have nations and states often been confused? Is any group of people entitled to define itself as a nation? How does nationalism differ from racism? To what extent is nationalism compatible with ethnic and cultural diversity? In what sense is liberal nationalism principled? Why have liberals viewed nationalism as the antidote to war? Are all conservatives nationalists? If so, why? Why has nationalism so often been associated with expansionism, conquest, and war? To what extent is nationalism a backward-looking ideology? Why and how has developing world nationalism differed from nationalism in the developed world? What is the relationship between nationalism and globalization? Further reading. Burley J. The Oxford Handbook of the History of Nationalism, 2013. Leading scholars in a variety of fields present the latest research on nationalism across a broad array of areas. Coakley J. Nationalism, Ethnicity, and the State, 2012. A broad and comprehensive overview of nationalism and its expression across many spheres of public and political life. Greenfeld, L. Nationalism, A Short History, 2019. A concise overview of the evolution of nationalism and its ongoing presence in a globalized world. Jones, C. and Vernon, R. Patriotism, 2018. Explores the concept and phenomenon of patriotism, its central role in nationalism, and its broader social and moral implications. Oskarimli, U. Theories of Nationalism, 3rd ed., 2017. A clear and genuinely international account of classical and modern contributions to debates about nationalism. Chapter 7. Fascism. Preview historical overview core themes types of fascism the future of fascism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. The term fascism derives from the Italian word fasces, meaning a bundle of rods with an axe blade protruding that signified the authority of magistrates in imperial Rome. By the 1890s, the word fascia was being used in Italy to refer to a political group or band, usually of revolutionary socialists. It was not until Mussolini employed the term to describe the paramilitary armed squads he formed during and after World War I that fascismo acquired a clearly ideological meaning. The defining theme of fascism is the idea of an organically unified national community embodied in a belief in strength through unity. The individual, in a literal sense, is nothing. Individual identity must be entirely absorbed into the community or social group. The fascist ideal is that of the new man, a hero motivated by duty, honor, and self-sacrifice, prepared to dedicate his life to the glory of his nation or race and to give unquestioning obedience to a supreme leader. In many ways, fascism constitutes a revolt against the ideas and values that dominated Western political thought from the French Revolution onwards. In the words of the Italian fascists' slogan, 1789 is dead. Values such as rationalism, progress, freedom, and equality were thus overturned in the name of struggle, leadership, power, heroism, and war. Fascism therefore has a strong anti-character. It is anti-rational, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeois, anti-communist, and so on. Fascism has nevertheless been a complex historical phenomenon, encompassing, many argue, two distinct traditions. Italian fascism was essentially an extreme form of statism that was based on absolute loyalty towards a totalitarian state. In contrast, German fascism, or Nazism, was founded on racial theories which portrayed the Aryan people as a master race and advanced a virulent form of anti-Semitism. Although these traditions are most clearly associated with the interwar period, they have sometimes re-emerged since 1945 in the form of neo-fascism and neo-Nazism. Historical overview. Whereas liberalism, conservatism, and socialism are 19th century ideologies, fascism is a child of the 20th century, some would say specifically of the period between the two world wars. Indeed, fascism emerged very much as a revolt against modernity, against the ideas and values of the Enlightenment and the political creeds that it spawned. The Nazis in Germany, for instance, proclaimed that 1789 is abolished. In fascist Italy, slogans such as believe, obey, fight, and order, authority, justice replaced the more familiar principles of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Fascism came not only as a bolt from the blue, as O'Sullivan, 1983, put it, but also attempted to make the political world anew, quite literally to root out and destroy the inheritance of conventional political thought. Although the major ideas and doctrines of fascism can be traced back to the 19th century, they were fused together and shaped by World War I and its aftermath, in particular by a potent mixture of war and revolution. Fascism emerged most dramatically in Italy and Germany. In Italy, a fascist party was formed in 1919. Its leader, Benito Mussolini, see page 156, was appointed prime minister in 1922 against the backdrop of the March on Rome. And by 1926, a one-party fascist state had been established. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, known as the Nazis, was also formed in 1919 and, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, it consciously adopted the style of Mussolini's fascists. Hitler was appointed German Chancellor in 1933 and in little over a year had turned Germany into a Nazi dictatorship. During the same period, democracy collapsed or was overthrown in much of Europe, often being supplanted by right-wing, authoritarian, or openly fascist regimes, especially in Eastern Europe. Regimes that bear some relationship to fascism have also developed outside Europe, notably in the 1930s in Imperial Japan and in Argentina under Juan Domingo Perón, see page 171. These developments had dramatic implications for world affairs. Starting with the occupation of the Rhineland in 1936, Nazi Germany pursued a policy of relentless military expansion which led to the outbreak of World War II in 1939. Germany fought this war together with Fascist Italy and Imperial Japan as members of the Axis opposing the Allies. Key figure: Bettman/Getty Images. Adolf Hitler, 1889 to 1945. An Austrian-born German politician, Hitler became leader of the Nazi Party, German National Socialist Workers' Party, in 1921 and was the German leader from 1933 to 1945. Largely expressed in Mein Kampf, My Struggle, 1925, Hitler's worldview drew expansionist German nationalism, racial anti-Semitism and a belief in relentless struggle together in a theory of history that highlighted the endless battle between the Germans and the Jews. Under Hitler, the Nazis sought German world domination and, after 1941, the wholesale extermination of the Jewish people. The defeat of the Axis powers in 1945 largely discredited fascism as an ideological project in Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, fascist-inspired or fascist-like movements have since emerged, albeit without anywhere coming close to rivaling the impact of interwar fascism. For want of a better term, these movements have been classified as neo-fascist, although they have also been portrayed variously as the radical right, the far right, and the extreme right. While certain, usually underground, groups have continued to endorse a militant or revolutionary fascism that harks back to Hitler and Mussolini, most neo-fascist parties have either broken ideologically with the past, at least formally, or denied that they are or ever have been fascist. Neo-fascism and classical fascism differ in a number of substantive ways. These include the neo-fascist tendency to scapegoat non-European immigrants in particular, as opposed to communists, liberals, and Jews, its greatly reduced emphasis on expansionism and war, and the accommodation it has reached with democracy, although this is an area of significant debate. Examples of parties commonly viewed as neo-fascist include the Italian social movement, MSI, which was superseded in 1995 by the self-styled post-fascist National Alliance, and the French National Front, now known as the National Rally, especially under the leadership until 2011 of Jean-Marie Le Pen, the Liberal Democratic Party in Russia, led, from 1991, by Vladimir Zhirinovsky and Greece's Golden Dawn. See page 151. For more on the far right, see page 181. Neo-fascism, a form of fascism that has been shaped by the political, economic, and social changes that have taken place since 1945. Core themes. Fascism is a difficult ideology to analyze, for at least two reasons. First, it is sometimes doubted if fascism can be regarded in any meaningful sense as an ideology. Lacking a rational and coherent core, fascism appears to be, as Hugh Trevor Roper put it, an ill-assorted hodgepodge of ideas, Wolff, 1981. Hitler, for instance, preferred to describe his ideas as a Weltanschauung rather than a systematic ideology. In this sense, a worldview is a complete, almost religious, set of attitudes that demand commitment and faith rather than invite reasoned analysis and debate. Fascists were drawn to ideas and theories less because they helped to make sense of the world in rational terms, but more because they had the capacity to stimulate political activism. Fascism may thus be better described as a political movement or even a political religion rather than an ideology. Weltanschauung, German, literally, a worldview, a distinctive, even unique, set of presuppositions that structure how a people understands and engages emotionally with the world. Second, so complex has fascism been as a historical phenomenon that it has been difficult to identify its core principles or a fascist minimum, sometimes seen as generic fascism. Where does fascism begin and where does it end? Which movements and regimes can be classified as genuinely fascist? Among the attempts to define the ideological core of fascism have been Ernst Nolte's 1965 theory that it is a resistance to transcendence, A. J. Greger's 1969 belief that it looks to construct the total charismatic community, Roger Griffin's 1993 assertion that it constitutes palingenetic ultranationalism, palingenesis meaning rebirth, and Roger Eatwell's 2003 assertion that it is a holistic national radical third way. While each of these undoubtedly highlights an important feature of fascism, it is difficult to accept that any single-sentence formula can sum up a phenomenon as resolutely shapeless as fascist ideology. Perhaps the best we can hope to do is to identify a collection of themes that, when taken together, constitute fascism's structural core. The most significant of these include anti-rationalism, struggle, leadership and elitism, socialism, ultranationalism. Political ideologies in action. Greece's Golden Dawn. Events. Golden Dawn had its origins in the movement for the restoration in Greece of military dictatorship. Assuming its name from the title of a magazine launched in 1980 by Nikolaos Mikaloliakos and a group of supporters, Golden Dawn was registered as a political party in 1993, Mikaloliakos becoming its leader. Golden Dawn made its electoral breakthrough in May 2012 when it won 21 seats and 7% of the vote. The party emerged from the January 2015 election as the third strongest political force in Greece, despite winning only 17 seats. However, Golden Dawn collapsed electorally in 2019. Its share of the vote having fallen to less than 3% under the level needed to gain seats in the Greek parliament. Significance. Golden Dawn made its electoral breakthrough in the context of the 2007-09 global financial crisis, which seriously destabilized the economies of many countries in the south of the Eurozone, Greece included. For example, Greek unemployment hit 28% in 2013, with youth unemployment soaring to almost 60%. Swinging austerity measures were also imposed as a condition of EU/IMF bailouts for Greece in 2010 and in 2012. Nevertheless, similarly grievous economic conditions developed in countries such as Spain and Portugal without a comparable spike in support for the far right. This shows that parties like Golden Dawn flourish not just in conditions of poverty and economic dislocation, but when an economic crisis is accompanied by a crisis of democratic representation. In Greece, nevertheless, such circumstances were unable to overcome a widespread revulsion at the use of violence, an association with violence having dogged Golden Dawn throughout its existence and contributed to its 2019 defeat. But how should Golden Dawn be classified ideologically? Despite the party's past use of Nazi symbols and paraphernalia, Golden Dawn has always rejected fascist and Nazi labels, preferring instead to call themselves Greek nationalists. Nevertheless, unlike most other far-right and national populist parties in Europe, Golden Dawn espouses all core fascist, and more specifically Nazi, principles, so justifying its categorization as neo-Nazi. The central theme of Golden Dawn's ideology is thus a belief in the continuation of the Greek race from antiquity to the modern day. Myths from ancient Greece, especially ones that stress heroism, are used to keep alive the prospect of a national revival in which all political divisions will be eliminated and Greece's moral and cultural decay reversed. This process of catharsis will supposedly see the cleansing of the Greek nation from the pollution imposed by political dissidents, particularly communists and outsiders. Anti-rationalism. Although fascist political movements were born out of the upheavals that accompanied World War I, they drew on ideas and theories that had been circulating since the late 19th century. Among the most significant of these were anti-rationalism and the growth of counter-Enlightenment thinking generally. The Enlightenment, based on the ideas of universal reason, natural goodness, and inevitable progress, was committed to liberating humankind from the darkness of irrationalism and superstition. In the late 19th century, however, thinkers had started to highlight the limits of human reason and draw attention to other, perhaps more powerful, drives and impulses. For instance, Friedrich Nietzsche, see page 154, proposed that human beings are motivated by powerful emotions, their will, rather than the rational mind, and in particular by what he called the will to power. In Reflections on Violence, 1908-1950, the French syndicalist Georges Sorel, 1847-1922, highlighted the importance of political myths, and especially the myth of the general strike, which are not passive descriptions of political reality but expressions of the will that engaged the emotions and provoked action. Henri Bergson, 1859-1941, the French philosopher, advanced the theory of vitalism. This suggests that the purpose of human existence is to give expression to the life force rather than to allow it to be confined or corrupted by the tyranny of cold reason or soulless calculation. Vitalism, the theory that living organisms derive their characteristic properties from a universal life force. Vitalism implies an emphasis upon instinct and impulse rather than intellect and reason. Although anti-rationalism does not necessarily have a right-wing or proto-fascist character, fascism gave political expression to the most radical and extreme forms of counter-Enlightenment thinking. Anti-rationalism has influenced fascism in a number of ways. In the first place, it gave fascism a marked anti-intellectualism reflected in a tendency to despise abstract thinking and revere action. For example, Mussolini's favorite slogans included "action not talk" and "inactivity is death." Intellectual life was devalued, even despised. It is cold, dry, and lifeless. Fascism, instead, addresses the soul, the emotions, the instincts. Its ideas possess little coherence or rigor but seek to exert a mythic appeal. Its major ideologists, in particular Hitler and Mussolini, were essentially propagandists interested in ideas and theories largely because of their power to elicit an emotional response and spur the masses to action. Fascism thus practices the politics of the will. Second, the rejection of the Enlightenment gave fascism a predominantly negative or destructive character. Fascists, in other words, have often been clearer about what they oppose than what they support. Fascism thus appears to be an anti-philosophy. It is anti-rational, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeois, anti-communist, and so on. In this light, some have portrayed fascism as an example of nihilism. Nazism, in particular, has been described as a revolution. Nazism, in particular, has been described as a revolution of nihilism. However, fascism is not merely the negation of established beliefs and principles. Rather, it is an attempt to reverse the heritage of the Enlightenment. It represents the darker underside of the Western political tradition, the central and enduring values of which were not abandoned but rather transformed or turned upside down. For example, in fascism, freedom came to mean unquestioning submission, democracy was equated with absolute dictatorship, and progress implied constant struggle and war. Moreover, despite an undoubted inclination towards nihilism, war, and even death, fascism saw itself as a creative force, a means of constructing a new civilization through creative destruction. Indeed, this conjunction of birth and death, creation and destruction can be seen as one of the characteristic features of the fascist worldview. Nihilism, literally a belief in nothing, a rejection of all moral and political principles. Third, by abandoning the standard of universal reason, fascism has placed its faith entirely in history, culture, and the idea of organic community. Such a community is shaped not by the calculations and interests of rational individuals but by innate loyalties and emotional bonds forged by a common past. In fascism, this idea of organic unity is taken to its extreme. The national community, or as the Nazis called it, the Volksgemeinschaft, was viewed as an indivisible whole, all rivalries and conflicts being subordinated to a higher, collective purpose. The strength of the nation or race is therefore a reflection of its moral and cultural unity. This prospect of unqualified social cohesion was expressed in the Nazi slogan, "Strength through Unity." The revolution that fascists sought was thus revolution of the spirit, aimed at creating a new type of human being, always understood in male terms. This was the new man, or fascist man, a hero motivated by duty, honor, and self-sacrifice, and prepared to dissolve his personality in that of the social whole. Race, a collection of people who supposedly share a common genetic inheritance and are thus, it is claimed, distinguished from others by biological factors. Struggle. The ideas that the UK biologist Charles Darwin, 1809–82, developed in On the Origin of Species, 1859, 1972, popularly known as the theory of natural selection, had a profound effect not only on the natural sciences but also, by the end of the 19th century, on social and political thought. This was most clearly demonstrated through the influence of Herbert Spencer, 1820–1904, an advocate of extreme liberal individualism and the earliest exponent of social Darwinism, see Chapter 2. The notion that human existence is based on biologically impelled competition or struggle was particularly attractive in the period of intensifying international rivalry that eventually led to war in 1914. Social Darwinism also had a considerable impact on emerging fascism. In the first place, fascists regarded struggle as the natural and inevitable condition of both social and international life. Only competition and conflict guarantee human progress and ensure that the fittest and strongest will prosper. As Hitler told German officer cadets in 1944, victory is to the strong and the weak must go to the wall. If the testing ground of human existence is competition and struggle, then the ultimate test is war, which Hitler described as an unalterable law of the whole of life. Fascism is perhaps unique among political ideologies in regarding war as good in itself, a view reflected in Mussolini's belief that war is to men what maternity is to women. Natural selection, the theory that species go through a process of random mutations that fits some to survive and possibly thrive, while others become extinct. Darwinian thought also invested fascism with a distinctive set of political values which equate goodness with strength and evil with weakness. In contrast to traditional humanist or religious values such as caring, sympathy, and compassion, fascists respect a very different set of martial values: loyalty, duty, obedience, and self-sacrifice. When the victory of the strong is glorified, power and strength are worshipped for their own sake. Similarly, weakness is despised and the elimination of the weak and inadequate is positively welcomed. They must be sacrificed for the common good, just as the survival of a species is more important than the life of any single member of that species. Weakness and disability must therefore not be tolerated, they should be removed. This was illustrated most graphically by the program of eugenics introduced by the Nazis in Germany, whereby mentally and physically handicapped people were first forcibly sterilized and then, between 1939 and 1941, systematically murdered. The attempt by the Nazis to exterminate European Jewry from 1941 onwards was, in this sense, an example of racial eugenics. Eugenics, the theory or practice of selective breeding, achieved either by promoting procreation among fit members of a species or by preventing procreation by the unfit. Finally, fascism's conception of life as an unending struggle gave it a restless and expansionist character. National qualities can only be cultivated through conflict and demonstrated by conquest and victory. This was clearly reflected in Hitler's foreign policy goals as outlined in Mein Kampf 1925-1969, Lebensraum, living space, in the East and the ultimate prospect of world domination. Once in power in 1933, Hitler embarked on a program of rearmament in preparation for expansion in the late 1930s. Austria was annexed in the Anschluss of 1938, Czechoslovakia was dismembered in the spring of 1939, and Poland invaded in September 1939, provoking war with the UK and France. In 1941, Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Even when facing imminent defeat in 1945, Hitler did not abandon social Darwinism but declared that the German nation had failed him and gave orders, never fully carried out, for a fight to the death and, in effect, the annihilation of Germany. Leadership and elitism. Fascism also stands apart from conventional political thought in its radical rejection of equality. Fascism is deeply elitist and fiercely patriarchal. Its ideas were founded on the belief that absolute leadership and elitism, see page 174, are natural and desirable. Human beings are born with radically different abilities and attributes, a fact that emerges as those with the rare quality of leadership rise, through struggle, above those capable only of following. Fascists believe that society is composed, broadly, of three kinds of people. First, and most important, there is a supreme, all-seeing leader who possesses unrivaled authority. Second, there is a warrior elite, exclusively male and distinguished, unlike traditional elites, by its heroism, vision, and the capacity for self-sacrifice. In Germany, this role was ascribed to the SS, which originated as a bodyguard but developed during Nazi rule into a state within a state. Third, there are the masses, who are weak, inert, and ignorant, and whose destiny is unquestioning obedience. Such a pessimistic view of the capabilities of ordinary people puts fascism starkly at odds with the ideas of liberal democracy, see page 44. Nevertheless, the idea of supreme leadership was also associated with a distinctively fascist, if inverted, notion of democratic rule. The fascist approach to leadership, especially in Nazi Germany, was crucially influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch, the Overman, or Superman, a supremely gifted or powerful individual. Most fully developed in Thus Spoke Zarathustra 1884-1961, Nietzsche portrayed the Superman as an individual who rises above the herd instinct of conventional morality and lives according to his own will and desires. Fascists, however, turned the Superman ideal into a theory of supreme and unquestionable political leadership. Fascist leaders styled themselves simply as the leader. Mussolini proclaimed himself to be Il Duce, while Hitler adopted the title Der Führer precisely in order to emancipate themselves from any constitutionally defined notion of leadership. In this way, leadership became exclusively an expression of charismatic authority emanating from the leader himself. While constitutional, or, in Max Weber's term, legal rational authority operates within a framework of laws or rules, charismatic authority is potentially unlimited. As the leader was viewed as a uniquely gifted individual, his authority was absolute. At the Nuremberg rallies, the Nazi faithful thus chanted, Adolf Hitler is Germany, Germany is Adolf Hitler. In Italy, the principle that Mussolini is always right became the core of fascist dogma. Charisma, charm, or personal power, the ability to inspire loyalty, emotional dependence, or even devotion in others. Key figure. Wiki images /Pixabay. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844-1900. A German philosopher, Nietzsche's complex and ambitious work stressed the importance of will, especially the will to power, and influenced anarchism and feminism as well as fascism. Anticipating modern existentialism, he emphasized that people create their own world and make their own values, expressed in the idea that God is dead. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra 1884-1961, Nietzsche emphasized the role of the Übermensch, crudely translated as the Supermen who alone are unrestrained by conventional morality. His other works include Beyond Good and Evil, 1886. The leader principle, in German, the Führerprinzip, the principle that all authority emanates from the leader. The leader principle, in German, the Führerprinzip, the principle that all authority emanates from the leader personally, thus became the guiding principle of the fascist state. Intermediate institutions such as elections, parliaments, and parties were either abolished or weakened to prevent them from challenging or distorting the leader's will. This principle of absolute leadership was underpinned by the belief that the leader possesses a monopoly of ideological wisdom. The leader, and the leader alone, defines the destiny of his people, their real will, their general will. A Nietzschean theory of leadership thus coincided with a Rousseauian belief in a single, indivisible public interest. In this light, a genuine democracy is an absolute dictatorship, absolutism and popular sovereignty being fused into a form of totalitarian democracy. Talman, 1952. The role of the leader is to awaken the people to their destiny, to transform an inert mass into a powerful and irresistible force. Fascist regimes therefore exhibited populist mobilizing features that set them clearly apart from traditional dictatorships. Whereas traditional dictatorships aim to exclude the masses from politics, totalitarian dictatorships set out to recruit them into the values and goals of the regime through constant propaganda and political agitation. In the case of fascist regimes, this was reflected in the widespread use of plebiscites, rallies, and popular demonstrations. Totalitarian democracy, an absolute dictatorship that masquerades as a democracy, typically based on the leader's claim to a monopoly of ideological wisdom. Perspectives on authority. Liberals believe that authority arises from below through the consent of the governed. Though a requirement of orderly existence, authority is rational, purposeful, and limited, a view reflected in a preference for legal rational authority and public accountability. Conservatives see authority as arising from natural necessity, being exercised from above by virtue of the unequal distribution of experience, social position, and wisdom. Authority is beneficial as well as necessary in that it fosters respect and loyalty and promotes social cohesion. Socialists, typically, are suspicious of authority, which is regarded as implicitly oppressive and generally linked to the interests of the powerful and privileged. Socialist societies have nevertheless endorsed the authority of the collective body, however expressed as a means of checking individualism and greed. Anarchists view all forms of authority as unnecessary and destructive, equating authority with oppression and exploitation. Since there is no distinction between authority and naked power, all checks on authority and all forms of accountability are entirely bogus. Fascists regard authority as a manifestation of personal leadership or charisma, a quality possessed by unusually gifted, if not unique, individuals. Such charismatic authority is, and should be, absolute and unquestionable, and is thus implicitly and possibly explicitly totalitarian in character. Socialism. At times, both Mussolini and Hitler portrayed their ideas as forms of socialism, although the notion of a link between socialism and fascism is deeply controversial and rejected by virtually all socialists. Mussolini had previously been an influential member of the Italian Socialist Party and editor of its newspaper Avanti, while the Nazi Party espoused a philosophy it called National Socialism. To some extent, undoubtedly, this represented a cynical attempt to elicit support from urban workers. Nevertheless, despite obvious ideological rivalry between fascism and socialism, fascists did have an affinity for certain socialist ideas and positions. In the first place, lower-middle-class fascist activists had a profound distaste for large-scale capitalism, reflected in a resentment towards big business and financial institutions. For instance, small shopkeepers were under threat from the growth of department stores, the smallholding peasantry was losing out to large-scale farming, and small businesses were increasingly in hock to the banks. Socialist or leftist ideas were therefore prominent in German grassroots organizations such as the SA or Brown Shirts, which recruited significantly from among the lower middle classes. Second, fascism, like socialism, subscribes to collectivism, see page 80, putting it at odds with the bourgeois values of capitalism. Fascism places the community above the individual. Nazi coins, for example, bore the inscription common good before private good. Capitalism, in contrast, is based on the pursuit of self-interest and therefore threatens to undermine the cohesion of the nation or race. Fascists also despise the materialism that capitalism fosters. The desire for wealth or profit runs counter to the idealistic vision of national regeneration or world conquest that inspires fascists. Key figure. Archive photos/Getty Images. Benito Mussolini, 1883 to 1945. An Italian politician, Mussolini founded the Fascist Party in 1919 and was the leader of Italy from 1922 to 1943. Claiming to be the founder of fascism, Mussolini's political philosophy drew on the work of Plato, Sorel, Nietzsche, and Vilfredo Pareto, and stressed that human existence is only meaningful if it is sustained and determined by the community. This required the construction of a totalitarian state based on the principle that no human or spiritual values exist or have meaning outside the state. Third, fascist regimes often practiced socialist-style economic policies designed to regulate or control capitalism. Capitalism was thus subordinated to the ideological objectives of the fascist state. As Oswald Mosley, 1896 to 1980, leader of the British Union of Fascists, put it, capitalism is a system by which capital uses the nation for its own purposes. Fascism is a system by which the nation uses capital for its own purposes. Both the Italian and German regimes tried to bend big business to their political ends through policies of nationalization and state regulation. For example, after 1939, German capitalism was reorganized under Hermann Göring's four-year plan, deliberately modeled on the Soviet idea of five-year plans. However, the notion of fascist socialism has severe limitations. For instance, leftist elements within fascist movements, such as the SA in Germany and Cerealian revolutionary syndicalists in Italy, were quickly marginalized once fascist parties gained power, in the hope of cultivating the support of big business. This occurred most dramatically in Nazi Germany through the purge of the SA and the murder of its leader, Ernst Röhm, in the Night of the Long Knives in 1934. Marxists have thus argued that the purpose of fascism was to salvage capitalism rather than to subvert it. Moreover, fascist ideas about the organization of economic life were, at best, vague and sometimes inconsistent. Pragmatism, see page 6, not ideology, determined fascist economic policy. Finally, anti-communism was more prominent within fascism than anti-capitalism. A core objective of fascism was to seduce the working class away from Marxism and Bolshevism, which preached the insidious, even traitorous, idea of international working class solidarity and upheld the misguided values of cooperation and equality. Fascists were dedicated to national unity and integration and so wanted the allegiances of race and nation to be stronger than those of social class. Ultranationalism. Fascism embraced an extreme version of chauvinistic and expansionist nationalism. This tradition regarded nations not as equal and interdependent entities, but as rivals in a struggle for dominance. Fascist nationalism did not preach respect for distinctive cultures or national traditions, but asserted the superiority of one nation over all others. In the explicitly racial nationalism of Nazism, this was reflected in the ideas of Aryanism. Between the wars, such militant nationalism was fueled by an inheritance of bitterness and frustration which resulted from World War I and its aftermath. Aryanism, the belief that the Aryans, or German people, are a master race destined for world domination. Fascism seeks to promote more than mere patriotism, see page 125. It wishes to establish an intense and militant sense of national identity which the right-wing French nationalist Charles Maurras 1868–1952 called integral nationalism. Fascism embodies a sense of messianic or fanatical mission, the prospect of national regeneration and the rebirth of national pride. Indeed, the popular appeal that fascism has exerted has largely been based on the promise of national greatness. According to Griffin, 1993, the mythic core of generic fascism is the conjunction of the ideas of palingenesis, or recurrent rebirth, and populist ultranationalism. All fascist movements therefore highlight the moral bankruptcy and cultural decadence of modern society, but proclaim the possibility of rejuvenation, offering the image of the nation, rising phoenix-like from the ashes. Fascism thus fuses myths about a glorious past with the image of a future characterized by renewal and reawakening, hence the idea of the new man. In Italy, this was reflected in attempts to recapture the glories of Imperial Rome. In Germany, the Nazi regime was portrayed as the Third Reich in succession to Charlemagne's First Reich and Bismarck's Second Reich. Integral nationalism, an intense, even hysterical, form of nationalist enthusiasm in which individual identity is absorbed within the national community. However, in practice, national regeneration invariably meant the assertion of power over other nations through expansionism, war, and conquest. Influenced by social Darwinism and a belief in national and sometimes racial superiority, fascist nationalism became inextricably linked to militarism and imperialism. Nazi Germany looked to construct a greater Germany and build an empire stretching into the Soviet Union, Lebensraum, living space, in the East. Fascist Italy sought to found an African empire through the invasion of Abyssinia in 1934. Imperial Japan occupied Manchuria in 1931 in order to found a co-prosperity sphere in a new Japanese-led Asia. These empires were to be autarkic, based on strict self-sufficiency. In the fascist view, economic strength is based on the capacity of the nation to rely solely on resources and energies it directly controls. Conquest and expansionism are therefore a means of gaining economic security as well as national greatness. National regeneration and economic progress are therefore intimately tied up with military power. Autarky, economic self-sufficiency, brought about either through expansionism aimed at securing markets and sources of raw materials or by withdrawal from the international economy. Types of fascism. Although it is possible to identify a common set of fascist values and principles, Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany nevertheless represented different versions of fascism and were inspired by distinctive and sometimes rival beliefs with, for example, Franco's Spain being closer to the former. Fascist regimes and movements have therefore corresponded to one of two major traditions as illustrated in Figure 7.1. These are extreme statism, extreme racism. Figure 7.1 Types of fascism. Extreme statism, the totalitarian ideal. Totalitarianism, see page 159, is a controversial concept. The height of its popularity came during the Cold War period when it was used to draw attention to parallels between fascist and communist regimes, highlighting the brutal features of both. As such, it became a vehicle for expressing anti-communist views and, in particular, hostility towards the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, totalitarianism remains a useful concept for the analysis of fascism. Generic fascism tends towards totalitarianism in at least three respects. First, the extreme collectivism that lies at the heart of fascist ideology, the goal of the creation of fascist man, loyal, dedicated, and utterly obedient, effectively obliterates the distinction between public and private existence. The good of the collective body, the nation, or the race is placed firmly before the good of the individual. Collective egoism consumes individual egoism. Second, as the fascist leader principle invests the leader with unlimited authority, it violates the liberal idea of a distinction between the state and civil society. An unmediated relationship between the leader and his people implies active participation and total commitment on the part of citizens, in effect, the politicization of the masses. Third, the monistic belief in a single value system and a single source of truth places fascism firmly at odds with the notions of pluralism, see page 240, and civil liberty. However, the idea of an all-powerful state has particular significance for Italian fascism, hence the notion of extreme statism. Monism, a belief in only one theory or value. Monism is reflected politically in enforced obedience to a unitary power and is thus implicitly totalitarian. Statism, the belief that the state is the most appropriate means of resolving problems and of guaranteeing economic and social development. The essence of Italian fascism was a form of state worship. In a formula regularly repeated by Mussolini, Giovanni Gentile, see page 159, proclaimed, "Everything for the state, nothing against the state, nothing outside the state." The individual's political obligations are thus absolute and all-encompassing. Nothing less than unquestioning obedience and constant devotion are required of the citizen. This fascist theory of the state has sometimes been associated with the ideas of the German philosopher G. W. F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831. Hegel portrayed the state as an ethical idea, reflecting the altruism and mutual sympathy of its members. In this view, the state is capable of motivating and inspiring individuals to act in the common interest, and Hegel thus believed that higher levels of civilization would only be achieved as the state itself developed and expanded. Hegel's political philosophy therefore amounted to an uncritical reverence for the state, expressed in practice in firm admiration for the autocratic Prussian state of his day. Key figure. VTR/Alamy stock photo. Giovanni Gentile, 1875 to 1944. An Italian idealist philosopher, Gentile was a leading figure in the fascist government 1922-9 and is sometimes called the philosopher of fascism. Strongly influenced by the ideas of Hegel, Gentile advanced a radical critique of individualism based on an internal dialectic in which distinctions between subject and object and between theory and practice are transcended. In political terms, this implied the establishment of an all-encompassing state that would abolish the division between public and private life once and for all. Key concept. Totalitarianism. Totalitarianism is an all-encompassing system of political rule that is typically established by pervasive ideological manipulation and open terror and brutality. It differs from autocracy, authoritarianism, and traditional dictatorship in that it seeks total power through the politicization of every aspect of social and personal existence. Totalitarianism thus implies the outright abolition of civil society, the abolition of the private. Fascism and communism have sometimes been seen as left and right-wing forms of totalitarianism based on their rejection of toleration, pluralism, and the open society. However, radical thinkers such as Marcuse, see page 76, have claimed that liberal democracies also exhibit totalitarian features. In contrast, the Nazis did not venerate the state as such but viewed it as a means to an end. Hitler, for instance, described the state as a mere vessel, implying that creative power derives not from the state but from the race, the German people. Alfred Rosenberg, see page 160, dismissed the idea of the total state, describing the state instead as an instrument of the National Socialist Weltanschauung. However, there is little doubt that the Hitler regime came closer to realizing the totalitarian ideal in practice than did the Mussolini regime. Although it seethed with institutional and personal rivalries, the Nazi state was brutally effective in suppressing political opposition and succeeded in extending political control over the media, art and culture, education and youth organizations. By comparison, despite its formal commitment to totalitarianism, the Italian state operated, in some ways, like a traditional or personalized dictatorship rather than a totalitarian dictatorship. For example, the Italian monarchy survived throughout the fascist period. Many local political leaders, especially in the South, continued in power, and the Catholic Church retained its privileges and independence throughout the fascist period. Key figure. Ullstein Bild DTL. Ullstein Bild / Getty Images. Alfred Rosenberg 1895–1946. A German politician and wartime Nazi leader, Rosenberg was a major intellectual influence on Hitler and the Nazi Party. In The Myth of the 20th Century, 1930, Rosenberg developed the idea of the race soul, arguing that race is the key to a people's destiny. His hierarchy of racial attributes allowed him to justify both Nazi expansionism by emphasizing the superiority of the Aryan race and Hitler's genocidal policies by portraying Jews as fundamentally degenerate, along with subhuman Slavs, Poles, and Czechs. Corporatism. Although Italian fascists revered the state, this did not extend to an attempt to collectivize economic life. Fascist economic thought was seldom systematic, reflecting the fact that fascists sought to transform human consciousness rather than social structures. Its distinguishing feature was the idea of corporatism, which Mussolini portrayed as the third way, an alternative to both capitalism and socialism. This was a common theme in fascist thought, also embraced by Mosley in the UK and Perón in Argentina. Corporatism opposes both the free market and central planning. The former leads to the unrestrained pursuit of profit by individuals, while the latter is linked to the divisive idea of class war. In contrast, corporatism is based on the belief that business and labor are bound together in an organic and spiritually unified whole. This holistic vision was based on the assumption that social classes do not conflict with one another but can work in harmony for the common good or national interest. Such a view was influenced by traditional Catholic social thought, which, in contrast to the Protestant stress on the value of individual hard work, emphasizes that social classes are bound together by duty and mutual obligations. Key concept. Corporatism. Corporatism, in its broadest sense, is a means of incorporating organized interests into the processes of government. There are two faces of corporatism. Authoritarian corporatism, closely associated with fascist Italy, is an ideology and an economic form. As an ideology, it offers an alternative to capitalism and socialism based on holism and group integration. As an economic form, it is characterized by the extension of direct political control over industry and organized labor. Liberal corporatism, neo-corporatism, or societal corporatism refers to a tendency found in mature liberal democracies for organized interests. Liberal corporatism, neo-corporatism, or societal corporatism refers to a tendency found in mature liberal democracies for organized interests to be granted privileged and institutional access to policy formulation. In contrast to its authoritarian variant, liberal corporatism strengthens groups rather than the government. Social harmony between business and labor offers the prospect of both moral and economic regeneration. However, class relations have to be mediated by the state, which is responsible for ensuring that the national interest takes precedence over narrow sectional interests. 22 corporations were set up in Italy in 1927, each representing employers, workers, and the government. These corporations were charged with overseeing the development of all the major industries in Italy. The corporate state reached its peak in 1939, when a chamber of fasces and corporations was created to replace the Italian parliament. Nevertheless, there was a clear divide between corporatist theory and the reality of economic policy in fascist Italy. The corporate state was little more than an ideological slogan, corporatism in practice amounting, effectively, to an instrument through which the fascist state controlled major economic interests. Working-class organizations were smashed and private businesses were intimidated. Modernization. The state also exerted a powerful attraction for Mussolini and Italian fascists because they saw it as an agent of modernization. Italy was less industrialized than many of its European neighbors, notably the UK, France, and Germany, and many fascists equated national revival with economic modernization. All forms of fascism tend to be backward-looking, highlighting the glories of a lost era of national greatness, in Mussolini's case, Imperial Rome. However, Italian fascism was also distinctively forward-looking, extolling the virtues of modern technology and industrial life and looking to construct an advanced industrial society. This tendency within Italian fascism is often linked to the influence of futurism led by Filippo Marinetti, 1876–1944. After 1922, Marinetti and other leading futurists were absorbed into fascism, bringing with them a belief in dynamism, a cult of the machine, and a rejection of the past. For Mussolini, the attraction of an all-powerful state was, in part, that it would help Italy break with backwardness and tradition and become a future-orientated industrialized country. Futurism, an early 20th century movement in the arts that glorified factories, machinery, and industrial life generally. Extreme racism. Not all forms of fascism involve overt racism, see page 162, and not all racists are necessarily fascists. Italian fascism, for example, was based primarily on the supremacy of the fascist state over the individual and on submission to the will of Mussolini. It was therefore a voluntaristic form of fascism in that, at least in theory, it could embrace all people regardless of race, color, or, indeed, country of birth. When Mussolini passed anti-Semitic laws after 1937, he did so largely to placate Hitler and the Germans rather than for any ideological purpose. Nevertheless, fascism has often coincided with and bred from racist ideas. Indeed, some argue that its emphasis on militant nationalism means that all forms of fascism are either hospitable to racism or harbor implicit or explicit racist doctrines. Griffin, 1993. Nowhere has this link between race and fascism been so evident as in Nazi Germany, where official ideology at times amounted to little more than hysterical, pseudoscientific antisemitism. See page 164. Voluntarism, a theory that emphasizes free will and personal commitment rather than any form of determinism. The politics of race. The term race implies that there are meaningful biological or genetic differences among human beings. While it may be possible to drop one national identity and assume another by a process of naturalization, it is impossible to change one's race, determined as it is at birth, indeed before birth, by the racial identity of one's parents. The symbols of race, skin tone, hair color, physiognomy, and blood are thus fixed and unchangeable. The use of racial terms and categories became commonplace in the West during the 19th century as imperialism brought the predominantly white European races into increasingly close contact with the black, brown, and yellow races of Africa and Asia. However, racial categories largely reflect cultural stereotypes and enjoy little, if any, scientific foundation. The broadest racial classifications, for example those based on skin color, white, brown, yellow, and so on, are at best misleading and at worst simply arbitrary. More detailed and ambitious racial theories, such as those of the Nazis, simply produced anomalies, one of the most glaring being that Adolf Hitler himself certainly did not fit the racial stereotype of the tall, broad-shouldered, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan commonly described in Nazi literature. Key concept. Racism. Racism, and racialism are now generally treated as synonymous, is, broadly, the belief that political or social conclusions can be drawn from the idea that humankind is divided into biologically distinct races. Racist theories are thus based on two assumptions. The first is that there are fundamental genetic or species-type differences among the peoples of the world. Racial differences matter. The second is that these genetic divisions are reflected in cultural, intellectual, and/or moral differences, making them politically or socially significant. Political racism is manifest in calls for racial segregation, for example, apartheid, and in doctrines of blood superiority or inferiority, for example, Aryanism or anti-Semitism. Institutionalized racism operates through the norms and values of an institution. The core assumption of racism is that political and social conclusions can be drawn from the idea that there are innate or fundamental differences between the races of the world. At heart, genetics determines politics. Racist political theories can be traced back to biological assumptions as illustrated in Figure 7.2. A form of implicit racism has been associated with conservative nationalism. This is based on the belief that stable and successful societies must be bound together by a common culture and shared values. For example, Enoch Powell in the UK in the 1960s and Jean-Marie Le Pen in France since the 1980s have argued against non-white immigration into their countries on the grounds that the distinctive traditions and culture of the white host community would be threatened. However, more systematic and developed forms of racism are based on explicit assumptions about the nature, capacities, and destinies of different racial groups. In many cases, these assumptions have had a religious basis. For example, 19th-century European imperialism was justified, in part, by the alleged superiority of the Christian peoples of Europe over the heathen peoples of Africa and Asia. Figure 7.2 The nature of racism. Biblical justification was also offered for doctrines of racial segregation preached by the Ku Klux Klan, formed in the USA after the American Civil War, and by the founders of the apartheid system, which operated in South Africa from 1948 until 1993. In Nazi Germany, however, racism was rooted in biological and therefore quasi-scientific assumptions. Biologically based racial theories, as opposed to those that are linked to culture or religion, are particularly militant and radical because they make claims about the essential and inescapable nature of a people that are supposedly backed up by the certainty and objectivity of scientific belief. Apartheid, Afrikaans, literally apartness, a system of racial segregation practiced in South Africa after 1948. Nazi race theories. Nazi ideology was fashioned out of a combination of racial anti-Semitism and social Darwinism. Anti-Semitism had been a force in European politics, especially in Eastern Europe, since the dawn of the Christian era. Its origins were largely theological. The Jews were responsible for the death of Christ, and in refusing to convert to Christianity they were both denying the divinity of Jesus and endangering their own immortal souls. The association between the Jews and evil was therefore not a creation of the Nazis but dated back to the Christian Middle Ages, a period when the Jews were first confined in ghettos and excluded from respectable society. However, anti-Semitism intensified in the late 19th century. As nationalism and imperialism spread throughout Europe, Jews were subjected to increasing persecution in many countries. In France, this led to the celebrated Dreyfus Affair, 1894 to 1906, in which the Jewish army officer Alfred Dreyfus was falsely charged with delivering defense secrets to the Germans, and, in Russia, it was reflected in a series of pogroms carried out against the Jews by the government of Alexander III. The character of anti-Semitism also changed during the 19th century. The growth of a science of race, which applied pseudo-scientific ideas to social and political issues, led to Jewish people being thought of as a race rather than a religious, economic, or cultural group. Thereafter, they were defined inescapably by biological factors such as hair color, facial characteristics, and blood. Anti-Semitism was therefore elaborated into a racial theory which assigned to the Jewish people a pernicious and degrading racial stereotype. The first attempt to develop a scientific theory of racism was undertaken by Joseph Arthur Gobineau. Gobineau argued that there is a hierarchy of races with very different qualities and characteristics. The most developed and creative race is the white peoples, whose highest element Gobineau referred to as the Aryans. The most developed and creative race is the white peoples, whose highest element Gobineau referred to as the Aryans. Jewish people, on the other hand, were thought to be fundamentally uncreative. Unlike the Nazis, however, Gobineau was a pessimistic racist, believing that, by his day, intermarriage had progressed so far that the glorious civilization built by the Aryans had already been corrupted beyond repair. Key figure. Süddeutsche Zeitung Foto/Alamy Stock Photo. Joseph Arthur Gobineau, 1816–82. A French social theorist, Gobineau is widely viewed as the architect of modern racial theory. In his major work, Essay on the Inequality of the Human Races, 1853–55, 1970, Gobineau advanced a science of history in which the strength of civilizations was seen to be determined by their racial composition. In this, white people, and particularly the Aryans, the Germanic peoples, were superior to black, brown, and yellow people, and miscegenation, racial mixing, was viewed as a source of corruption and civilizational decline. Key concept: anti-Semitism. By tradition, Semites are descendants of Shem, son of Noah, and include most of the peoples of the Middle East. Anti-Semitism refers specifically to prejudice against or hatred towards the Jews. In its earliest systematic form, anti-Semitism had a religious character, reflecting the hostility of Christians towards the Jews, based on their complicity in the murder of Jesus and their refusal to acknowledge him as the Son of God. Economic anti-Semitism developed from the Middle Ages onwards, expressing a distaste for the Jews as moneylenders and traders. The 19th century saw the birth of racial anti-Semitism in the works of Richard Wagner and H.S. Chamberlain, who condemned the Jewish peoples as fundamentally evil and destructive. Such ideas provided the ideological basis for German Nazism and found their most grotesque expression in the Holocaust. The doctrine of racial anti-Semitism entered Germany through Gobineau's writing and took the form of Aryanism, a belief in the biological superiority of the Aryan peoples. These ideas were taken up by the composer Richard Wagner and his UK-born son-in-law, H.S. Chamberlain, whose writings had an enormous impact on Hitler and the Nazis. Chamberlain defined the highest race more narrowly as the Teutons, clearly understood to mean the German peoples. All cultural development was ascribed to the German way of life, while Jewish people were described as physically, spiritually, and morally degenerate. Chamberlain presented history as a confrontation between the Teutons and the Jews, and therefore prepared the ground for Nazi race theory, which portrayed Jewish people as a universal scapegoat for all of Germany's misfortunes. The Nazis blamed the Jews for Germany's defeat in 1918. They were responsible for its humiliation at Versailles. They were behind the financial power of the banks and big business that enslaved the lower middle classes, and their influence was exerted through the working class movement and the threat of social revolution. In Hitler's view, the Jews were responsible for an international conspiracy of capitalists and communists, whose prime objective was to weaken and overthrow the German nation. Key figure. Ullstein Bild DTL. /Ullstein Bild /Getty Images. Houston Stewart Chamberlain, 1855–1929. A British-born German writer, Chamberlain played a major role in popularizing racial theories, having a major impact on Hitler and the Nazis. In Foundations of the 19th Century, 1899–1913, largely based on the writings of Gobineau, Chamberlain used the term Aryan race to describe almost all the peoples of Europe, but portrayed the Nordic or Teutonic peoples, by which he meant the Germans, as its supreme element, with the Jewish people being their implacable enemy. Nazism, or National Socialism, portrayed the world in pseudo-religious, pseudoscientific terms as a struggle for dominance between the Germans and the Jews, representing, respectively, the forces of good and evil. Hitler himself divided the races of the world into three categories. The first, the Aryans, were the Herrenvolk, the master race. Hitler described the Aryans as the founders of culture, and literally believed them to be responsible for all creativity, whether in art, music, literature, philosophy, or political thought. Second, there were the bearers of culture, peoples who were able to utilize the ideas and inventions of the German people, but were themselves incapable of creativity. At the bottom were the Jews, who Hitler described as the destroyers of culture, pitted in an unending struggle against the noble and creative Aryans. Hitler's Manichaean worldview was therefore dominated by the idea of conflict between good and evil, reflected in a racial struggle between the Germans and the Jews, a conflict that could only end in either Aryan world domination and the elimination of the Jews, or the final victory of the Jews and the destruction of Germany. Manichaeism, a 3rd century Persian religion that presented the world in terms of conflict between light and darkness, and good and evil. This ideology took Hitler and the Nazis in appalling and tragic directions. In the first place, Aryanism, the conviction that the Aryans are a uniquely creative master race, dictated a policy of expansionism and war. If the Germans are racially superior, other races are biologically relegated to an inferior and subservient position. Nazi ideology therefore dictated an aggressive foreign policy in pursuit of a racial empire and, ultimately, world domination. Second, the Nazis believed that Germany could never be secure so long as its archenemies, the Jews, continued to exist. The Jews had to be persecuted, indeed they deserved to be persecuted, because they represented evil. The Nuremberg laws, passed in 1935, prohibited both marriage and sexual relations between Germans and Jews. After Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, in 1938, Jewish people were effectively excluded from the economy. However, Nazi race theories drove Hitler from a policy of persecution to one of terror and, eventually, genocide and racial extermination. In 1941, with a world war still to be won, the Nazi regime embarked on what it called the final solution, an attempt to exterminate the Jewish population of Europe in an unparalleled process of mass murder, which led to the death of some 6 million Jewish people. Genocide, the attempt to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Peasant ideology. A further difference between the Italian and German brands of fascism is that the latter advanced a distinctively anti-modern philosophy. While Italian fascism was eager to portray itself as a modernizing force and to embrace the benefits of industry and technology, Nazism reviled much of modern civilization as decadent and corrupt. This applied particularly in the case of urbanization and industrialization. In the Nazi view, the Germans are in truth a peasant people, ideally suited to a simple existence lived close to the land and ennobled by physical labor. However, life in overcrowded, stultifying and unhealthy cities had undermined the German spirit and threatened to weaken the racial stock. Such fears were expressed in the blood and soil ideas of the Nazi peasant leader Walter Dahr, which blended Nordic racism with rural romanticism to create a peasant philosophy that prefigured many of the ideas of ecologism, discussed in Chapter 10. They also explain why the Nazis extolled the virtues of Kultur, which embodied the folk traditions and craft skills of the German peoples, over the essentially empty products of Western civilization. This peasant or rural ideology had important implications for foreign policy. In particular, it helped to fuel expansionist tendencies by strengthening the attraction of Lebensraum. Only through territorial expansion could overcrowded Germany acquire the space to allow its people to resume their proper, peasant existence. Only through territorial expansion could overcrowded Germany acquire the space to allow its people to resume their proper, peasant existence. Tensions within. Fascism. Fascism versus Nazism. State worship. State as vessel. Chauvinist nationalism. Extreme racism. Voluntarism. Essentialism. National greatness. Biological superiority. Organic unity. Racial purity / eugenics. Pragmatic. Anti-Semitism. Genocidal anti-Semitism. Futurism / modernism. Peasant ideology. Corporatism. War economy. Colonial expansion. World domination. This policy was based on a deep contradiction, however. War and military expansion, even when justified by reference to a peasant ideology, cannot but be pursued through the techniques and processes of a modern industrial society. The central ideological goals of the Nazi regime were conquest and empire, and these dictated the expansion of the industrial base and the development of the technology of warfare. Far from returning the German people to the land, the Hitler period witnessed rapid industrialization and the growth of the large towns and cities so despised by the Nazis. Peasant ideology thus proved to be little more than rhetoric. Militarism also brought about significant cultural shifts. While Nazi art remained fixated with simplistic images of small-town and rural life, propaganda constantly bombarded the German people with images of modern technology, from the Stuka dive bomber and Panzer tank to the V-1 and V-2 rockets. The future of fascism. One view of fascism is that it was the product of a unique and dramatically combustible combination of circumstances that surfaced during the interwar period, Nolte, 1965. These circumstances included the following. First, democratic government had only recently been established in many parts of Europe, and democratic political values had not replaced older, autocratic ones. Second, European society had been disrupted by the experience of industrialization, which had particularly threatened a lower middle class of shopkeepers, small businessmen, farmers and craftsmen, who were squeezed between the growing might of big business on the one hand and the rising power of organized labor on the other. Third, the period after World War I was deeply affected by the 1917 Russian Revolution and the fear among the propertied classes that social revolution was about to spread throughout Europe. Fourth, World War I had failed to resolve international conflicts and rivalries, leaving a bitter inheritance of frustrated nationalism and the desire for revenge. Finally, the Great Depression of the 1930s led to rising unemployment and economic failure, creating an atmosphere of crisis and deep pessimism which could be exploited by political extremists and demagogues. The implication of this analysis is that, as this nexus of circumstances would never be replicated, the specter of fascism no longer hung over Europe or the wider world. In other words, fascism is an ideology without a future. In effect, it died in 1945 with the defeat of the Axis powers. Others, nevertheless, regard fascism as an ever-present threat, seeing its roots in human psychology, or as Eric from 1984 called it, the fear of freedom. From this perspective, modern civilization has produced greater individual freedom, but, with it, the danger of isolation and insecurity. At times of crisis, individuals may therefore flee from freedom, seeking security in submission to an all-powerful leader or a totalitarian state. This suggests that fascism could revive whenever conditions of crisis, uncertainty, and disorder arise, and not just when a particular set of circumstances coincide. For example, the end of communist rule in Eastern Europe allowed long-suppressed national rivalries and racial hatreds to re-emerge, giving rise, particularly in the former Yugoslavia, to forms of extreme nationalism that sometimes exhibited fascist-type features. Similarly, figures such as Viktor Orbán, see page 181, in Hungary and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil have emerged who, while not fascists, have used rhetoric that sometimes resembles fascism. Another possibility is that a form of fascism could emerge that, while being faithful to certain core fascist beliefs and values, is more in line with the expectations and practices that prevail in the wider political system. In short, the future of fascism is neo-fascism in some form or guise. In some respects, neo-fascism may be well positioned to prosper in the future. For one thing, in reaching an accommodation of sorts with liberal democracy, neo-fascists appear to no longer be burdened by the barbarism of the Hitler and Mussolini period. For another, neo-fascists still possess the ability to advance a politics of organic unity and social cohesion in the event of future economic crises or bouts of political instability. But is democratic fascism, that is, fascism divorced from principles such as absolute leadership, totalitarianism, and overt racism, ideologically viable? For critics of neo-fascism, democratic fascism is simply a contradiction in terms. On the one hand, in accepting political pluralism and electoral democracy, neo-fascism ceases to be fascist in any meaningful sense. On the other hand, the neo-fascist conversion to democracy may merely be a tactical ruse, in which case democracy will be used to destroy democracy. This is what happened when Hitler and the Nazis were elected to power in 1933, only, subsequently, to abolish elections. Questions for discussion. Was fascism merely a product of the specific historical circumstances of the interwar period? Is there such a thing as a fascist minimum, and if so, what are its features? How has anti-rationalism shaped fascist ideology? Why do fascists value struggle and war? How can the fascist leader principle be viewed as a form of democracy? Is fascism simply an extreme form of nationalism? In what sense is fascism a revolutionary creed? To what extent can fascism be viewed as a blend of nationalism and socialism? Why and how is fascism linked to totalitarianism? Are all fascists racists, or only some of them? Why and how have some fascists objected to capitalism? To what extent is modern neo-fascism a genuine form of fascism? Further reading. Bosworth, R. The Oxford Handbook of Fascism, 2012. A comprehensive collection of writings and research on fascism and its ideological practice across many contexts. Griffin, R. Fascism, 2018. A compact introduction to the concept of fascism and its development, with an emphasis on its relevance in contemporary global politics. Griffin, R. Edition, International Fascism, Theories, Causes, and the New Consensus, 1998. A collection of essays that examine contrasting interpretations of fascism and a diversity of fascist movements from an international perspective. Callis, A. The Fascism Reader, 2003. An excellent collection of writings from leading scholars of fascism on a broad range of topics. Mann, M., Fascists, 2004. An extensive survey of the 6 regimes where fascism became the dominant ideology and their political, intellectual, and sociological traits. Chapter 8. Populism. Preview historical overview core themes types of populism the future of populism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. Derived from the Latin populus, meaning people, the term populism was originally used to refer to the ideas and beliefs of the U.S. People's Party, also known as the Populist Party, which was founded in 1892. The term later acquired a range of pejorative associations being used to imply, for example, mass manipulation or political irresponsibility. Few politicians therefore identify themselves as populists. These difficulties are compounded by a lack of scholarly agreement about both the nature of populism as a political phenomenon, is it an ideology, a movement, a political style, or whatever, and its defining features. It is nevertheless widely accepted that, as an ideology, populism is shaped by 2 key stances: adulation of the people and outright condemnation of the elite or establishment. The central image of populism is therefore of a society divided into 2 homogeneous and antagonistic groups, the pure people and the corrupt elite. From the populist perspective, the people, typically conceived selectively as the real people or the true people, constitute the only source of moral worth in politics, their wishes and instincts providing the sole legitimate guide to political action. Populists thus embrace a monist stance that is firmly opposed to pluralism and puts it at odds with liberalism in general and liberal democracy in particular. However, in contrast to other forms of pro-people illiberalism, notably fascism and communism, populism is essentially reformist rather than revolutionary. It is nevertheless important to note that there are ideological tensions within populism, in particular between left-wing and right-wing populism. Left-wing populists typically define the people in class terms and tend to prioritize socio-economic concerns such as poverty, inequality, and job insecurity. This form of populism overlaps with socialist thinking of one kind or another. By comparison, right-wing populists view the people in narrower and often ethnically restricted terms. Focusing primarily on socio-cultural concerns such as immigration, crime, and corruption, this form of populism overlaps with social conservatism. Historical overview. The origins of populism are sometimes traced back to the latter stages of the French Revolution and the attempt by Robespierre and the Jacobins to put The origins of populism are sometimes traced back to the latter stages of the French Revolution and the attempt by Robespierre and the Jacobins to put the radical democratic thinking of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see page 133, into practice. The contested relationship between populism and democracy is discussed later in the chapter. More commonly, however, populism is seen to have emerged during the final decades of the 19th century as a movement for the protection of peasants' or farmers' interests in the context of rising industrialization. This so-called agrarian populism was particularly evident in Russia and the USA. In Russia, it was associated with the growth of the Narodniki, a term that comes from the phrase "going to the people" in the early 1870s. The Narodniki were young people from mostly privileged, well-educated, and urban backgrounds who, inspired by the belief that the hope for political and social change in Russia lay with an awakened peasantry, went into the countryside to proselytize this political doctrine. Confronted by often baffled peasants who, not uncommonly, handed them in to the police, the movement became more conspiratorial over time and some of its offshoots turned to terrorism. In the USA, populism surfaced through the founding of the People's Party in 1892. Espousing a left-wing agenda, the party drew support from farmers and agricultural laborers in the American West and South who had become disenchanted with the economic and social policies imposed on them by the more industrialized East. However, after the People's Party's high point of success in 1892, when its candidate in the 1892 presidential election, James B. Weaver, won over 1 million votes, divisions within the party deepened, particularly over the extent to which it should collaborate with the Democratic Party. By the turn of the century, the People's Party had effectively disappeared as a political force separate from the Democrats. A further wave of populism emerged during the 1930s and 1940s, initially drawing its impetus from the intensified hardships imposed by the Great Depression. This was especially apparent in Latin America. Although Latin American populism has had diverse manifestations, its 2 most common themes have been a primary concern with socio-economic issues, usually related to the attempt to strengthen the role of the state in the economy, and a pronounced tendency towards charismatic leadership, with Juan Perón's, see page 171, rule in Argentina widely being seen as the paradigmatic example. Following a period dominated by military dictatorships, Latin America has experienced a resurgence in populism since the late 1980s. This revived populism has nevertheless had 2 contrasting manifestations. The first, exemplified by figures such as Carlos Menem in Argentina, Fernando Collor de Mello in Brazil, and Alberto Fujimori in Peru, was characterized by the adoption of free market economic strategies, encouraged by the International Monetary Fund. Some, nevertheless, question whether populism can be properly associated with pro-market, anti-state economics. The second manifestation was linked to the so-called pink tide, which saw a succession of left-wing presidents sweep to power, claiming to represent the poor and disadvantaged and committed to reversing the drift towards neoliberalism. See page 63. Prominent examples of such figures have included Hugo Chavez, see page 183, and Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, Evo Morales in Bolivia, and Rafael Correa in Ecuador. Dictatorship, a system of rule in which a single individual or group acts beyond the law and constitutional constraints. Key figure: Central Press / Hulton Archive / Getty Images. Juan Domingo Perón, 1895–1974. An Argentine soldier and politician, Perón took a leading part in an army coup in 1943, giving him his first taste of political office. In 1946, he was elected to the presidency, being re-elected in 1951. Perón derived immense popularity by cultivating the support of the urban working and middle classes in Buenos Aires through a program of sweeping nationalization and expanded government spending, aided by the charismatic oratory of his wife, Evita Perón, 1919–52. Basing his power on the multi-class appeal of the Justicialista Peronist party, Perón embraced ideas that ranged across the political spectrum from the far left to the far right. Deposed and exiled following a military coup in 1955, Perón returned triumphantly to Argentina and the presidency in 1973 before dying the following year. The period since the turn of the 21st century has witnessed a major resurgence of populism, encouraging some to dub the contemporary period the Age of Populism. Affecting most dramatically Europe and North America, although its influence has extended from Australia and Brazil to Thailand and India, this process gained momentum from the so-called Great Recession that came in the wake of the 2007-09 global financial crisis. Manifestations of this particular form of anti-politics have been many and various. These have included the increased prominence of right-wing nationalist parties such as the French National Rally, the Sweden Democrats, Alternative for Germany (AfD), and Austria's Freedom Party, the emergence of new political groups and movements, such as Syriza Coalition for the Radical Left in Greece, Podemos We Can in Spain, and the Five Star Movement in Italy, and the rise of strongman leaders such as Viktor Orbán, see page 181, in Hungary, Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil. The clearest evidence that politics had entered a turbulent new age came in 2016 when Donald Trump, first, won the Republican presidential nomination and then defeated Hillary Clinton in the race to become the US president, and the UK voted in a referendum in favor of leaving the European Union, the world's largest trading bloc. In both cases, the events were crucially influenced by a populist revolt against mainstream politics as normal, whose strength defied the predictions of almost all pundits. Mainstream politics, political activities, processes, and structures that are regarded as conventional, the dominant trend in politics. Key concept: anti-politics. Anti-politics is a rejection of or alienation from conventional politicians and political processes, especially mainstream political parties and established representative mechanisms. One manifestation of anti-politics is a decline in civic engagement as citizens turn away from politics and retreat into private existence. This is reflected most clearly in a fall in voter turnout and declining levels of party membership and political activism. However, anti-politics has also spawned new forms of politics which, in various ways, articulate resentment or hostility towards political structures and offer more authentic alternatives. These include the rise of fringe or anti-political parties and the emergence of populist leaders. The attraction of such parties and leaders is substantially linked to their image as political outsiders, which is often maintained even if they win power. Core themes. Much disagreement surrounds the nature of populism as a political phenomenon. Not only has populism often assumed different forms in different parts of the world, leading some to question whether populism in Latin America has the same underlying character as populism in, say, Europe, but populism has also been treated variously as a movement, a syndrome, a style of politics, and a political strategy. For example, as a political strategy, populism has been associated with so-called anti-party parties, which have a combative, even insurrectionist character and reject conventional politics' obsession with compromise and center-ground thinking. However, recent years have seen a growing tendency to adopt an ideational approach to populism, conceiving it essentially as a political ideology. Mutta and Kaltwasser, 2015 and 2017. From this perspective, populism is defined by its Manichaean tendency to view the world in terms of conflict between good and evil, or us and them, these antithetical forces being articulated through the people and the elite, respectively. Nevertheless, populism is very clearly a thin-centered ideology possessing only a limited range of core features. This affords populists considerable scope to draw on other political traditions, notably conservatism, nationalism, and socialism, which act, in effect, as host ideologies. Not only does this mean that there is no such thing as pure populism, but also that populism can vary dramatically both in the forms can take and where it is located on the political spectrum. Like all ideologies, however, populism is associated with a distinctive set of ideas and beliefs. The most important of these are anti-party party, a party that sets out to subvert traditional party politics by rejecting parliamentary compromise and emphasizing a strategy based on popular mobilization. Elite, a minority in whose hands power, wealth, and prestige is concentrated. The people, the elite populist democracy. The people. The key claim made by populists is that the people are the ultimate source of political authority. In that sense, they believe in the primacy of the people. But who are the people? The people is among the vaguest and most contested concepts in political analysis. People without the definite article refers, quite simply, to the human species encompassing all its members without restriction. By contrast, the people is a narrower and more specific concept, distinguishing those who are part of the people from those who are not. However, such boundaries can be drawn in at least three different ways. Canovan, 2005. First, the people are citizens, members of a political community, usually a state, who are endowed with formal rights and duties. This is the sense in which the term is used in the preamble to the U.S. Constitution, which begins, "We the people of the United States." Thanks to the liberal quest to establish universal citizenship, this use of the term is highly inclusive and only fails to encompass those who are aliens or undocumented immigrants. Second, the people are the common people, or the masses, those who are viewed as somehow downtrodden, exploited, or marginalized, as opposed to those who possess wealth, power, or social prestige. Third, the people is equivalent to the nation. In this sense, the people are defined in cultural and ethnic terms, distinguishing them clearly from those who do not share their national identity, whether they live in the same political community or a different one. While populists reject the notion of the people as citizens on the grounds that it is incompatible with the people/elite divide, each of the other two definitions casts some light on the populist conception of the people. The assertion that the people are common, plain, or ordinary in the sense that they are somehow disadvantaged is helpful in that it captures the idea that power, who has it and who lacks it, is vital to the distinction between the people and the elite. However, if the people encompasses all those who lack power and are socially disadvantaged, it threatens to include groups that populists may wish to exclude, such as ethnic or religious minorities. Moreover, to base the people/elite divide primarily on socio-economic factors is to come close to adopting a form of class analysis that only left-wing populists could accept, most populists subscribing to a post-class approach to society. The same applies to the assertion that the people are equivalent to the nation. While this is the defining assumption of national populism, sometimes called cultural or xenophobic populism, it is not a position necessarily favored by other populists. National populism, a form of populism that prioritizes the culture and interests of the nation and embraces strident anti-internationalism. Perspectives on the people. Liberals embrace a disaggregated, even atomistic, notion of the people underpinned by a belief in the supreme importance of the individual over any social group or collective body. The people are therefore a collection of autonomous and unique individuals whose personhood is reflected in their entitlement to equal legal and political rights. Conservatives have traditionally understood the people in the context of hierarchy, the people, or masses, occupying the lower strata of society and benefiting from the support, leadership, and guidance that is provided by their social betters. This view of the people was most prominent among pre-democratic conservatives. Socialists define the people in terms of social class, meaning that they share a similar socio-economic position. The people are identified as the working class, implying either that they are manual or blue-collar workers, or, in the Marxist view, that they live off the sale of their labor power, the proletariat. Nationalists believe that the people is equivalent to the nation. It is thus a collection of people who are bound together by shared values and traditions, a common language, religion, and history, and usually occupying the same geographical area. Fascists view the people as an organically unified whole, forged out of an intense and militant sense of national identity. In its Nazi version, Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, places a strong emphasis on the racial unity of the German people, seen as the master race. Populists portray the people, typically conceived of selectively as the real people or true people in either socialist or nationalist terms, seeing their wishes and instincts also as the sole legitimate guide to political action. The populist conception of the people is distinctive in two senses. In the first place, populists claim to represent not all the people but only those who are seen as the real, pure, or true people. Only some of the people are therefore really the people. Muller, 2017. To be a proper member of the political community, it is thus necessary to meet some standard of authenticity. This authenticity derives from the moral identity of the people, giving populism a distinctively moralistic character. The real people are taken to be righteous, pure, and fully unified, a homogeneous entity that is both innocent and entirely trustworthy. Second, although the people are viewed as the sole reliable source of political wisdom, this wisdom is not, strictly speaking, a product of active political engagement on the part of the people themselves. Rather, it arises through a process of populist agitation that awakens the people to their true convictions and beliefs. In this sense, populist ideology bears the influence of Rousseau's idea of the general will, Mutta and Kaltwasser, 2017. This is because populists conceive the people's will as the indivisible collective will of the entire community, as opposed to the actual views of living and breathing human beings. The people's will is therefore a construct rather than an empirical fact. It is, thus, not uncommon for populists to treat elections and voting as an unreliable guide to the voice of the people. During the 2016 U.S. presidential election campaign, for example, Donald Trump persistently refused to commit himself to accepting the election result should he be defeated, claiming that such an outcome would not be legitimate. Authenticity, the quality of being real or genuine. Homogeneity, the quality of uniformity in which all parts of an entity or structure are the same or similar. The elite. Populism is deeply critical of the elite or the establishment. Populism therefore clashes sharply with all forms of normative elitism. As with the people, populists take the elite to be a single, homogeneous force unified by a shared moral character. Whereas the people are righteous and morally pure, the elite are thoroughly corrupt and morally debased, making them the enemy of the people. The corruption that resides in the heart of the elite is manifest in its determination to subdue, exploit, and manipulate the people. However, populists are typically more eager to condemn the elite as corrupt than they are to explain the source of its corruption. Thus, although populists may appear to share with liberals the belief that power and corruption are intrinsically linked, they cannot accept that the elite are made corrupt by the experience of holding political power, for this would be irreconcilable with the emphasis populists customarily place on leadership. Similarly, populists must reject the liberal belief that corruption ultimately stems from the egoism that resides within all individuals, as this would call the people's intrinsic moral purity into question. Establishment, a term often used loosely that refers to a collection of people that exercises control over society by virtue of their entrenched institutional power. Key concept. Elitism. Elitism is, broadly, a belief in or practice of rule by an elite or minority. However, there are at least three different types of elitist. Classical elitists, examples including Vilfredo Pareto (1884–1923), Gaetano Mosca (1857–1941), and Robert Michaels (1876–1936), criticize egalitarian beliefs such as socialism and democracy on the grounds that elite rule is an inevitable and usually desirable feature of social existence. Normative elitists emphasize the personal, moral, and intellectual superiority of the elite over masses, the elite, in effect, being the highest, the best, or the excellent. Modern elitists advance a social scientific analysis of elite rule that is typically based on the assumption that it can and should be overthrown. Although populists treat the elite as a single, unified entity, three elements within the elite are often singled out for particular criticism. These are the political elite, the economic elite, and the cultural elite. The most prominent of these, the political elite, comprises key figures in mainstream party politics, the political class, and senior political office holders, presidents, prime ministers, prominent ministers, top civil servants, judges, and the like. Its purpose is to harness political power to the interests of the wider elite and, in the process, distance the people from the levers of governmental control. The economic elite, consisting, most significantly, of big business and banks, both supports and works in conjunction with the political elite. In this way, politics and wealth are bound closely together. The cultural elite, and especially establishment media outlets such as the BBC, the New York Times, Le Monde, and La Repubblica, often seen as the metropolitan media elite, are routinely accused by populists of propagating elite and invariably liberal values. However, by no means do populists assume that factors such as institutional position, wealth, or social standing always shape people's values and viewpoints. Inconsistencies are common and often striking. For example, Viktor Orban has retained his populist credentials despite being Hungary's longest-serving prime minister. Donald Trump's lavish lifestyle and vast business empire did not prevent him from attracting significant support in 2016, in particular from less prosperous voters in the so-called Rust Belt states. And the U.S. media conglomerate Fox News, together with many tabloid newspapers and most shock jock radio presenters, articulate strongly anti-establishment views. An additional aspect of elite power, according to many populists, is that it is exercised through practices that are somehow deceitful or shady. This reflects the elite's ability to manipulate understanding, concealing its true, oppressive purposes. Populists accuse the elite of inauthenticity or fakery of various kinds, whether this is through their supposed dissemination of fake news, that is, flagrant lying by any other standard, or the workings of fake esquires, fake courts, fake parliaments, and so forth. In presenting the distinction between the people and the elite as one between authenticity and fakery, populists have indulged in the blanket condemnation of elite ideas and beliefs, not uncommonly supported by conspiracy theories of one kind or another. Examples of such theories include that the COVID-19 pandemic was caused by the rollout of the 5G mobile phone network and that the 2020 U.S. presidential election was stolen from Trump by fraud. Conspiracy theory, a theory that places a central and undue emphasis on the role of sinister forces, clandestine maneuverings, and secret plans. Populist democracy. Its relationship to democracy is key to grasping the nature of populism, but this is an issue that is both complex and contested. On the one hand, populism has been portrayed as an essentially democratic force based on the claim that, in common with democracy, populism endorses the principles of popular sovereignty and majority rule. Some, indeed, argue that populism operates as a corrective to democracy insofar as it gives a voice to people or groups who feel that they are marginalized or ignored within the existing democratic process. Populists, therefore, commonly proclaim that the established democratic system is failing to live up to the democratic ideal. On the other hand, populism has been portrayed as a threat to democracy, even as a pathological political phenomenon. In this view, not only are populists at best bogus democrats practiced in the arts of demagoguery, but by endorsing plebiscitary forms of democracy, see page 176, they are also at odds with all forms of representative politics. Popular sovereignty, the principle that there is no higher authority than the will of the people directly expressed. Demagoguery, the rule of political leaders who manipulate the masses through inflammatory oratory that exploits their prejudices and/or ignorance. Key concept: plebiscitary democracy. Plebiscitary democracy is a form of rule that operates through an unmediated link between the rulers and the rule, typically established by plebiscites or referendums. These allow the public to express their views on political issues directly. Supporters of plebiscitary democracy argue that its advantages are that it is a way of avoiding the deficiencies of representative democracy, including that representatives may develop interests separate from those of the public at large, while avoiding the impracticalities of full-scale direct democracy. Plebiscitary democracy has nevertheless been widely criticized, not least for the scope it provides for manipulation and personal leadership. Indeed, plebiscitary democracy may amount to little more than a system of mass acclamation that gives dictatorship a popular gloss. It is, nevertheless, difficult to deny that there are deep tensions between populism and the dominant, liberal or representative model of democracy. This is because the populist assertion that the instincts and wishes of the people constitute the sole legitimate guide to political action implies that nothing should be allowed to stand in the way of the popular will. In holding that liberal democracy, see page 44, is largely a sham, populist thinking on this matter parallels the modern elitist critique of democracy. In The Power Elite, 1956, c. White Mills offered a portrait of a USA dominated by a triumvirate of big business, particularly defense-related industries, the U.S. military, and political cliques surrounding the president. However, what makes populist antagonism towards a liberal democracy distinctive is the assertion that constitutionalism, see page 42, is the enemy of genuine popular rule. Populists are thus likely to show, at best, qualified respect for the liberal aspects of liberal democracy, those that are designed to uphold limited government, such as protections for individual and minority rights, the separation of powers, judicial independence, the rule of law, and media freedom. This nevertheless also implies that the democratic aspects of liberal democracy, including, vitally, its commitment to popular sovereignty, may be undermined. This was dramatically demonstrated in January 2021 by the assault on the U.S. Capitol building by Trump supporters seeking to block the certification by Congress of the previous November's presidential election result, so reversing Trump's defeat. In this light, it is unsurprising that populism has been associated with illiberal forms of democracy. Since 2014, Viktor Orban has committed himself to the construction in Hungary of an illiberal state, and as such thinking spread to Poland and elsewhere. In 2018, he declared that the era of liberal democracy is over. However, there is no single model of a liberal democracy. In the case of revolutionary illiberal democracy, an attempt is made to overthrow the values and structures of liberal democratic governance and replace them with an entirely different set of values and structures. Fascism and communism are the clearest examples of this. Populism, by contrast, is an example of reformist illiberal democracy in that it seeks to constrain or curtail aspects of liberal democracy rather than eradicate it altogether. In his pioneering account of the phenomenon, Fareed Zakaria, 1997. thus described illiberal democracies as democratically elected regimes that routinely ignore constitutional limits on their power and deprive citizens of basic rights and freedoms. Populist rule is therefore commonly associated with at least some of the following. A system of regular elections that are sufficiently free and fair to contribute, albeit within limits, to the maintenance of legitimacy. The political process is typically characterized by personalized leadership, a strong state, weak opposition, and emaciated checks and balances. Political and civil rights are selectively suppressed, especially in relation to the media, although no attempt is made to control every aspect of human life. A disposition towards majoritarianism is reflected in a general intolerance of pluralism and, maybe, hostility towards ethnic, cultural, or religious minorities. Key concept: majoritarianism. As a descriptive concept, majoritarianism refers to a rule of decision-making in which the preferences of the majority overrule those of the minority, although it is unclear whether this refers to an absolute or simple majority. As a normative concept, majoritarianism refers to the belief that the majority view should prevail over the minority, with the possible implication that the defeated minority is morally obliged to come into line with the views of the majority. In this case, the majority effectively becomes the people. Majoritarianism has been criticized for allowing the majority to ride roughshod over minority groups and for failing to recognize that complex modern societies contain no single, cohesive majority but rather comprise a collection of minorities. Finally, an alternative approach to the relationship between populism and democracy has been advanced by theorists such as Ernesto Laclau 2005 and Chantal Mouffe 2018. In this view, populism has an inbuilt disposition in favor of democracy. By using radical democracy to redress the defects of liberal democracy, populists foster the democratization of democracy. This process involves the reintroduction of conflict into politics, brought about, in particular, through the mobilization of the underdog against those in power. One of the implications of this is that all democratic movements can, to a greater or lesser degree, be seen as populist. Radical democracy, a form of democracy that favors decentralization and participation, the widest possible dispersal of political power. Types of populism. Populism is marked by a revulsion against the ideological center ground. This is for at least two reasons. First, centrist politics is typically associated with a liberalism that populists deride, not least because the liberal emphasis on individualism, see page 24, differs starkly from the populist image of a society divided into rival homogeneous groups. Second, the ideological center ground is an arena of compromise and fine balances between left and right-wing beliefs, which offers little scope for the blanket moral judgments to which populists are drawn. The idea of a populism of the center therefore makes very little sense. Some, indeed, link this to the wider problem of locating populism anywhere on the political spectrum, given a tendency to blend policies and beliefs from both the left and the right. For example, Poland's Law and Justice Party combines a conservative approach to social issues with a socialist stance on economic affairs, while the Yellow Vest, Gilets jaunes movement in France has campaigned on issues of economic justice that span the left/right divide and attracted support from many who had previously backed far-left and far-right candidates. However, other populist parties and movements tend to have a more consistent ideological orientation in line with contrasting sub-traditions. Right populism, left populism. Right populism. The ideological complexion of right-wing populism is reflected in a fusion between key features of generic populism such as anti-elitism, monism and moralism, and the socially conservative belief that, being composed of a fragile network of relationships, society urgently needs to be bolstered or upheld. This fusion has been founded either on the basis of nationalism or on the basis of authoritarianism, see page 66. Right-wing populism therefore comprises two principal forms, national populism and authoritarian populism, although most right-wing populism therefore comprises two principal forms, national populism and authoritarian populism, although most right-wing populists are sympathetic towards both nationalism and authoritarianism, albeit usually to different degrees. Authoritarian populism, a form of populism that fuses robust anti-elitism, the practice of government from above, and strict adherence to conventional moral norms. National populism. The central feature of national populism is that it defines the people in ethnic terms, meaning that the people is equivalent to the nation. National populists thus prioritize the culture and interests of the nation over all other considerations. They promise to give a voice to a national community that has been neglected, even held in contempt, by distant and corrupt elites, Eatwell and Goodwin, 2018. Such a conception of the people typically also has a historical and a territorial dimension. Paul Taggart, 2000, conveyed this by arguing that populism always draws on the notion of an implicit or explicit heartland, a version of the past that celebrates a hypothetical, uncomplicated and non-political territory of the imagination. From this place, the people draw both their values and their sense of themselves as unified, diligent, and ordinary. The heartland therefore encapsulates an image of past national greatness which national populists commit themselves to restoring. Heartland, an ill-defined earlier time in which a virtuous and unified population resided. National populism has been rising steadily since the late 1990s, gaining impetus from the emergence of a faster-moving, more open society, see open/closed divide, page 15, and giving rise to burgeoning cultural wars, see page 179, between social liberals and social conservatives. It has become by far the most prevalent form of populism across the globe, being particularly strong in Europe and the USA. In 2016 and 2017, 18.4% of Europeans voted for national populist parties, an increase of 7% compared with 2000. In states including Hungary, Poland, Serbia, Slovakia, Italy, and Austria, national populist parties have succeeded in winning or sharing government power. This surge in national populism has been linked to two key and often overlapping policy positions. First, and most crucially, national populists oppose immigration, a stance that was boosted in Europe by the refugee crisis that peaked in 2015, see page 179, and in the USA by the election of President Trump in 2016. Opposition to immigration has been expressed variously in bans or at least the imposition of robust controls on migrants, pressure on minority ethnic communities to assimilate into the culture of the host society, and, most radically, forcible repatriation. Anti-immigration populism typically has a strong nativist character and is underpinned by the wider belief that ethnic diversity is irreconcilable with national cohesion and social stability. Immigration and multiculturalism, see Chapter 11, are thus portrayed as twin enemies of the people. For a more detailed account of the conservative nationalism on which such thinking is based, see Chapter 7. Assimilation, the process through which immigrant communities lose their cultural distinctiveness by adjusting to the values, allegiances, and lifestyles of the majority group. Repatriation, the act or process of returning property or a person, voluntarily or forcibly, to their country of origin. Nativism, a political stance that supposedly reflects the needs and interests of native or majority ethnic inhabitants against those of immigrants. Key concept: culture war. A culture war is a hyper-partisan style of politics in which there is a clash of values between those who subscribe to social liberalism, progressives, and those who support social conservatism, traditionalists. Key wedge issues in this respect include abortion, same-sex marriage, see page 57, gender equality, trans rights, racial justice, immigration, and environmental protection. The spread of culture wars originated in the USA in the 1990s, sparked by a combination of a right-wing backlash against the advance of liberal values in the 1960s and 1970s, and the desire to reinvigorate left-wing politics, disillusioned by the centrist drift in economic policy in the 1980s and 1990s. Other factors stoking culture wars include divisions that flow from the advance of globalization and the tendency of social media to amplify emotion-filled and simplistic political views. Political ideologies in action. The refugee crisis in Europe. Events in what was Europe's biggest refugee crisis since World War II, more than 1 million migrants, most of whom were asylum seekers, crossed into Europe in 2015. The vast majority arrived by sea, but some migrants made their way overland, principally via Turkey and Albania. Mainly fleeing conflict in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere, migrants headed into Europe in search of peace and improved economic prospects, many of them having friends or family who had already made the journey. The journey to Europe was often perilous. More than 3,770 migrants were reported to have died trying to cross the Mediterranean Sea in 2015, while more than 800 died in the Aegean Sea, crossing from Turkey to Greece. The number of migrants entering Europe subsequently fell. According to the European Parliament, the number of migrants granted asylum in 2017 by EU states was 25% down on 2016. Significance: one approach to the refugee crisis was to see it as, essentially, a humanitarian crisis. This was reflected, for example, in the German Chancellor Angela Merkel's announcement in 2015 of an open-door policy towards Syrian refugees. A very different stance was adopted by national populists across Europe, however. This saw international migration as both a challenge to the state's ability to control its own borders, a vital manifestation of national sovereignty, and as a threat to social cohesion in this case stemming from the fact that most recent migrants into Europe have come from Muslim countries. Evidence of growing support for such thinking was found in the success of far-right, anti-immigration parties such as Alternative for Germany, which won seats in the German parliament for the first time in 2017, and Sweden Democrats, which, having received growing support during 2010-14, became the third largest party in Sweden in 2018. The most dramatic response to the migrant crisis nevertheless came from national populists in power. For example, in December 2015 the Fidesz government in Hungary speedily erected a razor-wire fence along its southern border with Serbia, Croatia and Romania, complete with heat sensors, cameras and loudspeakers, and with the capacity to deliver electric shocks to unwanted migrants. When Hungarian riot police fired tear gas and water cannon across the newly closed border with Serbia as thousands of refugees tried to enter through a gate that connects the two countries, Serbia's prime minister described Hungary's behavior as brutal and non-European. After the election in Italy in 2018 of a coalition government between the far-right League Party and the Five Star Movement, Matteo Salvini, the deputy prime minister and the League's leader, committed himself to the repatriation of 500,000 migrants and clamped down on migrant rescues in the Mediterranean, sometimes leaving migrants at sea for days. The second key policy position commonly associated with national populism is a resistance to the influence of intergovernmental and supranational bodies, rooted in a deep skepticism towards internationalism, see page 139. Populist anti-internationalism has two main sources related, respectively, to national sovereignty and national identity. By insisting on unswerving respect for national sovereignty, populists seek to counter the influence of global elites and other transnational forces, ensuring, in the process, that political control rests firmly in the hands of the nation. Through their emphasis on national identity, populists have aimed to strengthen the nation and, in particular, resist the advance of cosmopolitanism, see page 139. Populist anti-internationalism has been most apparent in Europe, where its principal target has been the European Union. This has been expressed through growing skepticism about the EU's founding goal of building an ever-closer union. For example, the Visegrad Four group, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic, together with other like-minded states, including Austria, Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Italy, have backed the idea of a much looser Europe of sovereign nations. The Leave victory in the UK's 2016 EU referendum, which set the country on a course to exit the EU, which was carried out in 2020, is sometimes seen as a manifestation of national populism. However, Brexit is better interpreted as a product of a combination of non-populist and populist forces. The former were articulated by the mainly conservative official Vote Leave campaign, even though its most prominent figure, Boris Johnson, later to become conservative leader and prime minister, is widely classified as a populist, which focused primarily on economic arguments against EU membership. The latter were largely expressed by the unofficial Leave.UK campaign, which, closely linked to the UK Independence Party and its then leader, Nigel Farage, made more of immigration-related issues. Authoritarian populism. Juan Perón's dictatorial rule in Argentina is usually seen as the classic example of authoritarian populism, defined, as it was, by an emphasis on obedience, order, and national unity. Modern right-wing populists nevertheless typically embrace a form of authoritarianism that stops short of outright dictatorship. In this context, the link between populism and authoritarianism is rooted in a particular style of leadership. This leadership style is based on the fact that, despite their veneration of the people, populists rarely hold that the people can and do speak for themselves. Leadership, usually in the form of a single dominant figure, is therefore needed both to give the people a voice and to awaken them to their real interests. Strictly speaking, populist leaders do not portray themselves as representatives of the people, for this would imply speaking for, or on behalf of, the people as a separate and perhaps superior entity. Rather, populist leaders emphasize their affinity with the people, even sometimes casting themselves as an integral part of the people. In this light, the role of the populist leader is, in effect, to create or embody the people. The practical implication of this is to widen the leader's realm of unconstrained action, in part by eroding respect for institutions that mediate between the leader and people, such as parliaments and regional and local assemblies. In its most advanced form, authoritarian populism has contributed to the emergence of the wider phenomenon of strongman politics, exemplified by figures such as Viktor Orbán, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and Philippines President Rodrigo Duterte, although the gendered term is misleading when applied to populist leaders, as examples like Evita Peron, Marine Le Pen, see page 182, Sarah Palin and Pauline Hanson demonstrate. Strongman leaders operate in a gray zone between democracy and authoritarianism, their distinctively strong governing style being as much a strategy to maintain electoral support as it is a means of neutralizing political opposition. Strongman politics is defined most clearly by the tendency of leaders to conjure up the image of a vilified other, an enemy within or an enemy without, which is used to play on people's fears and stoke resentment. Whether this other is migrants, rich elites, secular liberals, or the bullying West, it allows the strongman to portray himself or herself as the defender of the nation and take bold and assertive action to that end. While many believe that strongman politics is driven essentially by personal ambition and tends towards tyranny and the flouting of conventional political norms, others argue that it satisfies a longing for more decisive leadership and amounts to a rejection of the politics of compromise and dithering. Key figure. Antoine Jory / Corbis News / Getty Images. Viktor Orbán, born 1963. A Hungarian political leader, Viktor Orbán has been the Prime Minister of Hungary since 2010, having previously served as Premier during 1998 to 2002. A founding member in 1988 of the National Conservative Party, Fidesz, Orbán has been the party's president since 1993, with a break between 2000 and 2003. In a controversial speech in 2014, Orbán condemned Western political systems based on liberal values and accountability, praising instead Eastern systems based on a strong state, a weak opposition, and limited checks and balances. While Orbán's self-styled system of national cooperation has attracted criticism, not least by the EU, for its failure adequately to protect individual rights and democratic controls, he has exerted influence within parts of the EU for a more robust stance on immigration, based, in part, on a defense of Christian civilization. See Chapter 12 for a discussion of the link between religion and ideology. The far right. By virtue of its link to authoritarianism, right-wing populism is often seen to be part of the far right, also sometimes called the radical right, placing it on the political spectrum between the mainstream right, conservatism, and the extreme right, fascism. However, the far right encompasses tensions and internal divisions, and by no means are all of its manifestations populist in character. Far-right parties such as the Freedom Parties in Austria and the Netherlands, the Italian League and Alternative for Germany have a clear populist orientation based on the claim to support the common man. Other parties, notably the Sweden Democrats and Marine Le Pen's National Rally in France, have consolidated their far-right identity by disavowing extremism and strengthening their commitment to electoral politics. In the USA, the far right is associated with a disparate collection of groups commonly referred to as the alt-right, an abbreviation for alternative right, which gained considerable impetus from Donald Trump's bid for the White House in 2016, as well as later clashes with the burgeoning rival movement for racial justice. Nevertheless, the tendency of alt-right groups such as the Proud Boys to reject mainstream conservatism outright and to support implicit or explicit racism, see page 162, in the form of white nationalism, suggests that they may be more accurately classified as neo-fascists or neo-Nazis rather than as populists. Far-right, a right-wing ideological stance that is characterized by ethno-nationalism, laissez-faire capitalism, anti-socialism, and ultra-conservative or reactionary moral values. Extremism, a stance that goes significantly beyond what, in mainstream politics, is deemed to be reasonable or acceptable. White nationalism, a form of nationalism which seeks to establish an ethno-state of and for white people, sometimes seen as a quest for white supremacy. Key figure. Chestnut / Getty Images News / Getty Images. Marine Le Pen, born 1968. A French politician and lawyer, Marine Le Pen has been the president of the National Front, renamed the National Rally in 2018, since 2011 with a brief interruption in 2017. As part of a process of de-demonization aimed at distancing the party from its racist and anti-Semitic past, in 2015 she expelled her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen, who had founded the party in 1972 and had served as its leader until 2011. This process also involved a modernization of the party's policies, including accepting unconditional abortion and same-sex partnerships and dropping the death penalty. In 2017, Marine Le Pen succeeded in getting through to the runoff second ballot of the presidential election, but she was beaten by Emmanuel Macron. Left populism. Although most contemporary manifestations of populism, and especially incidences of populists winning or sharing government power, involve right-wing populists, populism also has a long-established left-wing tradition. In Latin America, indeed, left-wing populism has generally been more prevalent than right-wing populism. But how does left populism differ from right populism? In the first place, left-wing populists typically conceive the people not in ethnic terms but in class, and often in Latin America cross-class terms. One of the implications of this is that left-wing populists tend to prioritize socio-economic concerns such as poverty, inequality, and job security over socio-cultural concerns. The people are therefore not just the common people, but the common working people, artisans, industrial or farm laborers, peasants, and so on, with the experience of productive labor typically being seen as the source of their righteousness and moral purity. The left-wing populist view of the people thus tends to be more inclusive than that advanced by right-wing populists, encompassing, as it often does, ethnic and religious minorities and other marginalized groups. Tensions within. Populism. Right populism v. Left populism. Inclusivity, ethnic view of the people, class view of the people, cultural concerns, economic concerns, migrant threat, neoliberal threat, xenophobia, egalitarianism, liberal elite, corporate elite, neoconservatism, neosocialism. Second, while nationalism is central to right-wing populism, left-wing populists are inclined to treat working people in neighboring states as natural allies and so are not necessarily constrained by national borders. And yet, at the heart of the corrupt elite against which left-wing populists rail is a capitalist system that has a pronounced international character, comprising, among other things, transnational corporations, regional trade blocs, and bodies such as International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization. It is therefore not uncommon for the internationalism embraced by left-wing populists to be qualified by calls to resist foreign influence in the domestic economy. Third, the links between, respectively, right-wing populism and conservatism and left-wing populism and socialism means that a marked value divide runs through populism. Whereas right populism is associated with tradition, authority, and order, left populism allied to equality, social justice, and progress. The contemporary wave of left-wing populism emerged in response to the widespread shift towards neoliberalism, which began in the 1980s and 1990s and witnessed widening inequality linked to tax cuts for the better off and the rolling back of systems of social protection. The resurgence of left-wing populism first became apparent in Latin America, where market-based economic and social policies had been pursued with particular vigor. In a process initiated by the rise of Venezuela's Hugo Chavez in 1998, a succession of left-wing populist presidents came to power in states including Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Ecuador in the following decade or more. Although the socialism these presidents preached differed from country to country, common features included burgeoning government spending and expansion of state control and state ownership and appeals to the poor through promises to redistribute wealth. Key figure: Miguel Tovar / Latin content W / Getty Images. Hugo Chavez 1954 to 2013. A Venezuelan soldier and politician, Hugo Chavez was elected president of Venezuela in 1999 and remained in power until his death in 2013, with a brief interruption following a coup attempt in 2002. Once in office, Chavez quickly proceeded to widen executive power. He instituted the creation of a constitutional assembly whose constitution was accepted in 1999 and greatly increased his position. In what he styled the Bolivarian Revolution, named after Simon Bolivar, the 19th-century South American independence hero, Chavez introduced economic and social reforms, including the nationalization of key industries and programs to expand access to food, housing, healthcare, and education, underpinned by an ideology known as Chavismo. His anti-imperialist, foreign policy aimed to reduce the influence of U.S.-supported neoliberalism and promoted Latin American and Caribbean cooperation. The basis for the rise of left-wing populism in Europe and USA was laid by the conversion from the 1990s onwards of many Western left liberal and reformist socialist parties to neo-revisionism, leading to an acceptance of market economics and globalization. In many cases, this gave lower-income voters the impression that they had effectively been disenfranchised, abandoned by the parties that had traditionally represented them. However, this development only gained practical expression with the onset of the Great Recession. Coming in the wake of the 2007-09 global financial crisis, this saw an extended period of falling or stagnant living standards, particularly in the Western world, often made more acute by the introduction of austerity policies. In this context, populist social movements sprang up in many parts of the world, articulating a far-left ideological agenda at the heart of which was resistance to austerity. Examples of this included the Indignados in Spain, also referred to as the 15M movement and later superseded by Podemos, and Occupy Wall Street in the USA. As far as left-wing populist parties were concerned, Syriza in Greece had the greatest impact, having become the largest party in the Greek parliament in 2015, based on the promise to crack down on the Greek oligarchs and to counter pressure from the European Central Bank and the IMF to scale down public spending. Austerity, sternness or severity. As an economic strategy, austerity refers to public spending cuts designed to eradicate a budget deficit underpinned by faith in market forces. The future of populism. The history of populism is marked by a broad pattern, and there is little reason to doubt that this will persist in the future. In short, populism comes in waves. Rather than being an enduring, if not permanent, part of the ideological landscape, as in the case of liberalism, conservatism, socialism, nationalism, and so on, populism comes and goes. Populism has therefore historically had difficulty in sustaining itself over time. Why has this been the case? One reason is that, whatever form it may take and whatever its political complexion, each populist project must choose between two political strategies, both of which have serious pitfalls. Populist parties and movements may either place a priority on consolidating support in their heartland, in which case they maintain their radicalism and continue to operate as political outsiders. Or they may look to extend support beyond their heartland, in which case they gravitate towards pragmatism, see page 6, and look to cultivate respectability. The pitfall of the first strategy is that it risks turning populism into little more than an instrument of protest, restricting its electoral appeal and confining it to the political fringe. The pitfall of the second strategy is that it risks provoking disillusionment, even a sense of betrayal among heartland supporters without a guarantee that this could be compensated for by breaking into the political mainstream. However, although populism has conformed to a broad pattern of intermittent recurrence, each wave of populism is different. Each upsurge in populism is fueled and, for a period at least, sustained by a particular complex of historical forces. These historical forces are nevertheless the subject of significant debate when it comes to contemporary populism. In one view, contemporary populism is essentially a cultural backlash against the advance of liberal values, a process that has seen the trajectory of social and cultural change depress key groups' level of subjective social status. Norris and Engelhardt, 2019. This silent revolution can be traced back to the 1960s and includes changing family structures and especially changes in the role of women, the spread of post-material values and growing respect for minorities in general and multicultural rights in particular. A growing pool of people, in the case of Trump and Brexit, often identified as the left behind, mainly middle-aged and older white men without a college education, therefore became susceptible to the entreaties of populism, especially in its nationalist form. This analysis, however, can be used to suggest that the heralded age of populism is likely to be short-lived, since it runs counter to long-term social trends such as the expansion of college or higher education and the remorseless impact of generational change. In another view, though, the contemporary populist upsurge is unlikely to subside anytime soon and may even be getting stronger. From this perspective, populism is not just a politico-cultural phenomenon, it also has deep economic roots linked to the dynamics of economic globalization, see page 21, particularly as they affect the developed world. Although the West was, in many ways, the creative force behind the modern global economy and the region in which open markets were most pervasive and entrenched, over time it may have become a victim of economic globalization. This can be seen from the fact that rates of economic growth in Western Europe and the USA have dropped off in recent decades, with inevitable consequences for living standards. Real living standards for middle-income families in the USA have, for example, hardly risen for over 30 years. Moreover, since the 1980s, most Western societies have experienced a marked increase in within-country inequality, helping to foster both resentment towards elites and disillusionment with a democratic system that no longer seems to work for the less well-off. Such developments are difficult and may be impossible to reverse because they stem both from the inner workings of globalization itself, which, for instance, dictate the continuing export of manufacturing jobs from the developed to the developing world, and from the fact that even the most powerful state is unable to opt out altogether from the processes of globalization. Questions for discussion. To what extent do historical examples of populism have common origins? On what grounds can populism be regarded as an ideology? In what sense is the populist notion of the people a construct? According to populists, how does the elite exercise power over the people? Is a liberal democracy a contradiction in terms? How and why do populists condemn centrist politics? Are all populists nationalists, or only some? With what forms of nationalism is populism compatible? What is the basis of the link between populism and authoritarianism? What is the relationship between populism and the far right? Why and how does left-wing populism differ from right-wing populism? Is contemporary populism better explained in terms of economic factors or cultural factors? In what senses does populism pose a particular threat to liberalism? Further reading. Eatwell, R., and Goodwin, M., National Populism, The Revolt Against Liberal Democracy, 2018. An accessible and insightful account of the rise of national populism in the West and its implications. Kaltwasser, C., Taggart, P., Espejo, O., and Ostagai, P., eds. The Oxford Handbook of Populism, 2017. A collection that provides state-of-the-art research and scholarship on various aspects of populism. Moffat, B., Populism, 2020. A strong theoretical introduction to the debates around defining and classifying populism as well as its interactions with other major ideologies. Norris, P., and Engelhardt, R., Cultural Backlash and the Rise of Populism, Trump, Brexit, and Authoritarian Populism, 2019. An attempt to set out a general theory that explains polarization over the cultural cleavage dividing social liberals from social conservatives. Team Populism. An academic collaboration studying populist politics, their website provides a wealth of links to relevant publications, studies, databases, and other web resources. Chapter 9. Feminism. Preview historical overview core themes types of feminism the future of feminism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. As a political term, feminism was a 20th century invention and has only been a familiar part of everyday language since the 1960s. Feminist was first used in the 19th century as a medical term to describe either the feminization of men or the masculinization of women. In modern usage, feminism is linked to the goal of advancing the role of women, usually by reducing gender inequality, although it has come to be associated with the wider project of transforming gender relations. Feminist ideology has traditionally been defined by two basic beliefs: that women are disadvantaged because of their gender and that this disadvantage can and should be overthrown. In this way, feminists have highlighted what they see as a political relationship between the sexes, the supremacy of men and the subjection of women in most, if not all, societies. In viewing gender divisions as political, feminists challenged a mobilization of bias that has traditionally operated within political thought, by which generations of male thinkers, unwilling to examine the privileges and power their sex had enjoyed, had succeeded in keeping the role of women off the political agenda. Nevertheless, feminism has also been characterized by a diversity of views and political positions. The women's movement, for instance, has pursued goals that range from the achievement of female suffrage and an increase in the number of women in elite positions in public life, to the legalization of abortion and sexual harassment and sexual assault of women. Similarly, feminist theory has both drawn on established political traditions and values, notably liberalism and socialism, and, in the form of radical feminism, rejected conventional political ideas and concepts. However, feminism has long since ceased to be confined to these core traditions. Contemporary feminist thought is characterized by a more radical engagement with the politics of difference, as well as an encounter with modern approaches to gender and sexuality, such as intersectionality, trans theory, and queer theory. Historical overview. Although the term feminism may be of recent origin, feminist views have been expressed in many different cultures and can be traced back as far as the ancient civilizations of Greece and China. Christine de Pisan's book of The City of Ladies, published in Italy in 1405, foreshadowed many of the ideas of modern feminism in recording the deeds of famous women of the past and advocating women's right to education and political influence. Nevertheless, it was not until the 19th century that an organized women's movement developed. The first text of modern feminism is usually taken to be Mary Wollstonecraft's, see page 28, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792-1967, written against the backdrop of the French Revolution. By the mid-19th century, the women's movement had acquired a central focus: the campaign for female suffrage, the right to vote, which drew inspiration from the progressive extension of the franchise to men. This period is usually referred to as first-wave feminism, and was characterized by the demand that women should enjoy the same legal and political rights as men. Female suffrage was the principal goal of first-wave or liberal feminism because it was believed that if women could vote, all other forms of sexual discrimination or prejudice would quickly disappear. First-wave feminism, the early form of feminism which developed in the mid-19th century and was based on the pursuit of sexual equality in the areas of political and legal rights, particularly suffrage rights. Liberal feminism, a form of feminism that is grounded in the belief that sexual differences are irrelevant to personal worth, and calls for equal rights for women and men in the public sphere. The women's movement was strongest in those countries where political democracy was most advanced. The famous Seneca Falls Convention, held in 1848, marked the birth of the U.S. women's rights movement. It adopted a Declaration of Sentiments written by Elizabeth Cady Stanton, 1815-1902, which deliberately drew on the language and principles of the Declaration of Independence and called, among other things, for female suffrage. The National Women's Suffrage Association, led by Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, 1820-1906, was set up in 1869 and merged with the more conservative American Women's Suffrage Association in 1890. Similar movements developed in other Western countries. In the UK, an organized movement developed during the 1850s, and in 1867, the House of Commons defeated the first attempt to introduce female suffrage, an amendment to the Second Reform Act, proposed by John Stuart Mill, see page 25. The UK suffrage movement adopted increasingly militant tactics after the formation in 1903 of the Women's Social and Political Union, led by Emmeline Pankhurst, 1858-1928, and her daughter Christabel, 1880-1958. From their underground base in Paris, the Pankhursts coordinated a campaign of direct action in which suffragettes carried out wholesale attacks on property and mounted a series of well-publicized public demonstrations. Feminism's first wave ended with the achievement of female suffrage, introduced first in New Zealand in 1893. The 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution granted the vote to American women in 1920. The franchise was extended to women in the UK in 1918, but they did not achieve equal voting rights with men for a further decade. Ironically, in many ways, winning the right to vote weakened and undermined the women's movement. The struggle for female suffrage had united and inspired the movement, giving it a clear goal and a coherent structure. Furthermore, many activists naively believed that in winning suffrage rights, women had achieved full emancipation. It was not until the 1960s that the women's movement was regenerated, with the emergence of feminism's second wave. The publication in 1963 of Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique did much to relaunch feminist thought. Second wave feminism, as it became known, acknowledged that the achievement of political and legal rights had not solved the women's question. Indeed, feminist ideas and arguments became increasingly radical and at times revolutionary. Books such as Kate Millett's Sexual Politics, 1970, and Germaine Greer's The Female Eunuch, 1970, pushed back the borders of what had previously been considered to be political by focusing attention on the personal, psychological, and sexual aspects of female oppression. The goal of second-wave feminism was not merely political emancipation but women's liberation, reflected in the ideas of the growing women's liberation movement. Such a goal could not be achieved by political reforms or legal changes alone, but demanded, modern feminists argued, a more far-reaching and perhaps revolutionary process of social change. Second-wave feminism, the form of feminism that emerged in the 1960s and 1970s, and was characterized by a more radical concern with women's liberation, including and perhaps especially in the private sphere. Since the first flowering of radical feminism in the late 1960s and early 1970s, feminism has developed into a distinctive and established ideology, whose ideas and values challenge the most basic assumptions of conventional political thought. Feminism has succeeded in establishing gender and gender perspectives as important themes in a range of academic disciplines, and in raising consciousness about gender issues in public life in general. By the 1990s, feminist organizations existed in all Western countries and most parts of the developing world. However, three processes have accompanied these developments. The first is a process of deradicalization, whereby there has been a retreat from the sometimes uncompromising positions that characterized feminism in the early 1970s. This led to the growing popularity of the idea of post-feminism, suggesting that as feminist objectives have been largely achieved, the women's movement has moved beyond feminism. Radical feminism, a form of feminism that holds gender divisions to be the most politically significant of social cleavages, and believes that they are rooted in the structures of domestic life. Gender, a social and cultural distinction between males and females, as opposed to sex, which refers to biological and therefore ineradicable differences between women and men. Post-feminism, either the perception that many or all of the goals of feminism have been achieved, or the loss of support for feminism among women. The second process is one of fragmentation. Instead of simply losing its radical or critical edge, feminist thinking has gone through a process of radical diversification, making it difficult and perhaps impossible any longer to identify common ground within feminism. In addition to the core feminist traditions, liberal feminism, socialist feminism, and radical feminism, must now be added postmodern feminism, psychoanalytical feminism, black feminism, lesbian feminism, and transfeminism, among others. The third, and related, process is the growing recognition of intersectionality, see page 201, and of the tendency for women to have multiple social identities. Women, thus, do not have a straightforward gender-based identity but one in which, for instance, race, social class, ethnicity, age, religion, nationality, and sexual orientation can overlap or intersect with gender. This implies that women may be subject to interlocking systems of oppression and discrimination, as sexism becomes entangled with racism, see page 162, xenophobia, homophobia, and the like. Socialist feminism, a form of feminism that links the subordination of women to the dynamics of the capitalist economic system, emphasizing that women's liberation requires a process of radical social change. Transfeminism, a form of feminism that rejects the idea of fixed identities and specifically avows sexual and gender ambiguity. Sexism, prejudice or discrimination based on sex, especially discrimination against women. Core themes. Until the 1960s, the idea that feminism should be regarded as an ideology in its own right would have been highly questionable. It is more likely that feminism would have been viewed as a subset of liberalism and socialism, the point at which the basic values and theories of these two ideologies can be applied to gender issues. The rise of radical feminism changed this, in that radical feminists proclaimed the central political importance of gender divisions, something that no conventional ideology could accept. Conventional ideologies were therefore viewed as inadequate vehicles for advancing the social role of women, and even, at times, criticized for harboring patriarchal attitudes and assumptions. However, the emergent ideology of feminism was clearly a cross-cutting ideology, encompassing, from the outset, distinctive liberal, socialist, and radical subtraditions, as well as a range of hybrid or dual-system feminisms, stemming from the attempt, for example, to blend radical feminism with certain Marxist ideas. Although this level of ideological diversity was intensified, particularly from the 1990s onwards, by a more radical engagement with the politics of difference and the emergence of new feminist tendencies, a number of common ground themes can still be identified within feminism. The most important of these are redefining the political sex and gender, patriarchy, equality, and difference. Redefining the political. Traditional notions of what is political locate politics in the arena of public rather than private life. Politics has usually been understood as an activity that takes place within a public sphere of government institutions, political parties, pressure groups, and public debate. Family life and personal relationships have normally been thought to be part of a private sphere, and therefore to be non-political. Modern feminists, on the other hand, insist that politics is an activity that takes place within all social groups and is not merely confined to the affairs of government or other public bodies. Politics exists whenever and wherever social conflict is found. Kate Millett, for example, defined politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. The relationship between government and its citizens is therefore clearly political, but so is the relationship between employers and workers within a firm, and also relationships in the family between husbands and wives and between parents and children. Key figure. Denver Post/Getty Images. Kate Millett, born 1934. A U.S. feminist writer, political activist, and artist, Millett developed a comprehensive critique of patriarchy in Western society and culture that had a profound impact on radical feminism. In Sexual Politics, 1970, Millett analyzed the work of male writers, from D.H. Lawrence to Norman Mailer, highlighting their use of sex to degrade and undermine women. In her view, such literature reflects deeply patriarchal attitudes that pervade culture and society at large, providing evidence that patriarchy is a historical and social constant. The definition of what is political is not merely of academic interest. Feminists argue that sexual inequality has been preserved precisely because the sexual division of labor that runs through society has been thought of as natural rather than political. Traditionally, the public sphere of life encompassing politics, work, art, and literature has been the preserve of men, while women have been confined to an essentially private existence, centered on the family and domestic responsibilities, as illustrated in Figure 9.1. If politics takes place only within the public sphere, the role of women and the question of sexual equality are issues of little or no political importance. Women, restricted to the private role of housewife and mother, are in effect excluded from politics. Feminists have therefore sought to challenge the divide between public man and private woman, Elshton, 1993. However, they have not always agreed about what it means to break down the public/private divide, about how it can be achieved, or about how far it is desirable. Radical feminists have been the keenest opponents of the idea that politics stops at the front door, proclaiming instead that the personal is the political. Female oppression is thus thought to operate in all walks of life, and in many respects originates in the family itself. Radical feminists have therefore been concerned to analyze what can be called the politics of everyday life. This includes the process of conditioning in the family, the distribution of housework and other domestic responsibilities, and the politics of personal and sexual conduct. For some feminists, breaking down the public/private divide implies transferring the responsibilities of private life to the state or other public bodies. For example, the burden of child rearing on women could be relieved by more generous welfare support for families or the provision of nursery schools or creches at work. Socialist feminists have also viewed the private sphere as political, in that they have linked women's roles within the conventional family to the maintenance of the capitalist economic system. However, although liberal feminists object to restrictions on women's access to the public sphere of education, work, and political life, they also warn against the dangers of politicizing the private sphere, which, according to liberal theory, is a realm of personal choice and individual freedom. Figure 9.1 The sexual division of labor. Sex and gender. The most common of all anti-feminist arguments is that the gender division that runs through society is natural. Women and men merely fulfill the social roles for which nature designed them. The fact that childbearing is unique to the female sex is thus seen to suit women for the responsibilities of motherhood, nurturing, educating, and raising children by devoting themselves to home and family. In short, biology is destiny. Feminists typically challenge such thinking by drawing a sharp distinction between sex and gender. Sex, in this sense, refers to biological differences between females and males. These differences are natural and therefore are unalterable. The most important sex differences are those that are linked to reproduction. Gender, on the other hand, is a cultural term. It refers to the different roles that society ascribes to women and men. Gender differences are typically imposed through contrasting stereotypes of masculinity and femininity. As Simone de Beauvoir pointed out, Women are made, they are not born. In denying that there is a necessary or logical link between sex and gender, feminists therefore emphasize that gender differences are socially or even politically constructed. Perspectives on gender. Liberals have traditionally regarded differences between women and men as being of entirely private or personal significance. In public and political life, all people are considered as individuals, gender being as irrelevant as ethnicity or social class. In this sense, individualism is gender-blind. Conservatives have traditionally emphasized the social and political significance of gender divisions, arguing that they imply that the sexual division of labor between women and men is natural and inevitable. Gender is thus one of the factors that gives society its organic and hierarchical character. Socialists, like liberals, have rarely treated gender as a politically significant category. When gender divisions are significant, it is usually because they reflect and are sustained by deeper economic and class inequalities. Fascists view gender as a fundamental division within humankind. Men naturally monopolize leadership and decision-making, while women are suited to an entirely domestic, supportive, and subordinate role. Feminists usually see gender as a cultural or political distinction in contrast to biological and ineradicable sexual differences. Gender divisions are therefore a manifestation of male power. Difference feminists may nevertheless believe that gender differences reflect a psychobiological gulf between female and male attributes and sensibilities. Fundamentalists have an ultra-conservative view of gender roles, typically characterized by male guardianship over the family, the observation by women of a strict dress code, and restrictions on women's access to aspects of public life. Key figure. Evening Standard/Hulton Archive/Getty Images. Simone de Beauvoir, 1906–86. A French novelist, playwright, and social critic, de Beauvoir's work reopened the issue of gender politics and foreshadowed the ideas of later radical feminists. In The Second Sex, 1949, she developed a complex critique of patriarchal culture in which the masculine is represented as the positive or the norm, while the feminine is portrayed as the other, fundamentally limiting women's freedom and denying them their full humanity. De Beauvoir placed her faith in rationality and critical analysis as the means of exposing this process. Most feminists believe that human nature is characterized by androgyny. All human beings, regardless of sex, possess the genetic inheritance of a mother and a father and therefore embody a blend of both female and male attributes or traits. Such a view accepts that sex differences are biological facts of life but insists that they have no necessary social, political, or economic implications. Women and men should thus not be judged by their sex but as individuals, as persons. This implies that the central core of feminism is the achievement of genderless personhood. Establishing a concept of gender that is divorced from biological sex had crucial significance for feminist theory in at least two senses. Not only does it highlight the possibility of social change, socially constructed identities can be reconstructed or even demolished, but it also draws attention to the processes through which women are engendered and therefore oppressed. Androgyny, the possession of both male and female characteristics, used to imply that human beings are sexless persons in the sense that sex is irrelevant to their social role or political status. Although most feminists have regarded the sex/gender distinction as empowering, others have attacked it. These attacks have been launched from two main directions. The first, advanced by so-called difference feminists, suggests that there are profound and perhaps ineradicable differences between women and men. From this essentialist perspective, accepted by some but by no means all difference feminists, social and cultural characteristics are seen to reflect deeper biological differences. The second attack on the sex/gender distinction challenges the categories themselves. Postmodern feminists have questioned whether sex is as clear-cut a biological distinction as is usually assumed. For example, the features of biological womanhood do not apply to many who are classified as women. Some women cannot bear children, some women are not sexually attracted to men, and so on. The categories female and male are therefore more or less arbitrary. An alternative approach to gender has been advanced by the trans movement. In seeing gender as essentially a matter of self-identification, this explodes the binary conception of gender in which the human world is tidally divided into female and male parts. The implications of such thinking are examined later in the chapter in connection with trans theory and feminism. Difference feminism, a form of feminism which holds that there are deep and possibly ineradicable differences between women and men, whether these are rooted in biology, culture, or material experience. Essentialism, the belief that biological factors are crucial in determining psychological and behavioral traits. Binary, composed of or involving two parts. Patriarchy. Feminists use the concept of patriarchy to describe the power relationship between women and men. The term literally means rule by the father, pater meaning father in Latin. Some feminists employ patriarchy only in the specific and limited sense to describe the structure of the family and the dominance of the husband-father within it, preferring to use broader terms such as male supremacy or male dominance to describe gender relations in society at large. However, feminists believe that the dominance of the father within the family symbolizes male supremacy in all other institutions. Many would argue, moreover, that the patriarchal family lies at the heart of a systematic process of male domination in that it reproduces male dominance in all other walks of life, in education, at work, and in politics. Patriarchy is therefore commonly used in a broader sense to mean quite simply ruled by men, both within the family and outside. Millett, 1970, for instance, described patriarchal government as an institution whereby that half of the populace which is female is controlled by that half which is male. She suggested that patriarchy contains two principles: male shall dominate female, elder male shall dominate younger. A patriarchy is therefore a hierarchic society characterized by both sexual and generational oppression. Patriarchy, literally rule by the father, often used more generally to describe the dominance of men and subordination of women in society at large. The concept of patriarchy is, nevertheless, broad. Feminists may believe that men have dominated women in all societies, but accept that the forms and degree of oppression have varied considerably in different cultures and at different times. At least in Western countries, the social position of women improved significantly during the 20th century as a result of the achievement of the vote and broader access to education, changes in marriage and divorce law, the legalization of abortion, and so on. However, in parts of the developing world, patriarchy still assumes a cruel, even gruesome, form. Tens of million women, mainly in Africa, are subjected to the practice of female genital mutilation. Bride murders still occur in India, and the persistence of the dowry system ensures that female children are often unwanted and sometimes allowed to die. Nevertheless, by no means are the physical intimidation of women and sexual violence confined to developing societies, as the Me Too movement has highlighted. See page 194. Feminists do not have a single or simple analysis of patriarchy, however. Liberal feminists, to the extent that they use the term, use it primarily to draw attention to the unequal distribution of rights and entitlements in society at large. The face of patriarchy they highlight is therefore the underrepresentation of women in senior positions in politics, business, the professions, and public life generally. Socialist feminists tend to emphasize the economic aspects of patriarchy. In their view, patriarchy operates in tandem with capitalism, gender subordination, and class inequality being interlinked systems of oppression. Some socialist feminists, indeed, reject the term altogether on the grounds that gender inequality is merely a consequence of the class system. Capitalism, not patriarchy, is the issue. Radical feminists, on the other hand, place considerable stress on patriarchy. They see it as a systematic, institutionalized, and pervasive form of male power that is rooted in the family. Patriarchy thus expresses the belief that the pattern of male domination and female subordination that characterizes society at large is essentially a reflection of the power structures that operate within domestic life, as illustrated in Figure 9.2. Figure 9.2 Radical feminist view of patriarchy. Equality and difference. Although the goal of feminism is the overthrow of patriarchy and the ending of sexist oppression, feminists have sometimes been uncertain about what this means in practice and how it can be brought about. Traditionally, women have demanded equality with men, even to the extent that feminism is often characterized as a movement for the achievement of sexual equality. However, the issue of equality has also exposed major fault lines within feminism. Feminists have embraced contrasting notions of equality, and some have entirely rejected equality in favor of the idea of difference. Liberal feminists champion legal and political equality with men. They have supported an equal rights agenda which would enable women to compete in public life on equal terms with men, regardless. They have supported an equal rights agenda which would enable women to compete in public life on equal terms with men, regardless of sex. Equality thus means equal access to the public realm. Socialist feminists, in contrast, argue that equal rights may be meaningless unless women also enjoy social equality. Equality, in this sense, has to apply in terms of economic power, and so must address issues such as the ownership of wealth, pay differentials, and the distinction between waged and unwaged labor. Radical feminists, for their part, are primarily concerned about equality in family and personal life. Equality must therefore operate, for example, in terms of childcare and other domestic responsibilities, the control of one's own body and sexual expression and fulfillment. Political ideologies in action. The Me Too movement. Events. In 2006, the social activist and community organizer, Tarana Burke, first used the phrase Me Too on the MySpace social network to indicate solidarity with sufferers of sexual violence, focusing especially on the threat posed to Black women and women from low-income communities. Burke was later to be acknowledged as the leader of the Me Too movement. However, it was not until October 2017 when allegations surfaced of serial sexual misconduct by the Hollywood movie mogul, Harvey Weinstein, that the movement began to spread virally as a hashtag #MeToo, on social media. This was encouraged by the U.S. actor Alyssa Milano, who proposed that Twitter be used to gauge the magnitude of the problem. In 2020, Weinstein was convicted of rape and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Significance. Feminists have long worked to promote bodily autonomy and to protect girls and women from brutal crimes such as rape, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. This focus indeed has sharpened since the 2010s, as issues such as sexual harassment in the workplace, campus sexual harassment, body shaming, sexist imagery in the media, and online misogyny have attracted greater attention. In this context, #MeToo has both raised awareness of the extent of sexual abuse and provoked debate, among men as well as women, about the norms of personal, professional, and sexual behavior, helping, in the process, to strengthen legal protections for women and girls. #MeToo's impact in these respects stems significantly from the benefits of social media-based political activism and the media attention generated by high-profile cases. However, #MeToo has also generated controversy within feminist circles. One source of tension derives from the allegedly declining emphasis on addressing the concerns of socially marginalized women, in view of the prominence that celebrities have assumed within the movement. A second source of tension focuses on differing understandings of sexism and how it should be challenged. On the one hand, those who support #MeToo typically assume that sexual harassment and assault are systemic problems, which can only be tackled by the transformation of society, using the power of empathy and solidarity. On the other hand, #MeToo's mainly liberal feminist detractors claim that the movement fails to recognize individual women as moral agents, who must, at some level, take responsibility for the decisions they make. From this perspective, the goal of feminism is not so much to transform society as to better equip women to navigate their way within society. Tensions within feminism. 1. Equality feminism v. Difference feminism, androgyny, essentialism, personhood, sisterhood, human rights, women's rights, gender equality, sexual liberation, abolish difference, celebrate difference, sex/gender, divide sex equals gender, transcend biology, embrace biology, pro-human, pro-woman, men are redeemable, men are the problem, engagement with men, feminist separatism. Despite tensions between them, these egalitarian positions are united in viewing gender differences in a negative light. Equality feminism links difference to patriarchy, seeing it as a manifestation of oppression or subordination. From this viewpoint, the feminist project is defined by the desire to liberate women from difference. However, other feminists champion difference rather than equality. Difference feminists regard the very notion of equality as either misguided or simply undesirable. To want to be equal to a man implies that women are male-identified, in that they define their goals in terms of what men are or what men have. The demand for equality therefore embodies a desire to be like men. Although feminists seek to overthrow patriarchy, many warn against the danger of modeling themselves on men, which would require them, for example, to adopt the competitive and aggressive behavior that characterizes male society. For many feminists, liberation means achieving fulfillment as women. In other words, being female-identified. Equality feminism. A form of feminism that aspires to the goal of sexual equality. Whether this is defined in terms of formal rights, the control of resources, or personal power. Difference feminists are thus often said to subscribe to a pro-woman position, which accepts that sex differences have political and social importance. This is based on the essentialist belief that women and men are fundamentally different at a psychobiological level. The aggressive and competitive nature of men and the creative and empathetic character of women are thought to reflect deeper hormonal and other genetic differences, rather than simply the structure of society. To idealize androgyny or personhood and ignore sex differences is therefore a mistake. Women should recognize and celebrate the distinctive characteristics of the female sex. They should seek liberation through difference, as developed and fulfilled women, not as sexless persons. In the form of cultural feminism, this has led to an emphasis on women's crafts, art, and literature, and on experiences that are unique to women and promote a sense of sisterhood, such as childbirth, motherhood, and menstruation. Pro-woman feminism, a form of feminism that advances a positive image of women's attributes and propensities, usually stressing creativity, caring, and human sympathy, and cooperation. Cultural feminism, a form of feminism that emphasizes an engagement with a woman-centered culture and lifestyle, and is typically repelled by the corrupting and aggressive male world of political activism. Types of feminism. Traditional feminist theories and modern approaches to gender and sexuality. Traditional feminist theories. Until the early 1990s, feminist discourse still revolved predominantly around first and second wave themes and issues, although new approaches to feminism had been emerging for a decade or more. Debate within feminism therefore continued to be conducted largely between three core traditions, namely, discourse, human interaction, especially communication. Discourse may disclose or illustrate power relations. Liberal feminism, socialist feminism, radical feminism. Liberal feminism. Early feminism, particularly the first wave of the women's movement, was deeply influenced by the ideas and values of liberalism. The first major feminist text, Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792-1967, argued that women should be entitled to the same rights and privileges as men on the grounds that they are human beings. She claimed that the distinction of sex would become unimportant in political and social life if women gained access to education and were regarded as rational creatures in their own right. John Stuart Mill's On the Subjection of Women, 1869-1970, written in collaboration with Harriet Taylor, proposed that society should be organized according to the principle of reason. John Stuart Mill's On the Subjection of Women, 1869-1970, written in collaboration with Harriet Taylor, proposed that society should be organized according to the principle of reason and that accidents of birth, such as sex, should be irrelevant. Women would therefore be entitled to the rights and liberties enjoyed by men and, in particular, the right to vote. Second-wave feminism also has a significant liberal component. For instance, Betty Friedan, see page 28, advanced a critique of the feminine mystique by which she referred to the cultural myth that women seek security and fulfillment in domestic life and feminine behavior. This myth therefore serves to discourage women from entering employment, politics, and public life in general. She highlighted what she called the problem with no name, the sense of despair and deep unhappiness that many women experienced because they were confined to a domestic existence and are thus unable to gain fulfillment in a career or through political life. In 1966, Friedan helped to found and became the first leader of the National Organization of Women, NOW, which has developed into a powerful pressure group and the largest women's organization in the world. The philosophical basis of liberal feminism lies in the principle of individualism, see page 24. This implies that individuals are entitled to equal treatment regardless of their gender, race, color, creed, or religion. If individuals are to be judged, it should be on rational grounds, on the content of their character, their talents, or their personal worth. Any form of discrimination against women that constrains their ability to participate in or gain access to public or political life should therefore be prohibited. Wollstonecraft, for example, insisted that education, in her day the province of men, should be opened up to women. J.S. Mill argued in favor of equal citizenship and political rights. Indeed, the entire suffrage movement was based on liberal individualism and the conviction that female emancipation would be brought about once women enjoyed equal voting rights with men. Liberal feminists have, nevertheless, usually assumed that women and men have different natures and inclinations and therefore accept that, at least in part, women's leaning towards family and domestic life is influenced by natural impulses and so reflects a willing choice. In the second stage, 1983, Friedan thus discussed the problem of reconciling the achievement of personhood made possible by opening up broader opportunities for women in work and public life with the need for love, represented by children, home, and the family. Although such a stance has encouraged some liberal feminists to proclaim that women can have it all, that is, a successful career as well as the satisfaction of motherhood and homemaking, radical feminists have criticized it for contributing to a mystique of motherhood. Finally, the demand for equal rights, which lies at the core of liberal feminism, has principally attracted those women whose education and social backgrounds equip them to take advantage of wider educational and career opportunities. For example, 19th-century feminists and the leaders of the suffrage movement were usually educated, middle-class women who had the opportunity to benefit from the right to vote, pursue a career, or enter public life. Female emancipation, in the liberal sense, may mean that other forms of social disadvantage, for example, those linked to social class and race, are ignored. Liberal feminism may therefore reflect the interests of white, middle-class women in developed societies but fail to address the problems of working-class women, black women, and women in the developing world. Socialist feminism. Although some early feminists subscribed to socialist ideas, socialist feminism only became prominent in the second half of the 20th century. In contrast to their liberal counterparts, socialist feminists have not believed that women simply face political or legal disadvantages that can be remedied by equal legal rights or the achievement of equal opportunities. Rather, they argue that the relationship between the sexes is rooted in the social and economic structure itself and that nothing short of profound social change, some would say a social revolution, can offer women the prospect of genuine emancipation. The central theme of socialist feminism is that patriarchy can only be understood in the light of social and economic factors. The classic statement of this argument was developed in Friedrich Engels' The Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884-1976. Engels suggested that the position of women in society had changed fundamentally with the development of capitalism and the institution of private property. In pre-capitalist societies, family life had been communistic and mother right, the inheritance of property and social position through the female line, was widely observed. Capitalism, however, being based on the ownership of private property by men, had overthrown mother right and brought about what Engels called the world historical defeat of the female sex. Like many subsequent socialist feminists, Engels believed that female oppression operates through the institution of the bourgeois family. The patriarchal character of such a family is ensured by the practice of patrilineality, through which descent is traced through the male line, together with the inheritance of property. Most socialist feminists agree that the confinement of women to a domestic sphere of housework and motherhood serves the economic interests of capitalism. Some have argued that women constitute a reserve army of labor which can be recruited into the workforce when there is a need to increase production but easily shed and return to domestic life during a depression, without imposing a burden on employers or the state. At the same time, women's domestic labor is vital to the health and efficiency of the economy. In bearing and rearing children, women are producing the next generation of capitalism's workers. Similarly, in their role as housewives, women relieve men of the burden of housework and child-rearing, allowing them to concentrate their time and energy on paid and productive employment. The traditional family provides the worker with a powerful incentive to find and keep a job because he has a wife and children to support. The family also provides male workers with a necessary cushion against the alienation and frustrations of life as wage slaves. Male breadwinners enjoy high status within the family and are relieved of the burden of trivial domestic labor. Although socialist feminists agree that the women's question cannot be separated from social and economic life, they are profoundly divided about the nature of that link. Gender divisions clearly cut across class cleavages, creating tension within socialist feminist analysis about the relative importance of gender and social class and raising particularly difficult questions for Marxist feminists. Orthodox Marxists insist on the primacy of class politics over sexual politics. This suggests that class exploitation is a deeper and more significant process than sexual oppression. It also suggests that women's emancipation will be a byproduct of a social revolution in which capitalism is overthrown and replaced by socialism. However, many modern socialist feminists find it difficult to accept the primacy of class politics over sexual politics, in part because of the disappointing progress made by women in state socialist societies such as the Soviet Union. Many of them, indeed, subscribe to a form of neo-Marxism which accepts the interplay of economic, social, political, and cultural forces in society. They therefore refuse to analyze the position of women in simple economic terms and have, instead, given attention to the cultural and ideological roots of patriarchy. This can be seen, for example, in Juliet Mitchell's 1971 assertion that women must achieve emancipation in 4 key areas: work, reproduction, sexuality, and the socialization of children. Radical feminism. The central feature of radical feminism is the belief that sexual oppression is the most fundamental feature of society and that other forms of injustice, class exploitation, racial hatred, and so on, are merely secondary. Gender is thought to be the deepest social cleavage and the most politically significant, more important, for example, than social class, race, or nation. Radical feminists have therefore insisted that society be understood as patriarchal to highlight the central role of gender oppression. Such thinking was evident in the pioneering work of Simone de Beauvoir and was developed by early radical feminists such as Eva Figs, Germaine Greer, and Kate Millett. Figs' Patriarchal Attitudes 1970 drew attention not to the more familiar legal or social disadvantages suffered by women, but to the fact that patriarchal values and beliefs pervade the culture, philosophy, morality, and religion of society. In all walks of life and learning, women are portrayed as inferior and subordinate to men, a stereotype of femininity being imposed on women by men. In The Female Eunuch 1970, Greer suggested that women are conditioned to a passive sexual role which has repressed their true sexuality as well as the more active and adventurous side of their personalities. In effect, women have been castrated and turned into sexless objects by the cultural stereotype of the eternal feminine. In Sexual Politics 1970, Millett argued that the different roles of women and men have their origin in a process of conditioning from an early age. Boys and girls are encouraged to conform to very specific gender identities. This process takes place largely within the family, patriarchy's chief institution, but it is also evident in literature, art, public life, and the economy. Millett proposed that patriarchy should be challenged through a process of consciousness raising, an idea influenced by the Black Power movement of the 1960s and early 1970s. Sexuality, the capacity for erotic feeling, usually linked to sexual orientation or preference. Consciousness raising, strategies to remodel social identity and challenge cultural inferiority by an emphasis on pride, self-worth, and self-assertion. Key figure: David Levinson / Getty Images Entertainment / Getty Images. Germaine Greer, born 1939. An Australian writer, academic and journalist, Greer's The Female Eunuch 1970, helped to stimulate radical feminist theorizing. Its principal theme, the extent to which male domination is upheld by a systematic process of sexual repression, was accompanied by a call for women to re-engage with their libido, their faculty of desire, and their sexuality. In Sex and Destiny 1985, Greer celebrated the importance of childbearing and motherhood, while The Whole Woman 1999 criticized lifestyle feminists and the alleged right to have it all. Radical feminists generally agree that the origins of patriarchy lie in the structures of family, domestic, and personal life, and therefore that women's liberation requires a sexual revolution in which these structures are overthrown and replaced. However, radical feminism encompasses a number of divergent elements, some of which emphasize the fundamental and unalterable difference between women and men. An example of this is the pro-woman position, particularly strong in France and the USA. This position extols the positive virtues of fertility and motherhood. Women should not try to be more like men. Instead, they should recognize and embrace their sisterhood, the bonds that link them to all other women. The pro-woman position therefore accepts that women's attitudes and values are different from men's, but implies that in certain respects women are superior, possessing the qualities of creativity, sensitivity, and caring, which men can never fully appreciate or develop. Such ideas have been associated in particular with ecofeminism, which is examined in Chapter 10. The acceptance of deep and possibly unalterable differences between women and men leads some radical feminists to retreat from what they see as the corrupting and aggressive male world of political activism into an apolitical, woman-centered culture and lifestyle. Conversely, others become politically assertive and even revolutionary. This is based on the assumption that the roots of patriarchy reside within the male sex itself. All men are thus physically and psychologically disposed to oppress all women, in other words, men are the enemy. This clearly leads in the direction of feminist separatism. Men constitute an oppressive sex class dedicated to aggression, domination, and destruction, so the female sex class is therefore the universal victim. For example, Susan Brownmiller's Against Our Will 1975 emphasized that men dominate women through a process of physical and sexual abuse. Men have created an ideology of rape which amounts to a conscious process of intimidation by which all men keep all women in a state of fear. Tensions within. Feminism 2. Liberal feminism v. Radical feminism, female emancipation, women's liberation, gender equality, patriarchy. Individualism, sisterhood. Conventional politics, the personal is political, public/private divide, transform private realm, access to public realm, gender equality, equal rights/opportunities, sexual politics, reform/gradualism, revolutionary change, political activism, consciousness raising. Feminists who have pursued this line of argument also believe that it has profound implications for women's personal and sexual conduct. Sexual equality and harmony is impossible because all relationships between women and men must involve oppression. Heterosexual women are therefore thought to be male-identified, incapable of fully realizing their true nature and becoming female-identified. This has led to the development of political lesbianism, which holds that sexual preferences are an issue of crucial political importance for women. Only women who remain celibate or choose lesbianism can regard themselves as woman-identified women. In the slogan attributed to T. Grace Atkinson, feminism is the theory, lesbianism is the practice, Charvet, 1982. However, the issues of separatism and lesbianism have deeply divided the women's movement, the majority of radical feminists remaining faithful to the goal of constructing a non-sexist society, in which women and men live in harmony with one another. Modern approaches to gender and sexuality. Since the 1990s, feminist discourse has moved beyond the campaigns and demands of the 1960s and 1970s women's movement. This has made it increasingly difficult to analyze feminism simply in terms of the threefold division into liberal, socialist, and radical traditions. Not only have new forms of feminism emerged, but feminism has also been challenged as well as enriched by its encounter with new thinking about gender and sexuality. Among the themes that this has brought to the fore are the following: third-wave thinking and intersectionality, trans theory and feminism, queer theory. Third-wave thinking and intersectionality. The term third-wave feminism was increasingly adopted from the 1990s onwards, becoming popular among feminist theorists for whom the concerns of the 1960s and 1970s women's movement seemed to lack relevance to their own lives. This was both because of the emergence of new issues in feminist politics and because of the political and social transformations that second wave feminism has brought about. Heywood and Drake, 1997. If there was a unifying theme within third-wave feminism, it was a more radical engagement with the politics of difference, especially going beyond those strands within radical feminism that emphasize that women are different from men by showing a greater concern with differences between women. In so doing, third-wave feminists tried to rectify an overemphasis within earlier forms of feminism on the aspirations and experiences of middle-class white women in developed societies, thereby illustrating the extent to which the contemporary women's movement is characterized by diversity, hybridity, and what the U.S. scholar and advocate Kimberly Crenshaw, born 1959, dubbed intersectionality. This has allowed the voices of, among others, low-income women, women in the developing world, women of color, and Latinx people to be heard more effectively. Black feminism has been particularly effective in this respect, challenging the tendency within conventional forms of feminism to ignore racial differences and to suggest that women endure a common oppression by virtue of their gender. Especially strong in the USA and developed in the writings of theorists such as bell hooks, black feminism portrays sexism and racism as linked systems of oppression and highlights the particular and complex range of gender, racial, and economic disadvantages that confront women of color. Latinx, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer, or questioning. Key concept. Intersectionality. Intersectionality is a framework for the analysis of injustice and social equality that emphasizes the multidimensional or multifaceted nature of personal identity and of related systems of domination. In this view, women do not just have a straightforward gender-based identity but rather one in which, for instance, race, social class, ethnicity, age, religion, nationality, and sexual orientation can overlap, or intersect, with gender. This implies that women may be subject to interlocking systems of oppression and discrimination as sexism becomes entangled with racism, xenophobia, homophobia, and so on. Key figure. Karjian Levine / archive photos / Getty Images. Bell Hooks, born 1952. A cultural critic, feminist, and writer, Gloria Jean Watkins, better known by her pen name Bell Hooks, has emphasized that feminist theorizing must take account of intersectionality and be approached from the lenses of gender, race, and social class. In her classic Ain't I a Woman, 1985, Hooks examined the history of black women in the USA. Arguing that, in the USA, racism takes precedence over sexism, she advanced a powerful critique of the implicit racism of the mainstream women's movement. In being concerned about issues of identity and the processes through which women's identities are constructed and can be reconstructed, third-wave feminism also reflects the influence of post-structuralism. Influenced particularly by the French philosopher Michel Foucault, 1926–84, post-structuralism has drawn attention to the link between power and systems of thought using the idea of discourse or discourses of power. In crude terms, this implies that knowledge is power. Post-structuralist or postmodernist feminists question the idea of a fixed female identity, also rejecting the notion that insights can be drawn from a distinctive set of women's experiences. From the post-structural perspective, even the idea of woman may be nothing more than a fiction, as supposedly indisputable biological differences between women and men are, in significant ways, shaped by gendered discourses. Not all women are capable of bearing children, for example. However, it is questionable whether the consistent application of post-structural or postmodern analysis is compatible with the maintenance of a distinctively feminist political orientation. Post-structuralism, an intellectual tradition related to postmodernism which emphasizes that all ideas and concepts are expressed in language that itself is enmeshed in complex relations of power. Trans theory and feminism. Although genderqueer and transgender issues sometimes surfaced in the 1970s, often in connection with cultural feminism or lesbian separatism, trans theory or transgenderism has only been recognized as a specific area of political-cultural debate since the 1990s. At the heart of trans theory lies a radically critical approach to thinking about gender. In particular, trans theorists reject the binary conception of gender, in which society allocates its members to one of two sets of identities, usually linked to biological or anatomical differences. In the binary view, the categories woman and man are meaningful and objectively based. Although trans theory is not associated with a single or simple conception of gender, its most influential belief is the idea of gender and sexual ambiguity, sometimes based on the idea of a gender continuum. Trans people are thus gender non-conforming. They are neither women nor men. Beasley, 2005. From this non-binary perspective, gender is not something that is determined at birth or ascribed to individuals by society. Instead, it is a matter of self-identity. People are therefore whatever gender they choose to be, based on their inner feelings. In this vein, Judith Butler's concept of gender as repeated social performance has been particularly influential. Such thinking is discussed further in connection with queer theory. Genderqueer, denoting or relating to people who do not conform to prevailing expectations about gender, usually by crossing over or moving between gender identities. Transgender, denoting or relating to people who do not conform to the sex they were assigned at birth, and who may seek to realign their gender and their sex through medical intervention. Key figure. Target Presa Agenter GmbH / Getty Images News / Getty Images. Judith Butler, born 1956. A U.S. philosopher and gender theorist, Butler has challenged currents in feminist thinking that unwittingly enforce a binary view of gender identity, in which human beings are divided into two clear-cut groups, women and men. She rejects the idea that the sex/gender divide reflects an underpinning nature/culture divide, arguing instead that gender encompasses the discursive and cultural means whereby sex-nature, or a natural sex, is produced. Butler thus contends that not only gender but sex itself is, at least to some extent, a performative social construct. Butler's most influential work is Gender Trouble, 1990-2006. The relationship between trans theory and feminism is both contested and controversial. While early encounters between feminism and the emergent trans movement were often marked by hostility, over time there has been a greater willingness among feminists to take on board issues raised by trans activists. Not only does this reflect widening support within feminism for a more personalized and nuanced approach to gender, but it also demonstrates a growing awareness of the parallels and overlaps that exist between sexism and transphobia. At the same time, supporters of the trans movement have increasingly recognized the extent to which its thinking may be applicable to all women. Scott Dixon, 2006. Such an alignment of ideological forces has been recognized most acutely by transfeminist scholars and activists, whose objective is to advance the social role of trans women, together with those who are sympathetic to their needs. Transphobia, prejudice against or dislike of people who do not conform to prevailing expectations about gender identity. Nevertheless, other feminists have viewed trans theory, and, with it, the notion of transfeminism as deeply problematic. In part, this reflects the difficulty of reconciling feminism's stress on the distinctions between sex and gender, and between biology and culture with a rejection of gender binaries of all kinds, a task that becomes yet more difficult if difference feminism is taken into account. Further concerns have flowed from the alleged clash between trans rights and women's rights. Some feminists argue, for example, that if anyone who self-identifies as a woman is a woman, this could allow male-bodied people to intrude into women's spaces, threatening to erode women's identities, safety, and privacy. Supporters of the trans movement have nevertheless held that such views reflect the influence of a strain of anti-trans thinking within feminism, commonly termed trans-exclusionary radical feminism, TERF, although its proponents prefer to call themselves gender-critical. TERF emerged in the 2000s but grew out of ideas developed within 1970s radical feminist circles. It is trans-exclusionary in the sense that it opposes trans rights generally and calls for the exclusion of trans women from spaces and organizations specifically designed for women. Such positions are underpinned by the core TERF belief that trans women are not women, a stance that is also commonly associated with conservatism. Queer theory. The term queer theory was coined in 1990 by the Italian-American feminist theorist Teresa de Lauretis. This reflected the tendency within the LGBT community in the 1980s for queer, once a term of homophobic abuse, to be reclaimed as a means of denoting a radical and unapologetic rejection of conventional sexual identities. The link between queer and theory was largely forged by the application of post-structuralism to the analysis of sexuality, especially in the writings of Michel Foucault. Being primarily concerned with the construction of the human subject, Foucault treated sexuality as a discursive social production rather than an essential and biologically rooted part of a human. From the perspective of queer theory, therefore, sexuality is not a natural, fixed core identity, but something that is fluid, plural, and continually negotiated. Although queer theory was built on foundations that had been shaped by feminism, and especially the encounter between lesbian feminism and the gay liberation front, many queer thinkers now believe that sexuality can and should be theorized independently from feminism. In that sense, queer theory has been said to go beyond gender, sexual identity being prioritized over gender identity. Perhaps the defining feature of queer theory is robust opposition to heteronormativity, sometimes dubbed anti-heteronormativity. Heteronormativity establishes heterosexuality as the baseline for humankind, a position sustained by cultural belief, religion, and institutional arrangements, linked, among other things, to marriage, taxation, and adoption rights. Even the practice of coming out as gay assumes that people are straight to begin with. As such, heteronormativity systematically marginalizes and invisibilizes gay people. Resistance to this can nevertheless be explained by reference to the concept of gender performativity, particularly as developed by Judith Butler, 2006. To say that gender is performative is to say that how we understand gender, and how we position ourselves as gendered or sexual beings in relation to other, is a product of repeated words and actions. Gender and sexuality are therefore not an expression of what one is, identity, but of what one does, social action. A final aspect of queer theory is a general tendency to adopt an intersectional approach to analysis that refuses to view sexuality in isolation from other social structures, with a particular emphasis being placed on the interplay between sexuality and race. Heteronormativity, institutional and other arrangements that present heterosexuality as the normal, natural and/or preferred way of life for human beings. Performativity, repeated actions or rituals through which a subject, gendered or otherwise, is constructed. The future of feminism. The image of feminism as constantly beleaguered and in retreat, conjured up by the once fashionable idea of post-feminism, is starkly misleading. Rather than being dead or at least transformed into something else, which is not really feminist, feminism is alive and vibrant and shows every sign of continuing to be so. Walby, 2011. What has happened to feminism is that it has become less visible or less easily noticed, but this may be more a reflection of feminism's widening influence than its incipient decline. This can be seen in at least two respects. First, feminism is no longer only or mainly an outsider protest movement. Instead, it has increasingly moved into the mainstream. This can, for example, be seen in the fact that initiatives to reduce gender inequality, a traditional concern of feminism, even though the initiatives are not necessarily labeled feminist, have increasingly become standard practice in the public services and across civil society. Further evidence of this can be found in the prominence feminist perspectives now enjoy in a growing range of fields of academic study. Second, the ideological orientation of feminism has been revised and broadened. Whereas feminism once focused on the relatively narrow goal of advancing the role of women by reducing gender inequality, it has come to address the issue of gender relations in general, reflecting on both how they are shaped and how they can be transformed. This has drawn feminists, together with those influenced by feminism but who do not self-define as feminists, into wider debates about gender and sexuality. Feminism, nevertheless, is confronted by a number of enduring challenges. One of the most significant of these challenges is that feminism's successes threaten to weaken the women's movement, undermining its unity and sense of purpose. The achievement of votes for women accomplished in many Western states in the early 20th century was thus followed by decades of decline, during which the women's movement often barely functioned. Similarly, the reforms of the 1960s and 1970s, which witnessed, among other things, the legalization of abortion, the introduction of equal pay and anti-discrimination legislation, and wider access for women to education and political and professional life, led to a period of feminist de-radicalization. A further challenge is that the survival of the forces of anti-feminism seems to suggest that feminism will always exist within a contested political environment. This was evident in the 1980s in a conservative backlash against feminism, which has been revived in the early decades of the 21st century in association with the rise of right-wing populism. Questions for discussion. Why and how have feminists challenged conventional notions of politics? Why has the distinction between sex and gender been so important to feminist analysis? What role does patriarchy play in feminist theory? Why do some feminists reject the goal of gender equality? To what extent is feminism compatible with liberalism? In what sense is radical feminism revolutionary? Is socialist feminism a contradiction in terms? Are the differences within feminism greater than the similarities? Have the core liberal, socialist, and radical feminist traditions been exhausted? To what extent and how can feminism engage with the politics of difference? Is feminism compatible with trans theory? What light does queer theory shed on our understanding of gender? Further reading. Bryson, V. Feminist Political Theory, An Introduction, 3rd ed. 2016. A Thorough Introduction to the Development of Feminist Theory. Dish, L. and Hawksworth, M. The Oxford Handbook of Feminist Theory, 2016. The definitive survey of feminist scholarship across many applications of society and politics. McCann, H., and Monahan, W., Queer Theory Now, From Foundations to Futures, 2020. An introductory textbook on the development of queer theory and its political implications. Tong, R., and Botts, T., Feminist Thought, A More Comprehensive Introduction, 5th ed. 2018. An in-depth survey of the key branches in feminist theory, particularly those emerging in recent decades. Ms. Magazine and the Feminist Majority. Founded in 1971, MS is one of the longest-running feminist publications now published by the Feminist Majority. Both websites feature news, educational resources, commentary, and media on feminist issues, politics, and history. Chapter 10. Ecologism. Preview historical overview core themes types of ecologism the future of ecologism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. The term ecology was coined by the German zoologist Ernst Haeckel in 1866. Derived from the Greek oikos meaning household or habitat, he used it to refer to the investigations of the total relations of the animal both to its organic and its inorganic environment. Since the early years of the 20th century, ecology has been recognized as a branch of biology that studies the relationship among living organisms and their environment. It has, however, increasingly been converted into a political term by the use made of it, especially since the 1960s by the growing green or environmental movement. As a political ideology, ecologism is based on the belief that nature is an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. This has encouraged ecological thinkers to question, but not necessarily reject, the anthropocentric or human-centered assumptions of conventional political ideologies, allowing them to come up with new ideas about, among other things, economics, morality, and social organization. Nevertheless, there are different strains and tendencies within ecologism. Some ecologists are committed to shallow ecology, which attempts to harness the lessons of ecology to human ends and needs. This provides the basis for a reformist or modernist approach to ecologism, sometimes dubbed environmentalism. It is also expressed through ecological theories that acknowledge that the relationship between humankind and nature has an important social dimension. These include eco-socialism and eco-anarchism. Deep ecologists, on the other hand, completely reject any lingering belief that the human species is in some way superior to, or more important than, any other species. This is a stance that has also been embraced by some eco-feminist thinkers. Historical overview. Although modern environmental politics did not emerge until the 1960s and 1970s, ecological ideas can be traced back to much earlier times. Many have suggested that the principles of contemporary ecologism owe much to ancient pagan religions which stressed the concept of an Earth Mother, and to Eastern religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. However, to a large extent, ecologism was, and remains, a reaction against the process of industrialization. This was evident in the 19th century when the spread of urban and industrial life created a profound nostalgia for an idealized rural existence, as conveyed by novelists such as Thomas Hardy and political thinkers such as the UK libertarian socialist William Morris (1834–96) and Peter Kropotkin, see page 113. This reaction was often strongest in those countries that had experienced the most rapid and dramatic process of industrialization. For example, Germany's rapid industrialization in the 19th century deeply scarred its political culture, creating powerful myths about the purity and dignity of peasant life and giving rise to a strong back to nature movement among German youth. Such romantic pastoralism was most likely to surface during the 20th century in right-wing political doctrines, not least the blood and soil ideas of the German Nazis. Pastoralism, a belief in the virtues of rural existence, simplicity, community, and a closeness to nature, in contrast to the allegedly corrupting influence of urban and industrialized life. The growth of ecologism since the 1960s has been provoked by the further and more intense advance of industrialization and urbanization, linked to the emergence of post-material sensibilities among young people in particular. Environmental concern has become more acute because of the fear that economic growth is endangering both the survival of the human race and the very planet it lives on. Such anxieties have been expressed in a growing body of literature. Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring, 1962, is often considered to have been the first book to draw attention to a developing ecological crisis. Other important early works included Ulick and Harriman's How to Be a Survivor, 1971, Goldsmith et al.'s Blueprint for Survival, 1972, the unofficial UN report Only One Earth, 1972, and the Club of Rome's The Limits to Growth, 1972. Key figure. Bettman/Getty Images. Rachel Carson, 1907–1964. A U.S. marine biologist and conservationist, Carson did much through her writings to stimulate interest in scientific and environmental topics, contributing to the growth of the Green Movement. In her best-selling The Silent Spring, 1962, she highlighted the malign consequences to humans, birds, fish, and plant life of the widespread use of powerful toxic agents within U.S. agriculture, reflecting the extent to which agribusiness and state sponsorship threaten ecological balance and therefore sustainability. A new generation of activist pressure groups has also developed, ranging from Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth to the nonviolent civil disobedience group Extinction Rebellion, animal liberation activists, and so-called eco-warrior groups, campaigning on issues such as air, river and sea pollution, deforestation, animal experimentation, and climate change and its associated challenges. Together with established and much larger groups such as the Worldwide Fund for Nature, this has led to the emergence of a high-profile and increasingly influential green movement. From the 1980s onwards, environmental questions have been kept high on the political agenda by green parties, which now exist in most industrialized countries, often modeling themselves on the pioneering efforts of the German Greens. Since the turn of the 21st century, greater urgency has been injected into the quest for environmental protection by the recognition that, in certain respects, the ecological crisis is getting more, not less, severe. This is particularly the case in relation to climate change. Although the United Nations formally acknowledged the seriousness of the issue in 1994 and attempts have been made to promote a coordinated international response to it, notably by the 1997 Kyoto Protocol and the 2015 Paris Climate Accord, the initial opportunity to tackle climate change has been blown by decades of denial. Indeed, as emerging economies such as China and India have dramatically increased their greenhouse gas emission without a willingness on the part of developed states, especially the USA, to curtail theirs, the period since the mid-1990s became in effect, the golden age of the carbon economy. As a result, there seemed to be little likelihood that the increase in the global average temperature during the 21st century could be kept below the UN's target of 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This, it is claimed, is the level at which climate change will have widespread and devastating consequences. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 nevertheless sometimes raised more optimistic expectations. The adoption by many countries of a lockdown response to the pandemic caused economic activity and CO2 levels to fall dramatically, creating an opportunity to accelerate economic restructuring in line with the goal of neutral carbon usage, possibly underpinned by a reassessment of materialist priorities in society at large. However, the speed and eagerness with which lockdown was often relaxed and economies reopened suggests that any looked-for ecological benefits of the pandemic might be limited. Core themes. Thinking about the environment only acquired a fully ideological character through the rise of the Green Movement. By the end of the 1970s, ecologism or green thinking was widely viewed as an ideology in its own right, having gone beyond a mere pressure group-like concern for the environment, commonly called environmentalism. However, ecologism takes ideological thinking in novel and challenging directions. Its starting point is largely or entirely ignored by other political ideologies, the idea of an intrinsic relationship between humankind and nature or non-human nature to avoid confusion with the notion of human nature. Green theorists believe that conventional ideologies commit the sad, even comic, mistake of believing that humans are the centerpiece of existence. David Ehrenfeld, 1978, called this the arrogance of humanism. Instead of preserving and respecting the earth and the diverse species that live on it, humans have sought to become, in the words of John Locke, see page 29, the masters and possessors of nature. Ecologism has therefore uncovered new ideological terrain. It differs from both the politics of material distribution as practiced by the classical ideologies, notably liberalism, conservatism and socialism, and identity politics, see page 232, as practiced by most of the so-called new ideologies that have emerged since the 1960s, such as second-wave feminism, ethnocultural nationalism, religious fundamentalism, see page 246, and multiculturalism. Environmentalism, a concern about the natural environment and particularly about reducing environmental degradation, a policy orientation rather than an ideological stance. Humanism, a philosophy that gives moral priority to the achievement of human needs and ends. What makes ecologism deeper and, in a sense, more radical than other political ideologies is that it practices the politics of sensibilities. By attempting to reorientate people's relationship with an appreciation of the non-human, the world out there, ecologism sets out to do nothing less than transform human consciousness and, in the process, radically reconfigure our moral responsibilities. In order to give expression to this vision of interconnectedness, green thinkers have been forced to search for new concepts and ideas in the realm of science or rediscover ancient ones from the realms of religion and mythology. The central themes of ecologism are ecology, systems thinking, sustainability, environmental ethics, from having to being. Ecology. The central principle of all forms of green thought is ecology. Ecology developed as a distinct branch of biology through a growing recognition that plants and animals are sustained by self-regulating natural systems, ecosystems composed of both living and non-living elements. Simple examples of an ecosystem are a field, a forest, or a pond. All ecosystems tend towards a state of harmony or equilibrium through a system of self-regulation. Biologists refer to this as homeostasis. Food and other resources are recycled and the population size of animals, insects, and plants adjusts naturally to the available food supply. However, such ecosystems are not closed or entirely self-sustaining, each interacts with other ecosystems. A lake may constitute an ecosystem, but it also needs to be fed with fresh water from tributaries and receive warmth and energy from the sun. In turn, the lake provides water and food for species living along its shores, including human communities. The natural world is therefore made up of a complex web of ecosystems, the largest of which is the global ecosystem, commonly called the ecosphere or biosphere. Ecology, the study of the relationship between living organisms and the environment. Ecology stresses the network of relationships that sustains all forms of life. System, a collection of parts that operate through a network of reciprocal interactions and thereby constitute a complex whole. Homeostasis, the tendency of a system, especially the physiological systems of higher animals, to maintain internal equilibrium. Scientific ecology radically challenged the conventional understanding of the natural world and of the place of human beings within it. Ecology conflicts with the notion of humankind as the master of nature and instead suggests that a delicate network of interrelationships that had hitherto been ignored sustains each human community, indeed the entire human species. Green thinkers argue that humankind currently faces the prospect of environmental disaster precisely because, in its passionate but blinkered pursuit of material wealth, it has upset the balance of nature and endangered the very ecosystems that make human life possible. Ecologism thus favors ecocentrism and either rejects anthropocentrism altogether or seeks to recast it in line with the principle of ecology. This draws attention to the most important distinction within the Green movement, that is, the divide between what Arndt, see page 222, termed shallow ecology and deep ecology. Ecocentrism, a theoretical orientation that gives priority to the maintenance of ecological balance rather than the achievement of human ends. Anthropocentrism, a belief that human needs and interests are of overriding moral and philosophical importance, the opposite of ecocentrism. Shallow ecology, a green ideological perspective that harnesses the lessons of ecology to human needs and ends and is associated with values such as sustainability and conservation. Deep ecology, a green ideological perspective that rejects anthropocentrism and gives priority to the maintenance of nature and is associated with values such as biocentric equality, diversity, and decentralization. The shallow or humanist perspective accepts the lessons of ecology but uses them essentially to further human needs and ends. In other words, it preaches that if we conserve and cherish the natural world, it will continue to sustain human life. This amounts to a form of light or enlightened anthropocentrism and is reflected in a concern with issues such as cutting back on the use of finite, non-renewable resources and reducing pollution. While some regard such a stance as a form of weak ecologism, others classify it as environmentalism to distinguish it more clearly from ecologism. The deep perspective, however, advances a form of strong ecologism that dismisses any lingering belief that the human species is in some way superior to, or more important than, any other species or indeed nature itself. It is based on the more challenging idea that the purpose of human life is to help sustain nature and not the other way around. Deep ecology is discussed in greater detail later in the chapter. Perspectives on nature. Liberals see nature as a resource to satisfy human needs and thus rarely question human dominion over it. Lacking value in itself, nature is invested with value only when it is transformed by human labor or when it is harnessed to human ends. Conservatives often portray nature as threatening, even cruel, characterized by an amoral struggle and harshness that also shapes human existence. Humans may be seen as part of nature within a great chain of being, their superiority nevertheless being enshrined in their status as custodians of nature. Socialists, like liberals, have viewed and treated nature as merely a resource. However, a romantic or pastoral tradition within socialism has also extolled the beauty, harmony, and richness of nature and looks to human fulfillment through a closeness to nature. Anarchists have often embraced a view of nature that stresses unregulated harmony and growth. Nature therefore offers a model of simplicity and balance which humans would be wise to apply to social organization in the form of social ecology. Fascists have often adopted a dark and mystical view of nature that stresses the power of instinct and primal life forces, nature being able to purge humans of their decadent intellectualism. Nature is characterized by brutal struggle and cyclical regeneration. Feminists, notably ecofeminists, tend to view nature as creative and benign, qualities that they tend to share with women generally. In this view, the quest to counteract male domination should therefore see women aligning themselves, female nature, patriarchy, and the environmental crisis being linked. Ecologists, particularly deep ecologists, regard nature as an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. Nature is sometimes seen as a source of knowledge and right living, human fulfillment coming from a closeness to and respect for nature, not from the attempt to dominate it. Tensions within ecologism. Shallow ecology v. deep ecology. Environmentalism, ecologism. Light, anthropocentrism, ecocentrism, science, mysticism, humankind, nature, limited holism, radical holism, instrumental value, value in nature, modified humanism, biocentric equality, animal welfare, animal rights, sustainable growth, anti-growth, personal development, ecological consciousness. Systems thinking. Traditional political ideologies have typically assumed that human beings are the masters of the natural world and have therefore regarded nature as little more than an economic resource available to satisfy human ends. Fritjof Capra, 1982, traced the origin of such thinking to the ideas of figures such as the French philosopher René Descartes, 1596–1650, and the British scientist Isaac Newton, 1642–1727. Instead of seeing the world as organic, Descartes and Newton portrayed it as a machine, implying that, like any other machine, it can be tinkered with, repaired, improved on, or even replaced. Capra thus described nature, from this perspective, as the Newtonian world machine. Based on the application of scientific method in which hypotheses are formulated and tested against empirical evidence, what became orthodox science enabled remarkable advances to be made in human knowledge and provided the basis for the development of modern industry and technology. So impressive were the fruits of science that intellectual inquiry in the modern world has come to be dominated by scientism. However, green theorists argue that these benefits have come at a high cost. By encouraging human beings to think of themselves not as part of the natural world but as its master, the mechanistic worldview that lay at the heart of the Cartesian-Newtonian paradigm fundamentally destabilized the relationship between humankind and nature. Scientism, the belief that scientific method is the only value-free and objective means of Scientism, the belief that scientific method is the only value-free and objective means of establishing truth and is applicable to all fields of learning. This led to a search for a new, non-mechanistic paradigm, a search that has drawn green thinking into the spheres of both modern science and ancient myths and religions. One attempt to do this was made through the notion of holism. The term holism was coined in 1926 by Jan Smuts, a Boer general and twice Prime Minister of South Africa. He used it to describe the idea that the natural world could only be understood as a whole and not through its individual parts. Smuts believed that science commits the sin of reductionism. It reduces everything it studies to separate parts and tries to understand each part in itself. In contrast, holism suggests that each part only has meaning in relation to other parts and ultimately in relation to the whole. However, in 20th century science, the holistic perspective became known as systematic, and the way of thinking it implied as systems thinking, sometimes called network or contextual thinking. Systems thinking concentrates not on individual building blocks, but on the principles of organization within a system. It therefore stresses the relationships within a system and the integration of its various elements within the whole. This is evident in the idea of an ecosystem discussed earlier in the chapter. As an example of applied systems theory, a systems approach to medicine would consider not just physical ailments but would see these as a manifestation of imbalances within the patient as a whole, taking account of psychological, emotional, social, and environmental factors. Holism, a belief that the whole is more important than its parts. Holism implies that understanding is gained by studying relationships among the parts. Systems thinking, a way of thinking that treats living systems as integrated wholes, in which ultimately there are no parts but only patterns in an inseparable web of relationships. System, a collection of parts that operate through a network of reciprocal interactions and thereby constitute a complex whole. Those green thinkers who look to modern science to provide a new paradigm for human thought typically emphasize the importance of 20th century developments in physics, particularly the emergence of the so-called new physics. The breakthrough moment in this process came in the early 20th century when the German-born U.S. physicist Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, advanced the theory of relativity. Moving significantly beyond the mechanistic and reductionist ideas of Newton, Einstein's work, among other things, fundamentally challenged the traditional concepts of time and space by putting forward the notion of a time-space continuum. Such thinking was taken further by quantum theory developed by physicists such as Niels Bohr, 1885 to 1952, and Werner Heisenberg, 1901 to 76. In quantum theory, the physical world is understood not as a collection of individual molecules, atoms, or even particles, but as a system, or more accurately, a network of systems. An alternative basis for systems thinking has been found in religion and ancient myths. For example, many in the Green Movement have been attracted by Eastern mysticism, seeing in it both a philosophy that gives expression to ecological wisdom and a way of life that encourages compassion for fellow human beings, other species, and the natural world. Particular attention in this respect has focused on Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism in view of their stress on the unity or oneness of all things. Modern Greens have, nevertheless, also looked back to pre-Christian spiritual ideas, especially the notion of an Earth Mother. Such thinking has been most influential when it has been advanced through what James Lovelock termed the Gaia hypothesis. Gaia is the name of the Greek goddess of the earth. The basis for the Gaia hypothesis is that the Earth's biosphere, atmosphere, oceans, and soil exhibit precisely the same kind of self-regulating behavior that characterizes other forms of life. The implication of this is that human beings must respect the health of the planet and act to conserve its beauty and resources, the well-being of the planet being more important than that of any single species living on it at present. Gaia hypothesis, the hypothesis that the Earth is best understood as a living entity which acts, above all, to maintain its own existence. Key figure: Colin McPherson / Corbis Entertainment / Getty Images. James Lovelock, born 1919. A UK atmospheric chemist, inventor, and environmental thinker, Lovelock is best known as the inventor of the Gaia hypothesis. This proposes that the Earth is best understood as a complex, self-regulating, living being, implying that the prospects for humankind are closely linked to whether the species helps to sustain or threaten the planetary ecosystem. Lovelock was also the first person to alert the world to the global presence of CFCs in the atmosphere, and he is, controversially, a supporter of nuclear power. Sustainability. Green thinkers argue that the ingrained assumption of conventional political creeds, articulated by virtually all mainstream political parties, so-called gray parties, is that human life has unlimited possibilities for material growth and prosperity. Indeed, green thinkers commonly lump capitalism and socialism together and portray them both as examples of industrialism. A particularly influential metaphor for the environmental movement has been the idea of spaceship Earth because this emphasizes the notion of limited and exhaustible wealth. The idea that Earth should be thought of as a spaceship was first suggested by Kenneth Boulding, 1966. Boulding argued that human beings have traditionally acted as though they live in a cowboy economy, an economy with unlimited opportunities, like the American West during the frontier period. He suggested that this encourages, as it did in the American West, reckless, exploitative, and violent behavior. However, as a spaceship is a capsule, it is a closed system. Open systems receive energy or inputs from outside. For example, all ecosystems on Earth, ponds, forests, lakes, and seas, are sustained by the sun. However, closed systems, as the Earth itself becomes when it is thought of as a spaceship, show evidence of entropy. All closed systems tend to decay or disintegrate because they are not sustained by external inputs. Entropy, a tendency towards decay or disintegration exhibited by all closed systems. Key concept: industrialism. The term industrialism, as used by environmental theorists, relates to a super-ideology that encompasses capitalism and socialism, left-wing and right-wing thought. As an economic system, industrialism is characterized by large-scale production, the accumulation of capital, and relentless growth. As a philosophy, it is dedicated to materialism, utilitarian values, absolute faith in science, and a worship of technology. Many green thinkers thus see industrialism as the problem. Eco-socialists, however, blame capitalism rather than industrialism, which ignores important issues such as the role of ownership, profit, and the market, while eco-feminists argue that industrialism has its origins in patriarchy. Not only have green thinkers argued that, in their economic activity, humans live beyond the constraints of a closed ecosystem, but they have also been unwisely cavalier in plundering its resources. Garrett Hardin, 1968, developed a particularly influential model to explain why overexploitation of environmental resources has occurred, in the form of the tragedy of the commons. The idea of the tragedy of the commons draws parallels between global environmental degradation and the fate of common land before the introduction of enclosures. Common land or common fishery stocks encourage individuals to act in rationally self-interested ways, each exploiting the resources available to satisfy their needs and the needs of their families and communities. However, the collective impact of such behavior may be devastating, as the vital resources on which all depend become depleted. Thus, as Hardin put it, freedom in a commons brings ruin to all, an outcome that in his view could only be prevented by either stronger government or population control. Tragedy of the Commons, a parable that shows that economic resources will be despoiled unless access to them is strictly constrained. Nevertheless, green economics is not only about warnings and threats, it is also about solutions. Entropy may be an inevitable process, however, its effects can be slowed down or delayed considerably if governments and private citizens respect ecological principles. Green thinkers argue that the human species will only survive and prosper if it recognizes that it is merely one element of a complex biosphere and that only a healthy, balanced biosphere will sustain human life. Policies and actions must therefore be judged by the principle of sustainability. Sustainability sets clear limits on human ambitions and material dreams because it requires that production does as little damage as possible to the fragile global ecosystem. This can be ensured not merely through the implementation of government controls or tax regimes to discourage the overexploitation of natural resources, but, at a deeper level, by the adoption of an alternative approach to economic activity. This is what E. F. Schumacher sought to offer in his idea of Buddhist economics. For Schumacher, this would involve humankind abandoning its obsession with wealth creation and focusing instead on right livelihood, a transformation facilitated in large part by a shift to smaller-scale living and working arrangements. Sustainability, the capacity of a system to maintain its health and continue in existence over a period of time. There is nevertheless considerable debate about what sustainability implies in practice. Reformist or modernist ecologists support weak sustainability, which tries to reconcile ecology with economic growth through getting richer but at a slower pace. This is often conveyed by the notion of limits to growth. However, radical ecologists, who include both social ecologists and deep ecologists, support, if to different degrees, strong sustainability, which places far greater stress on preserving natural capital and is more critical of economic growth. If, as some radical ecologists argue, the origin of the ecological crisis lies in materialism, consumerism, and a fixation with economic growth, the solution would appear to lie in zero growth and the construction of a post-industrial age in which people live in small, rural communities and rely on craft skills. This could mean a fundamental and comprehensive rejection of industry and modern technology, literally a return to nature. The idea of degrowth has become increasingly influential in environmental circles as a means of advancing a critique of the ecological consequences of economic growth based on the assumptions that growth is no longer desirable, as demonstrated by the fact that pre-industrial societies often flourished without it, and, being rooted in the drive for a surplus, growth is always linked exploitation. Callis, 2017. Modernist ecology, a reformist tendency within green politics that seeks to reconcile ecology with the key features of capitalist modernity. Limits to growth, the tendency for the environmental and other drawbacks of economic growth to expand to the point at which further increases in material prosperity are unachievable. Social ecology, a broad tendency within green politics that links ecological sustainability to radical social change, or the eco-anarchist principle that human communities should be structured according to ecological principles. Degrowth, a broad term that reflects the desire to move beyond the paradigm of economic growth for either or both practical or moral reasons. Key figure. Keystone Press/Alamy stock photo. Ernst Friedrich Fritz Schumacher, 1911-77. A German-born UK economist and environmental theorist, Schumacher championed the cause of human-scale production and advocated Buddhist economics, or economics as if people mattered. In his seminal work Small is Beautiful, 1973, Schumacher attacked conventional economic thinking for its obsession with growth for growth's sake and condemned the value system on which it is based, particularly the fact that it is divorced from nature. In contrast, he stressed the importance of morality and right livelihood. Environmental ethics. Ecologism, in all its forms, is concerned with extending moral thinking in a number of novel directions. This is because conventional ethical systems are clearly anthropocentric, orientated around the pleasure, needs, and interests of human beings. In such philosophies, the non-human world is invested with value only to the extent that it satisfies human ends. An example of the novelty of environmental ethics can be found in the debate raised by the Fridays for Future school strikes over whether young people's views on climate change should receive special consideration, see page 216. An alternative approach to environmental ethics involves applying moral standards and values developed in relation to human beings to other species and organisms. This can be seen in the growth of ethical veganism, which goes far beyond the adoption of a plant-based diet. However, the most familiar attempt to extend moral standards to other species comes in the form of animal rights. In an argument that has had considerable impact on the animal liberation movement, Peter Singer, 1976, claimed that an altruistic concern for the well-being of other species derives from the fact that, as sentient beings, they are capable of suffering. Drawing on utilitarianism, see page 33, he pointed out that animals, like humans, have an interest in avoiding physical pain, and he therefore condemned any attempt to place the interests of humans above those of animals as speciesism. Ethical veganism, the philosophical belief that cruelty and suffering to animals be avoided at all practical costs. Animal rights, moral entitlements that are based on the belief that as animals are non-human persons, they deserve the same consideration, at least in certain areas, as human beings. Speciesism, a belief in the superiority of one species over other species through the denial of their moral significance. Nevertheless, the moral stance of deep ecology goes much further, in particular by suggesting that nature has value in its own right, that is, intrinsic value. From this perspective, environmental ethics have nothing to do with human instrumentality and cannot be articulated simply through the extension of human values to the non-human world. Robert Goodin, 1992, for instance, attempted to develop a green theory of value which holds that resources should be valued precisely because they result from natural processes rather than human activity. However, since this value stems from the fact that the natural landscape helps people to see some sense and pattern in their lives and to appreciate something larger than themselves, it embodies a residual humanism that fails to satisfy some deep ecologists. From having to being. Ecologism seeks not only to revise conventional moral thinking, but also to reshape our understanding of happiness and human well-being. In particular, green thinkers have advanced a critique of materialism and consumerism. Consumerism is a psychocultural phenomenon whereby personal happiness is equated with the consumption of material possessions, giving rise to what the German psychoanalyst and social philosopher Erich from 1979 called a having attitude of mind. For green theorists, having the disposition to seek fulfillment in acquisition and control is deficient in at least two respects. First, it tends to undermine, rather than enhance, psychological and emotional well-being. As modern advertising and marketing techniques tend to create ever greater material desires, they leave consumers in a constant state of dissatisfaction because, however much they acquire and consume, they always want more. Consumerism thus works not through the satisfaction of desires, but through the generation of new desires, keeping people in an unending state of neediness, want, and aspiration. Second, materialism and consumerism provide the cultural basis for environmental degradation. This occurs as the consumer society encourages people to place short-term economic considerations ahead of longer-term ecological concerns, in which case nature is nothing other than a commodity or resource. In this light, ecologism can be seen to be associated with the ideas of post-materialism, see page 217, and anti-consumerism. Materialism, an emphasis on material needs and their satisfaction, usually implying a link between pleasure or happiness and the level of material consumption. Political ideologies in action. School climate strikes. Events. In August 2018, a Swedish schoolgirl, Greta Thunberg, and other young activists sat in front of the Swedish parliament every school day for 3 weeks to protest against political inaction on climate change. She posted what she was doing on Instagram and Twitter, and the message soon went viral, creating an international movement, Fridays for Future, or FFF, in which school students take time off from class on Fridays to raise awareness about the climate crisis and ecological destruction. A global strike in March 2019 attracted more than 1 million participants, with around 2,200 strikes taking place in some 125 countries. The Global Week of Climate Action in September 2019 gathered roughly 4 million protesters, many of them schoolchildren, making it probably the largest climate demonstration in history. Significance. The Fridays for Future movement is underpinned by the fact that anxieties about climate change have a marked future-looking character, meaning that moral obligations in relation to the issue are unequally distributed between the generations. Young people, and therefore schoolchildren, are entitled to greater consideration than older people on 2 grounds. First, the negative consequences of climate change, more and stronger storms, longer heat waves, rising sea levels, melting ice caps, and so on, are set to be felt for longer and more severely by children than by adults. Second, by contrast with their parents' and grandparents' generations, children are in no way culpable for the failure of ecological stewardship that allowed the climate crisis to escalate in the first place. If these arguments apply to the younger generation, they do so even more strongly to those yet to be born, that is, future generations. However, what can be called cross-generational justice has also been called into question. For example, the younger generation is not a fixed, unchanging entity distinguished throughout their lives by the same set of values and beliefs. Instead, as today's children are tomorrow's adults, the idealism of many young climate activists might be expected to fade over time. Similarly, to see the climate change debate very largely as a clash of generations is to ignore the impact on the climate of structural factors such as mechanistic and reductionist thinking and consumer capitalism. Finally, specifically in relation to future generations, because their size is unknown, living generations may either make sacrifices for the benefit of people who may prove to be much better off than themselves, or their sacrifices may be entirely inadequate to meet future needs. Key concept. Postmaterialism. Postmaterialism is a theory that explains the nature of political concerns and values in terms of levels of economic development. It is based loosely on Abraham Maslow's 1908-70 hierarchy of needs, which places self-esteem and self-actualization above material or economic needs. Postmaterialism assumes that conditions of material scarcity breed egoistical and acquisitive values, meaning that politics is dominated by economic issues, who gets what. However, in conditions of widespread prosperity, individuals tend to express more interest in postmaterial or quality of life issues. These are typically concerned with morality, political justice, and personal fulfillment, and include gender equality, world peace, racial harmony, ecology, and animal rights. In their search for an alternative model of human well-being, green theorists have generally emphasized the importance of quality of life issues and concerns, thereby divorcing happiness from a simple link to material acquisition. Such thinking is taken most seriously by eco-anarchists, eco-feminists, and especially deep ecologists. In line with they have placed being above having. The key feature of being as an attitude of mind is that it seeks to transcend the self or individual ego, and to recognize that each person is intrinsically linked to all other living things, and, indeed, to the universe itself. The Australian philosopher Warwick Fox, 1990, claimed to go beyond deep ecology in embracing transpersonal ecology, the essence of which is the realization that that human beings and all other entities are part of a single unfolding reality. For Ness, self-realization is attained through a broader and deeper identification with others. Such ideas have often been shaped by Eastern religions, most profoundly by Buddhism. One of the core features of Buddhism is the doctrine of no self, the notion that the individual ego is a myth or delusion, and that awakening or enlightenment involves transcending the self and recognizing the oneness of life. Types of ecologism. The key subtraditions of ecologism are as follows: reformist ecologism, eco-socialism, eco-anarchism, eco-feminism, deep ecology. Reformist ecology. Reformist or modernist ecology refers to the form of ecologism that is practiced by most environmental pressure groups and by a growing range of mainstream political parties. It is reformist in that it seeks to advance ecological principles and promote environmentally sound practices, but without rejecting the central features of capitalist modernity, individual self-seeking, materialism, economic growth, and so on. It is thus very clearly a form of shallow or humanist ecology. The key feature of reformist ecology is the recognition that there are environmental limits to growth, in the sense that pollution, increased CO2 emissions, the exhaustion of non-renewable energy sources and other forms of environmental degradation ultimately threaten prosperity and economic performance. The watchword of this form of ecologism is therefore sustainable development, in the sense of weak sustainability or, more specifically, environmentally sustainable capitalism. As, in economic terms, this means getting richer more slowly, reformist ecology extends moral and philosophical sensibilities only in modest directions. Indeed, it is often condemned by more radical ecologists as hopelessly compromised, part of the problem rather than part of the solution. The two main ideological influences on reformist ecology are liberalism and conservatism. Liberalism has, at best, an ambivalent relationship with ecologism. On the one hand, radical ecologists criticize individualism, see page 24, as a stark example of anthropocentrism, and have serious reservations about utilitarianism, the moral philosophy that underpins much of classical liberalism, on the grounds that it equates happiness with material consumption. On the other hand, the stress found within modern liberalism on self-realization and developmental individualism can be said to sustain a form of enlightened anthropocentrism, which encourages people to take into account long-term, and not merely short-term, interests and to favor higher pleasures, including an appreciation of the natural world, over lower pleasures, such as material consumption. This can be seen, for example, in J.S. Mill's, see page 25, condemnation of rampant industrialization and his defense of both a stationary population and a steady-state economy, grounded in the belief that the contemplation of nature is an indispensable aspect of human fulfillment. Key concept: sustainable development. Sustainable development refers to development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Brundtland Report, 1987. It therefore embodies two concepts. 1. The concept of need, particularly the essential needs of the world's poor, and 2. The concept of limitations, especially related to the environment's ability to meet future as well as present needs. So-called weak sustainability takes economic growth to be desirable, but simply insists that growth must be limited to ensure that ecological costs do not threaten its long-term sustainability, allowing human capital to be substituted for natural capital. Strong sustainability rejects the pro-growth implications of weak sustainability and focuses just on the need to preserve and sustain natural capital. Conservatives, for their part, have evinced a sympathy for environmental issues on two main grounds. First, eco-conservatism has drawn on a romantic and nostalgic attachment to a rural way of life threatened by the growth of towns and cities. It is clearly a reaction against industrialization and the idea of progress. Such environmental sensibilities typically focus on the issue of conservation and on attempts to protect the natural heritage, woodlands, forests, and so on, as well as the architectural and social heritage. The conservation of nature is therefore linked to a defense of traditional values and institutions. Second, conservatives have advocated market-based solutions to environmental problems, even espousing the idea of green capitalism. The theory of green capitalism is based on the assumption that the market mechanism can and will respond to pressure from more ecologically aware consumers by forcing firms to produce environmentally sound goods and adopt green technologies. Such thinking relies on the idea of consumer sovereignty and acknowledges the impact of the trend towards so-called responsible consumption. Long-term corporate profitability can thus only be achieved in a context of sustainable development. Green capitalism. The idea that a reliance on the capitalist market mechanism will deliver ecologically sustainable outcomes, usually linked to assumptions about capitalism's consumer responsiveness. Consumer sovereignty. The notion, based on the theory of competitive capitalism, that consumer choice is the ultimately determining factor within a market economy. Eco-socialism. This is the socialist strand within the Green movement, which has been particularly pronounced among the German Greens, many of whose leaders have been former members of far-left groups. Eco-socialism has drawn from the pastoral socialism of thinkers such as William Morris, who extolled the virtues of small-scale craft communities living close to nature. However, it has more usually been associated with Marxism. For example, Rudolf Barrow, 1982, argued that the root cause of the environmental crisis is capitalism. The natural world has been despoiled by industrialization, but this is merely a consequence of capitalism's relentless search for profit. In this view, capitalism's anti-ecological bias derives from a number of sources. These include that private property encourages the belief that humans are dominant over nature, that the market economy commodifies nature, in the sense that it turns it into something that only has exchange value and so can be bought and sold, and that the capitalist system breeds materialism and consumerism, and so leads to relentless growth. From this perspective, green capitalism is a contradiction in terms. The core theme of eco-socialism is thus the idea that capitalism is the enemy of the environment, while socialism is its friend. However, as with socialist feminism, such a formula embodies tension between two elements, this time between red and green priorities. If environmental catastrophe is nothing more than a byproduct of capitalism, environmental problems are best tackled by abolishing capitalism, or at least taming it. Therefore, ecologists should not form separate green parties or set up narrow environmental organizations but work within the larger socialist movement and address the real issue, the economic system. On the other hand, socialism has also been seen as another pro-production political creed. It can be seen to espouse exploiting the wealth of the planet, albeit for the good of humanity, rather than just the capitalist class. Nevertheless, although socialist parties continue to base their electoral appeal primarily on the promise of economic growth and are therefore reluctant to subordinate the green to the red, few of them now fail to treat ecological issues as a mainstream concern. Eco-anarchism. Perhaps the ideology that has the best claim to being environmentally sensitive is anarchism. Some months before the publication of Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring, Murray Bookchin brought out Our Synthetic Environment, 1962-1975. Many in the Green movement also acknowledge a debt to 19th-century anarcho-communists, particularly Peter Kropotkin. Bookchin, 1977, suggested that there is a clear correspondence between the ideas of anarchism and the principles of ecology articulated in the idea of social ecology, based on the belief that ecological balance is the surest foundation for social stability. Anarchists believe in a stateless society in which harmony develops out of mutual respect and social solidarity among human beings. The richness of such a society is founded on its variety and diversity. Green thinkers also believe that balance or harmony develops spontaneously within nature in the form of ecosystems and that these, like anarchist communities, require no external authority or control. The anarchist rejection of government within human society thus parallels the green thinkers' warnings about human rule within the natural world. Bookchin therefore likened an anarchist community to an ecosystem and suggested that both are distinguished by respect for the principles of diversity, balance, and harmony. Key figure. Debbie Bookchin / Wikimedia Commons. Murray Bookchin, 1921-2006. A U.S. anarchist social philosopher and environmentalist, Bookchin was a leading proponent of the idea of social ecology. As an anarchist, Bookchin emphasized the potential for non-hierarchic cooperation within conditions of post-scarcity and radical decentralization. Arguing that ecological principles should be applied to social organization, he linked the environmental crisis to the breakdown of the organic fabric of both society and nature. His major works in this field include The Ecology of Freedom, 1982, and Reenchanting Humanity, 1995. Anarchists have also advocated the construction of decentralized societies organized as a collection of communes or villages, a social vision to which many deep ecologists are also attracted. Life in such communities would be lived close to nature, each community attempting to achieve a high degree of self-sufficiency. Such communities would be economically diverse, they would produce food and a wide range of goods and services and therefore contain agriculture, craftwork, and small-scale industry. Self-sufficiency would make each community dependent on its natural environment, spontaneously generating an understanding of organic relationships and ecology. In Bookchin's view, decentralization would lead to a more intelligent and more loving use of the environment. Although such thinking has been eagerly embraced by the radical wing of the Green movement, it marks a clear divide between anarchism and mainstream ecologism, which sees government and state agencies as the principal means through which environmental issues should be addressed. Ecofeminism. The idea that feminism offers a distinctive and important approach to green issues has grown to such a point that ecofeminism has developed into one of the major philosophical schools of environmentalist thought, its key theorists including Karen Warren, Vandana Shiva, and Carolyn Merchant. The basic theme of ecofeminism is that ecological destruction has its origins in patriarchy. Nature is under threat not from humankind but from men and the institutions of male power. Feminists who adopt an androgynous or sexless view of human nature argue that patriarchy has distorted the instincts and sensibilities of men by divorcing them from the private world of nurturing, homemaking, and personal relationships. The sexual division of labor thus inclines men to subordinate both women and nature, seeing themselves as masters of both. From this point of view, ecofeminism can be classified as a particular form of social ecology. However, many ecofeminists subscribe to essentialism in that their theories are based on the belief that there are fundamental and ineradicable differences between women and men. Such a position is adopted, for instance, by Mary Daly in GIN/Ecology, 1979. Daly argued that women would liberate themselves from patriarchal culture if they aligned themselves with female nature. The notion of an intrinsic link between women and nature is not a new one. Pre-Christian religions and primitive cultures often portrayed the earth or natural forces as a goddess, an idea resurrected in the Gaia hypothesis. Key figure. Robert Holmgren / ESBM UC Berkeley. Carolyn Merchant, born 1936. A U.S. ecofeminist philosopher and historian of science, Merchant's work has highlighted links between gender oppression and the death of nature. Merchant developed a feminist critique of a scientific revolution that explained environmental degradation ultimately in terms of the application by men of a mechanistic view of nature. On this basis, she argued that a global ecological revolution requires a radical restructuring of gender relations. Some of Merchant's works include The Death of Nature, 1983, Radical Ecology, 1992, and Autonomous Nature, 2015. Modern ecofeminists, however, highlight the biological basis for women's closeness to nature, in particular the fact that they bear children and suckle babies. The fact that women cannot live separate from natural rhythms and processes in turn structures their politico-cultural orientation. Traditional female values therefore include reciprocity, cooperation, and nurturing, values that have a soft or ecological character. The idea that nature is a resource to be exploited or a force to be subdued is more abhorrent to women than men because they recognize that nature operates in and through them, and intuitively sense that personal fulfillment stems from acting with nature rather than against it. The overthrow of patriarchy therefore promises to bring with it an entirely new relationship between human society and the natural world, meaning that ecofeminism shares with deep ecology a firm commitment to ecocentrism. Deep ecology. The term deep ecology was coined in 1973 by Arne Naess. For Naess, deep ecology is deep because it persists in asking deeper questions concerning why and how, and is thus concerned with fundamental philosophical questions about the impact of the human species on the biosphere. The key belief of deep ecology is that ecology and anthropocentrism in all its forms, including enlightened anthropocentrism, are simply irreconcilable. Indeed, anthropocentrism is an offense against the principle of ecology. This rejection of anthropocentrism has had profound moral and political implications. Deep ecologists have viewed nature as the source of moral goodness. Nature thus has intrinsic or inherent value, not just instrumental value deriving from the benefits it brings to human beings. A classic statement of the ethical framework of deep ecology is articulated in Aldo Leopold's Sand County Almanac, 1948-1968, in the form of the land ethic: a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. Such a moral stance implies biocentric equality. Naess, 1989, expressed this in the idea that all species have an equal right to live and bloom, reflecting the benefits of biodiversity. Such ecocentric ethical thinking has been accompanied by a deeper and more challenging philosophical approach that amounts to nothing less than a new metaphysics, a new way of thinking about and understanding the world. In addressing metaphysical issues, deep ecology is radical in a way and to a degree that does not apply elsewhere in ideological thought. Deep ecology calls for a change in consciousness, specifically the adoption of ecological consciousness or cosmological consciousness. At the heart of this is an intersubjective model of selfhood that allows for no distinction between the self and the other, thereby collapsing the distinction between humankind and nature. Biocentric equality, the principle that all organisms and entities in the biosphere are of equal moral worth, each being an expression of the goodness of nature. Biodiversity, the range of species within a biotic community, often thought to be linked to its health and stability. Metaphysics, the branch of philosophy that is concerned with explaining the fundamental nature of existence or being. Key figure. PA Images/Alamy stock photo. Arne Naess, 1912-2008. A Norwegian philosopher, writer, and mountaineer, Naess has been described as the father of deep ecology. His philosophy, Ecosophy, the T is for the Vergastein hut in which he lived in solitude high on a Norwegian mountain, which was influenced by the ideas of Spinoza. Gandhi's ethic of nonviolence and Taoist thought was based on the assertion that the earth does not belong to human beings, as all creatures have an equal right to live and bloom. Deep ecology is also associated with a distinctive analysis of environmental degradation and how it should be tackled. Instead of linking the environmental crisis to particular policies or a specific political, social, or economic system, be it industrialization, capitalism, patriarchy, or whatever, deep ecologists argue that it has more profound cultural and intellectual roots. The problem lies in the mechanistic worldview that has dominated the thinking of Western societies since about the 17th century and which subsequently came to affect most of the globe. Above all, this dominant paradigm is dualistic. It understands the world in terms of distinctions: self/other, humankind/nature, individual/society, mind/matter, reason/emotion, and so on, and thus allows nature to be thought of as inert and valueless in itself, a mere resource for satisfying human ends. In this light, nothing less than a paradigm change, a change in how we approach and think about the world, will properly address the challenge of environmental degradation. In addition to its moral and philosophical orientation, deep ecology has been associated with a wider set of goals and concerns. These include wilderness preservation, Deep ecologists seek to preserve nature wild and free based on the belief that the natural world, unspoilt by human intervention, is a repository of wisdom and morality. Preservationism is nevertheless different from conservationism in that the latter is usually taken to imply protecting nature in order to satisfy long-term human ends. The wilderness ethic of deep ecology is often linked to the ideas of Henry David Thoreau, see page 119, whose quest for spiritual truth and self-reliance led him to flee from civilized life and live for 2 years in virtual solitude, close to nature, an experience described in Walden, 1854-1983. Preservationism, the disposition to protect natural systems, often implying keeping things just as they are and restricting the impact of humans on the environment. Population control. Although Greens from many traditions have shown a concern about the exponential rise in the human population, deep ecologists have placed a particular emphasis on this issue, often arguing that a substantial decrease in the human population is the only way of ensuring the flourishing of non-human life. To this end, some deep ecologists have rejected aid to the developing world, called for a reduction in birth rates, especially in the developing world, or argued that immigration from the developing world to the developed world should be stopped. Simple living. Deep ecologists believe that humans have no right to reduce the richness and diversity of nature except, as Ness put it, to satisfy vital needs. This is a philosophy of walking lighter on the earth. It certainly implies an emphasis on promoting the quality of life being rather than the quantity of possessions having, and is often linked to a post-material model of self-realization commonly understood as self-actualization. This implies being inwardly rich but outwardly poor. Bioregionalism. This is the idea that human society should be reconfigured in line with naturally defined regions, each bioregion, in effect, being an ecosystem. Bioregionalism is clearly at odds with established territorial divisions based on national or state borders. Although deep ecologists seldom look to prescribe how humans should organize themselves within such bioregions, there is general support for self-reliant, self-supporting, autonomous communities. Self-actualization, an inner, even quasi-spiritual, fulfillment that is achieved by transcending egoism and materialism. Bioregionalism, the belief that the territorial organization of economic, social, and political life should take into account the ecological integrity of bioregions. The future of ecologism. The future prospects for ecologism would appear to be firmly linked to the state of the environmental crisis and the general level of understanding about environmental issues and problems. As evidence of the blight of nature accumulates through climate change, reduced levels of male fertility caused by pollution, the eradication of animal and plant species, and so on, the search for an alternative to growth-obsessed industrialism will surely intensify. The fluctuating fortunes of green parties and single-issue environmental groups provide no reliable indication of the strength of ecological ideas and values. One of the problems confronting green parties is that their mainstream and much larger rivals have often taken up eco-friendly positions that were once exclusively theirs. Similarly, the membership and activist base of environmental groups does not reflect the number of fellow travelers in society at large, nor the wider adoption of ecological practices such as recycling, the consumption of organic food, and the adoption of vegan diets. In this light, we can expect growing numbers of people to turn green in an attempt to reverse the policies and practices that have brought both the human species and the natural world close to destruction. Significant problems nevertheless confront ecologism. In the first place, it is difficult to see how ecologism can become a genuinely global ideology. As far as developing world states are concerned, the strictures of ecologism appear to deny them the opportunity to catch up materially with the West, ruling out large-scale industrialization, the exploitation of finite resources, and uncontrolled pollution. Second, industrialism and its underlying values, such as competitive individualism and consumerism, have become more deeply entrenched, in part as a result of the advance of economic globalization. Third, difficulties surround the anti-growth or degrowth message of ecologism. The politics of zero or even sustainable growth may be so electorally unattractive to populations that it proves to be politically impossible. This was perhaps demonstrated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the speed with which states reprioritized economic growth each time they believed the public health crisis had passed. Fourth, ecologism may simply be an urban fad, a form of post-industrial romanticism. This suggests that environmental awareness is merely a temporary reaction to industrial progress and is likely to be restricted to the young and the materially affluent. Finally, perhaps the most daunting challenge confronting ecologism is the very scale of the changes it calls for. It does not merely demand economic transformation or the reordering of political power, it seeks to establish nothing less than a new mode of being, a different way of experiencing and understanding existence. Questions for discussion. How does an ecocentric perspective challenge conventional approaches to politics? Is enlightened anthropocentrism a contradiction in terms? Why have ecological thinkers been ambivalent about science? Should all thinking strive to be systematic? What are the features of a sustainable economy? How has ecologism extended conventional moral thinking? Do we have obligations to young people and future generations, and if so, how far do they extend? Why and how have green theorists rethought the nature of human fulfillment? Which political ideologies are most compatible with ecological thinking, and why? To what extent can the goals of ecologism only be achieved through radical social change? Does deep ecology constitute the philosophical core of green political thought? Can ecologism ever be electorally and politically viable? Further reading. Carter N. The Politics of the Environment, Ideas, Activism, Policy, 3rd ed. 2018. An excellent general introduction to environmental politics and its application in activism and government. Dobson, A. Green Political Thought, 2007. An accessible and useful account of the ideas behind green politics, a classic text on the subject. Dizek, J. and Schlossberg, D. Debating the Earth, The Environmental Politics Reader, 2nd ed. 2005. A broad collection of readings highlighting key issues, debates, and perspectives within environmental political discourse. Gabrielson, T. et al. The Oxford Handbook of Environmental Political Theory, 2016. The most authoritative text compiling the latest scholarship and research on green ideology and its interactions with other ideologies. Solutions Journal. This open-access peer-reviewed journal profiles environmental policy solutions as well as commentary and ideas on contemporary issues from a green standpoint. Chapter 11. Multiculturalism. Preview historical overview core themes types of multiculturalism the future of multiculturalism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. Although multicultural societies have long existed, examples include the Ottoman Empire, which reached its peak in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, and the USA from the early 19th century onwards. The term multiculturalism is of relatively recent origin. It was first used in 1965 in Canada to describe a distinctive approach to tackling the issue of cultural diversity. In 1971, multiculturalism or multiculturalism within a bilingual framework was formally adopted as public policy in Canada, providing the basis for the introduction of the Multiculturalism Act in 1988. Australia also officially declared itself multicultural and committed itself to multiculturalism in the early 1970s. However, the term multiculturalism has only been prominent in wider political debate since the 1990s. Multiculturalism is more an arena for ideological debate than an ideology in its own right. As an arena for debate, it encompasses a range of views about the implications of growing cultural diversity and, in particular, about how cultural difference can be reconciled with civic unity. Its key theme is therefore diversity within unity. A multiculturalist stance implies a positive endorsement of communal diversity based on the right of different cultural groups to recognition and respect. In this sense, it acknowledges the importance of beliefs, values, and ways of life in establishing a sense of self-worth for individuals and groups alike. Distinctive cultures thus deserve to be protected and strengthened, particularly when they belong to minority or vulnerable groups. However, there are a number of competing models of a multicultural society. These draw on, variously, the ideas of liberalism, pluralism, and cosmopolitanism, each offering a different model of the balance between togetherness and difference. Historical overview. The 1960s and 1970s witnessed a trend towards growing political assertiveness among minority groups, sometimes manifest in the form of ethnocultural nationalism. This development affected parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but it had a particular impact in North America, Australasia, and Western Europe, where it was typically expressed through a quest for cultural or ethnic recognition within a liberal democratic framework. This was, for example, evident among the French-speaking people of Quebec in Canada in the rise of Scottish and Welsh nationalism in the UK and in the growth of separatist movements in Catalonia and the Basque region in Spain, Corsica in France, and Flanders in Belgium. A trend towards ethnic assertiveness was also found among the Native Americans in Canada and the USA, the Aboriginal peoples in Australia, and the Maoris in New Zealand. In response to these pressures, a growing number of countries adopted official multiculturalism policies, the 1988 Canadian Multiculturalism Act being perhaps the classic example. This act acknowledges the freedom of all members of Canadian society to preserve, enhance, and share their cultural heritage and endorses the principle of bilingualism. Ethnocultural nationalism, a form of nationalism that is fueled primarily by a keen sense of ethnic and cultural distinctiveness and the desire to preserve it. Bilingualism, the ability to speak two languages or the widespread practice in society of speaking two languages. A common theme among these emergent forms of ethnic politics was the desire to challenge economic and social marginalization and sometimes racial oppression. In this sense, ethnic politics was a vehicle for political liberation, its enemy being structural disadvantage and ingrained inequality. For Black communities in North America and Western Europe, for instance, the establishment of an ethnic identity provided a means of confronting a dominant white culture that had traditionally emphasized their inferiority and demanded subservience. Apart from growing assertiveness among established minority groups, Multicultural politics has also been strengthened by trends in international migration since 1945 that have significantly widened cultural diversity in many societies. Migration rates rose steeply in the early post-1945 period, both as people tried to escape from poverty by looking to economic opportunities abroad and Western as states sought to recruit workers from abroad to help in the process of post-war reconstruction. This saw, for example, massive migration to the Middle East from India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and a growing number of Chinese migrants in Africa. In the case of European states, migration routes were often shaped by links to former colonies. Immigration into the UK thus came mainly from the West Indies and the Indian subcontinent, while immigration in France came largely from Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. In the case of West Germany, immigrants were Gastarbeiter, guest workers usually recruited from Turkey or Yugoslavia. These trends have nevertheless intensified in the post-Cold War period, fueled by a combination of an upsurge in war, ethnic conflict, and political upheaval, and deepening economic fault lines exposed by the advance of globalization. See page 21. More and more societies are, as a result, characterized by ethnic diversity, meaning that the monocultural nation-state has become very much the exception and not the rule. By the early 2000s, a growing number of Western states, including virtually all the member states of the European Union, had responded to such developments by incorporating multiculturalism in some way into public policy. This has been particularly evident in countries such as Belgium, Finland, Greece, Ireland, Norway, Portugal, Spain, and Sweden. Nevertheless, the tide may have turned against multiculturalism. It has become increasingly fashionable, particularly in Europe, to claim that multiculturalism has somehow gone too far or even failed. Such protestations have often been linked to the rise of populist nationalism as discussed in Chapter 8. Core themes. The term multiculturalism has been used in a variety of ways, both descriptive and normative. As a descriptive term, it refers to cultural diversity that arises from the existence within a society of two or more groups whose beliefs and practices generate a distinctive sense of collective identity. Multiculturalism, in this sense, is invariably reserved for communal diversity that arises from racial, ethnic, and language differences. The term can also be used to describe governmental responses to such communal diversity, either in the form of public policy or in the design of institutions. Multicultural public policies, whether applied in education, healthcare, housing, or other aspects of social policy, are characterized by a formal recognition of the distinctive needs of particular cultural groups and a desire to ensure equality of opportunity between and among them. Multicultural institutional design goes further than this by attempting to fashion the apparatus of government around the ethnic, religious, and other divisions in society. In the form of consociationalism, it has shaped political practice in states such as the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Belgium. It has also been applied in the form of power sharing in Northern Ireland and in multilevel governance in post-conflict Bosnia-Herzegovina. Equality of opportunity, equality defined in terms of life chances or the existence of a level playing field. Consociationalism, a form of power sharing involving a close association among a number of parties or political formations, typically used in deeply divided societies. As a normative term, multiculturalism implies a positive endorsement, even celebration, of communal diversity, typically based on either the right of different cultural groups to respect and recognition, or to the alleged benefits to the larger society of moral and cultural diversity. However, multiculturalism is more an ideological space than a political ideology in itself. Instead of advancing a comprehensive worldview which maps out an economic, social, and political vision of the good society, multiculturalism is, rather, an arena within which increasingly important debates about the balance in modern societies between cultural diversity and civic unity are conducted. Nevertheless, a distinctive multiculturalist ideological stance can be identified. The most significant themes within multiculturalism are postcolonialism, politics of recognition, culture and identity, minority rights, togetherness in difference. Postcolonialism. The political and intellectual foundations of multiculturalism were laid by the post-colonial theories that developed out of the collapse of the European empires in the early post-World War II period. Postcolonialism originated as a trend in literary and cultural studies that sought to address the cultural conditions characteristic of newly independent societies. Its purpose has been primarily to expose and overturn the cultural and psychological dimensions of colonial rule, recognizing that inner subjugation can persist long after the political structures of colonialism have been removed. A major thrust of post-colonial theory has been to establish the legitimacy of non-Western and sometimes anti-Western political ideas. Post-colonialism has therefore sought to give the developing world a distinctive political voice separate from the universalist pretensions of liberalism and socialism. In an educational context, such thinking provides the basis for growing calls to decolonize the curriculum. See page 12. Key concept. Colonialism. Colonialism is the theory or practice of establishing control over a foreign territory and turning it into a colony. Colonialism is thus a particular form of imperialism. Colonialism is usually distinguished by settlement, dispossession, and economic domination. As typically practiced in Africa and Southeast Asia, colonial government was exercised by a settler community from a mother country. In contrast, neocolonialism is essentially an economic phenomenon based on the export of capital from an advanced country to a less developed one, for example, so-called US dollar imperialism in Latin America. In one of the most influential works of post-colonial theory, Edward Said developed the notion of Orientalism to highlight the extent to which Western cultural and political hegemony over the rest of the world, but over the Orient in particular, has been maintained through elaborate stereotypical fictions that belittle and demean non-Western people and cultures. Examples of such stereotypes include ideas such as the mysterious East, lustful Turks, and Asian inscrutability. In this way, Said delineated the structures of the discourse of Orientalism, treating Orientalism as a manifestation of the wider phenomenon. In this way, Said delineated the structures of the discourse of Orientalism, treating Orientalism as a manifestation of the wider phenomenon of Eurocentrism. Orientalism, stereotypical depictions of the Orient or Eastern culture generally which are based on distorted and invariably demeaning Western assumptions. Eurocentrism, the application of values and theories drawn from European culture to other groups and peoples, implying a biased or distorted worldview. Key figure. Bettman/Getty Images. Edward Said, 1935 to 2003. A Jerusalem-born U.S. academic and literary critic, Said was a prominent advocate of the Palestinian cause and a founding figure of post-colonial theory. He developed, from the 1970s onwards, a humanist critique of the Western Enlightenment that uncovered its link to colonialism and highlighted narratives of oppression, cultural and ideological biases that disempower colonized peoples. He thereby condemned Eurocentrism's attempt to remake the world in its own image. Said's key works include Orientalism, 1978, and Culture and Imperialism, 1993. Black nationalism in the USA and elsewhere was one of the early offshoots of post-colonialism. Aimed at promoting Black consciousness, Black nationalism dates back to the early 20th century and the rise of the Back to Africa movement inspired by figures such as Marcus Garvey, see page 136. Black politics nevertheless gained greater prominence in the 1960s with an upsurge in both the reformist and revolutionary wings of the movement. In its reformist guise, the movement took the form of a struggle for civil rights that reached national prominence in the USA under the leadership of Martin Luther King, 1929 to 68. The strategy of nonviolent civil disobedience was nevertheless rejected by the Black Power movement. This constituted a loose collection of groups committed to a separatist creed, which included the Black Panthers and the Black Muslims, now the Nation of Islam, and was associated with figures such as Kwame Ture, formerly Stokely Carmichael, 1941 to 98. The idea of Black consciousness has nevertheless been revived by the Black Lives Matter (BLM) movement, founded in 2013. Initially committed to anti-racist advocacy and protest focused primarily around the issue of police violence, particularly since 2020 Black Lives Matter has developed into a genuinely global organization concerned with, among other things, the decolonization of culture, education, and society. Politics of recognition. Multiculturalists argue that minority cultural groups are disadvantaged in relation to majority groups and that remedying this involves significant changes in society's rules and institutions. As such, multiculturalism, in common with many other ideological traditions, not least socialism and feminism, is associated with the advancement of marginalized, disadvantaged, or oppressed groups. However, multiculturalism draws from a novel approach to such matters, one that departs from conventional approaches to social advancement. Three contrasting approaches can be adopted, based, respectively, on the ideas of rights, redistribution, and recognition. See Figure 11.1. Figure 11.1 Contrasting approaches to social advancement. The notion of the politics of rights is rooted in the ideas of republicanism, see page 230, which are associated by many, but by no means all, with liberalism. Republicanism is concerned primarily with the problem of legal and political exclusion, the denial to certain groups of rights that are enjoyed by their fellow citizens. Republican thinking was, for example, reflected in first-wave feminism in that its campaign for female emancipation focused on the struggle for votes for women and equal access for women and men to education, careers, and public life in general. The Republican stance can, in this sense, be said to be difference-blind. It views difference as the problem because it leads to discriminatory or unfair treatment and proposes that difference be banished or transcended in the name of equality. Republicans therefore believe that social advancement can be brought about largely through the establishment of formal equality. Formal equality, equality based on people's status in society, especially their legal and political rights, legal and political equality. The contrasting idea of the politics of redistribution is rooted in a social reformist stance that embraces, among other traditions, modern liberalism and social democracy. It arose out of the belief that universal citizenship and formal equality are not sufficient in themselves to tackle the problems of subordination and marginalization. People are held back not merely by legal and political exclusion, but also, and more importantly, by social disadvantage, poverty, unemployment, poor housing, lack of education, and so on. The key idea of social reformism is the principle of equal opportunities, the belief in a level playing field that allows people to rise or fall in society strictly on the basis of personal ability and their willingness to work. This implies a shift from legal egalitarianism to social egalitarianism, the latter involving a system of social engineering that redistributes wealth so as to alleviate poverty and overcome disadvantage. In such an approach, difference is acknowledged as it highlights the existence of social injustice. Nevertheless, this amounts to no more than a provisional or temporary acknowledgement of difference in that different groups are identified only in order to expose unfair practices and structures which can then be reformed or removed. Citizenship, membership of a state, a relationship between the individual and the state based on reciprocal rights and responsibilities. Key concept: Republicanism. Republicanism refers, most simply, to a preference for a republic over a monarchy. However, the term republic suggests not merely the absence of a monarch but, in the light of its Latin root residential publica meaning common or collective affairs, it implies that the people should have a decisive say in the organization of the public realm. The central theme of Republican political theory is a concern with a particular form of freedom, sometimes seen as freedom as non-domination, Pettit, 1999. This combines liberty in the sense of protection against arbitrary or tyrannical rule with active participation in public and political life. The moral core of republicanism is expressed in a belief in civic virtue, understood to include public-spiritedness, honor, and patriotism, see page 125. Multiculturalism, for its part, developed out of the belief that group marginalization often has even deeper origins. It is not merely a legal, political, or social phenomenon but is, rather, a cultural phenomenon, one that operates through stereotypes and values that structure how people see themselves and are seen by others. In other words, universal citizenship and equality of opportunity do not go far enough. Egalitarianism has limited value in both its legal and social forms and may even be part of the problem in that it conceals deeper structures of cultural marginalization. In this light, multiculturalists have been inclined to emphasize difference rather than equality. This is reflected in the politics of recognition, which involves a positive endorsement, even a celebration, of cultural difference, allowing marginalized groups to assert themselves by reclaiming an authentic sense of cultural identity. Culture and identity. Multiculturalism's politics of recognition is shaped by a larger body of thought which holds that culture is basic to political and social identity. Multiculturalism, in that sense, is an example of the politics of cultural self-assertion. In this view, a pride in one's culture, and especially a public acknowledgement of one's cultural identity, gives people a sense of social and historical rootedness. In contrast, a weak or fractured sense of cultural identity can leave people feeling isolated and confused. In its extreme form, this can result in what has been called culturalism as practiced by thinkers such as the French political philosopher Montesquieu (1689–1775) and J.G. Herder, see page 135, which portrays human beings as culturally defined creatures. In its modern form, cultural politics has been shaped by two main forces, communitarianism and identity politics, see page 232. Culture, beliefs, values, and practices that are passed on from one generation to the next through learning. Culture is distinct from nature. Communitarianism advances a philosophical critique of liberal universalism, the idea that, as individuals, people in all societies and all cultures have essentially the same inner identity. In contrast, communitarians champion a shift away from universalism to particularism, reflecting an emphasis less on what people share or have in common and more on what is distinctive about the groups to which they belong. Identity, in this sense, links the personal to the social and sees the individual as embedded in a particular cultural, social, institutional, or ideological context. Only groups and communities can give people a genuine sense of identity and moral purpose. During the 1980s and 1990s, a major debate raged in philosophy between liberals and communitarians. However, one of the consequences of this debate was a growing willingness among many liberal thinkers to acknowledge the importance of culture. This, in turn, made liberalism more open to the attractions of multiculturalism, helping to give rise to the tradition of liberal multiculturalism. Liberal multiculturalism, a form of multiculturalism that is committed to toleration and seeks to uphold freedom of choice in the moral sphere, especially in relation to culture or religion. Key concept: communitarianism. Communitarianism is the belief that the self or person is constituted through the community in the sense that individuals are shaped by the communities to which they belong and thus owe them a debt of respect and consideration. There are no unencumbered selves. Though clearly at odds with liberal individualism, communitarianism nevertheless has a variety of political forms. Left-wing communitarianism holds that community demands unrestricted freedom and social equality, for example, anarchism. Centrist communitarianism holds that community is grounded in an acknowledgement of reciprocal rights and responsibilities, for example, social democracy/Tory paternalism. Right-wing communitarianism holds that community requires respect for authority and established values, for example, neoconservatism, see page 67. Identity politics is a broad term that encompasses a wide range of political trends and ideological developments, ranging from ethnocultural nationalism and religious fundamentalism to second-wave feminism and pluralist multiculturalism. What all forms of identity politics nevertheless have in common is that they advance a political critique of liberal universalism. Liberal universalism is a source of oppression, even a form of cultural imperialism, in that it tends to marginalize and demoralize subordinate groups and peoples. It does this because, behind a facade of universalism, the culture of liberal societies is constructed in line with the values and interests of its dominant groups, men, whites, the wealthy, and so on. Subordinate groups and peoples are either consigned an inferior or demeaning stereotype, or they are encouraged to identify with the values and interests of dominant groups, that is, their oppressors. However, identity politics does not only view culture as a source of oppression, it is also a source of liberation and empowerment, particularly when it seeks to cultivate a pure or authentic sense of identity. Embracing such an identity is therefore a political act, a statement of intent, and a form of defiance. This is what gives identity politics its typically combative character and imbues it with psycho-emotional force. Pluralist multiculturalism, a form of multiculturalism that is committed to deep diversity based on the alleged benefits of culture entrenchment and the need to resist cultural imperialism. Perspectives on culture. Liberals have sometimes been critical of traditional or popular culture, seeing it as a source of conformism and a violation of individuality. High culture, however, especially in the arts and literature, may nevertheless be viewed as a manifestation of and stimulus to individual self-development. Culture is thus valued only when it promotes intellectual development. Conservatives place a strong emphasis on culture, emphasizing its benefits in terms of strengthening social cohesion and political unity. Culture, from this perspective, is strongest when it overlaps with tradition and therefore binds one generation to the next. Conservatives support monocultural societies, believing that only a common culture can inculcate the shared values that bind society together. Socialists, and particularly Marxists, have viewed culture as part of the ideological and political superstructure that is conditioned by the economic base. In this view, culture is a reflection of the interests of the ruling class, its role being primarily ideological. Culture thus helps to reconcile subordinate classes to their oppression within the capitalist class system. Fascists draw a sharp distinction between rationalist culture, which is a product of the Enlightenment and is shaped by the intellect alone, and organic culture, which embodies the spirit or essence of a people, often grounded in blood. In the latter sense, culture is of profound importance in preserving a distinctive national or racial identity and in generating a unifying political will. Fascists believe in strict and untrammeled monoculturalism. Populists, especially right-wing populists, view culture as a key battleground in the conflict between the people and the elite, expressed through the notion of a culture war. While the elite is bound to liberal or progressive values, the people are attached to conservative or traditionalist values, key wedge issues including gender equality, racial justice, same-sex marriage, and trans rights. Feminists have often been critical of culture, believing that, in the form of patriarchal culture, it reflects male interests and values and serves to demean women, reconciling them to a system of gender oppression. Nevertheless, cultural feminists have used culture as a tool of feminism, arguing that, in strengthening distinctive female values and ways of life, it can safeguard the interests of women. Multiculturalists view culture as the core feature of personal and social identity, giving people an orientation in the world and strengthening their sense of cultural belonging. They believe that different cultural groups can live peacefully and harmoniously within the same society because the recognition of cultural difference underpins rather than threatens social cohesion. However, cultural diversity must in some way and at some level be balanced against the need for common civic allegiances. Key concept: identity politics. Identity politics is an orientation towards social or political theorizing rather than a coherent body of ideas with a settled political character. It seeks to challenge and overthrow oppression by reshaping a group's identity through what amounts to a process of politico-cultural self-assertion. This reflects two core beliefs. 1. Group marginalization operates through stereotypes and values developed by dominant groups that structure how marginalized groups see themselves and are seen by others. These inculcate a sense of inferiority, even shame. 2. Subordination can be challenged by reshaping identity to give the group concerned a sense of pride and self-respect, e.g., black is beautiful or gay pride. Embracing or proclaiming a positive social identity is thus an act of defiance or liberation. Minority rights. The advance of multiculturalism has gone hand in hand with a willingness to recognize minority rights, sometimes called multicultural rights. Minority rights are special rights in that they are specific to the groups to which they belong, each cultural group having different needs for recognition based on the particular character of its religion, traditions, and way of life. The most systematic attempt to identify such rights was undertaken by Wilcombe. Wilcombe, 2000, identified three kinds of minority rights. Self-government rights belong to what are classified as so-called national minorities, indigenous or tribal peoples who are territorially concentrated, possess a shared language, and are characterized by a meaningful way of life across the full range of human activities. Examples include Native Americans and the First Nations, Inuits, and Métis peoples in Canada. In these cases, the right to self-government involves the devolution of political power, often through federalism, see page 43, to political units that are substantially controlled by their members, although it may extend to the right of secession and, therefore, to sovereign independence. Polyethnic rights are rights that help ethnic groups and religious minorities, which have developed through immigration, to express and maintain their cultural distinctiveness. This would, for instance, provide the basis for legal exemptions such as the exemption of Jews and Muslims from animal slaughtering laws and the exemption of Muslim girls from school dress codes. Special representation rights attempt to redress the underrepresentation of minority or disadvantaged groups in education and in senior positions in political and public life. Wilcombe justified reverse or positive discrimination in such cases on the grounds that it is the only way of ensuring the full and equal participation of all groups in the life of their society, thus ensuring that public policy reflects the interests of diverse groups and peoples and not merely those of traditionally dominant groups. Positive discrimination, preferential treatment towards a group designed to compensate its members for past disadvantage or structural inequality. Minority rights have been justified in a variety of ways. First, they have been viewed, particularly by liberal multiculturalists, as a guarantee of individual freedom and personal autonomy. In this view, culture is a vital tool that enables people to live autonomous lives. Charles Taylor, see page 234, thus argues that individual self-respect is intrinsically bound up with cultural membership. As people derive an important sense of who they are from their cultures, individual rights cannot but be entangled with minority rights. Key figure. DPA Picture Alliance/Alamy Stock Photo. Wilcombe, born 1962. A Canadian political philosopher, Wilcombe is often seen as the leading theorist of liberal multiculturalism. In Multicultural Citizenship 1995-2000, he argued that certain collective rights of minority cultures are consistent with liberal democratic principles, but acknowledged that no single formula can be applied to all minority groups, particularly as the needs and aspirations of immigrants differ from those of indigenous peoples. For Wilcombe, cultural identity and minority rights are closely linked to personal autonomy. His other works in this area include Multicultural Odysseys 2007. Second, in many cases minority rights are seen as a way of countering oppression. In this view, societies can harm their citizens by trivializing or ignoring their cultural identities, harm, in this case, being viewed as a failure of recognition. Taylor, 1994. Minority groups are always threatened or vulnerable because the state, despite its pretense of neutrality, is inevitably aligned with a dominant culture whose language is used, whose history is told. Minority groups are always threatened or vulnerable because the state, despite its pretense of neutrality, is inevitably aligned with a dominant culture, whose language is used, whose history is taught, and whose cultural and religious practices are observed in public life. Of particular importance in this respect is the issue of offense and the idea of a right not to be offended. This, in particular, concerns religious groups which consider certain beliefs to be sacred and are therefore especially deserving of protection. To criticize, insult, or even ridicule such beliefs is thus seen as an attack on the group itself. This can be seen in relation to the phenomenon of cultural appropriation. See page 235. Offense. In this sense, to feel hurt, even humiliated, an injury against one's deepest beliefs. Key figure. Brent N. Clark/Wire Image/Getty Images. Charles Taylor, born 1931. A Canadian academic and political philosopher, Taylor drew on communitarian thinking to construct a theory of multiculturalism as the politics of recognition, emphasizing the twin ideas of equal dignity, rooted in an appeal to people's humanity, and equal respect, reflecting difference and the extent to which personal identity is culturally situated. Taylor's multiculturalism goes beyond classical liberalism, while also rejecting particularism and moral relativism. His most influential work in this area is Multiculturalism and The Politics of Recognition, 1994. Third, minority rights have been supported on the grounds that they redress social injustice. In this view, Minority rights are a compensation for unfair disadvantages and for underrepresentation, usually addressed through a program of positive discrimination. This has been particularly evident in the USA, where the political advancement of African Americans has, since the 1960s, been associated with so-called affirmative action. For example, in the case of Regents of the University of California versus Bakke, 1978, the Supreme Court upheld the principle of reverse discrimination in educational admissions, allowing Black students to gain admission to U.S. universities with lower qualifications than white students. Affirmative action: policies or programs that are designed to benefit disadvantaged minority groups, or potentially women, by affording them special assistance. Political ideologies in action. Cultural appropriation. Events. In January 2020, the Japanese fashion brand Comme des Garçons issued a deep and sincere apology after sending white models wearing cornrow wigs, a protective hairstyle strongly linked to Black culture, down the catwalk at Paris Fashion Week. Claiming to have drawn inspiration from the style of an Egyptian prince, the fashion brand was accused of cultural appropriation. In September 2019, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau faced a storm of criticism, almost wrecking his chances of re-election, after images emerged of him wearing black makeup when he was in his late teens and early 20s. Other alleged examples of cultural appropriation include the sporting of Native American headdresses at festivals, the singing of the slave anthem, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, by England rugby fans, and the widespread commercialization of yoga. Significance: cultural appropriation or cultural misappropriation, to emphasize its negative character, refers to the adoption of the customs, practices, or ideas of one culture by members of another and typically more dominant culture. This form of cultural borrowing is considered undesirable and offensive by various groups and individuals, including indigenous peoples and disadvantaged or minority cultures. The reason for this is that these marginalized cultures are harmed by stereotypical portrayals that demean, insult, or trivialize aspects of their heritage, preserving ignorance and undermining self-esteem in the process. At the same time, more dominant cultures are encouraged to treat less dominant ones as objects of amusement or a means of satisfying their appetite for the exotic. As such, cultural appropriation sustains and entrenches imbalances in power. The concept of cultural appropriation has also been the target of criticism, however. In the first place, it fails to recognize the extent to which cultures are not separate and discrete, but fluid, multifarious, and overlapping entities. Second, cultural appropriation may be a positive, not always a negative thing. Thus, whereas, at one extreme, adopting blackface is now almost universally considered to be blatantly insulting, other forms of cultural borrowing may be based on admiration for, and a sincere desire to learn from, other cultures. The fact of cultural borrowing may therefore be less important than the motive behind it, that is, whether or not it is done respectfully. Third, some argue that representations of other people's culture, however insensitive or demeaning they may be, do not meaningfully constitute social harm, and so do not genuinely provide a basis for offense. Finally, multiculturalists such as Kim Licka believe that indigenous peoples or national minorities are entitled to rights that go beyond those of groups that have formed as a result of immigration. This can be sustained on the grounds that indigenous peoples have been dispossessed and subordinated through a process of colonization and settlement. In no way did they choose to give up their culture or distinctive way of life. Neither did they consent to the formation of a new state. In these circumstances, minority rights are, at least potentially, national rights. In contrast, as migration involves some level of choice and voluntary action, even allowing for the possible impact of factors such as poverty and persecution, immigrant groups can be said to be under an obligation to accept the core values and governmental arrangements of their country of settlement. Migration and settlement can therefore be seen as a form of implicit consent. However, although the movement on behalf of indigenous peoples shares much in common with anti-colonial nationalism, its political goals are typically more modest. Rather than aspiring to establish sovereign independence, indigenous peoples seek to maintain certain traditional practices while participating on their own terms in wider social, economic, and political arrangements. According to James Tully, such a development would involve constitutional remodeling to both protect cultural diversity and expand the rights of indigenous peoples, especially in areas such as hunting and fishing in particular territories, land ownership on the part of the majority community, and the enforcement of traditional family law. Key figure: University of Victoria. James Tully, born 1946. A Canadian political theorist, Tully has championed a plural form of political society that accommodates the needs and interests of indigenous peoples. He portrayed modern constitutionalism, which stresses sovereignty and uniformity, as a form of imperialism that denies indigenous modes of self-government and land appropriation. In its place, he advocated ancient constitutionalism, which respects diversity and pluralism, and allows traditional values and practices to be accepted as legitimate. Tully's key works in this area are Strange Multiplicity, 1995, and Public Philosophy in a New Key, 2008. Controversy nevertheless surrounds the rights of minority cultural groups when it comes to their implications for vulnerable group members, particularly women, Oken, 1999. This happens when minority rights and the politics of recognition serve to preserve and legitimize patriarchal and traditionalist beliefs that systematically disadvantage women, an argument that may equally be applied to those of the LGBTQ community, and is sometimes seen as the minorities within minorities problem. Cultural practices such as dress codes, family structures, and access to elite positions have thus been seen to establish structural gender biases. Multiculturalism may therefore be little more than a concealed attempt to bolster male power. However, contemporary liberal political philosophers have strived to resolve the paradox of multicultural vulnerability by trying to take account of the need to reduce injustice between minority groups and the wider society, while at the same time enhancing justice within minority groups. Shakar, 2001. Togetherness in difference. Multiculturalism has much in common with nationalism. Both emphasize the capacity of culture to generate social and political cohesion, and both seek to bring political arrangements into line with patterns of cultural differentiation. Nevertheless, whereas nationalists believe that stable and successful societies are ones in which nationality, in the sense of a shared cultural identity, coincides with citizenship, multiculturalists hold that cultural diversity is compatible with and perhaps provides the best basis for political cohesion. Multiculturalism is characterized by a steadfast refusal to link diversity to conflict or instability. All forms of multiculturalism are based on the assumption that unity and diversity, or togetherness in difference, Young, 1995, can and should be blended with one another. They are not opposing forces. In this sense, multiculturalists accept that people can have multiple identities and multiple loyalties, for instance, to their country of origin and their country of settlement. Indeed, multiculturalists argue that cultural recognition underpins political stability. People are willing and able to participate in society precisely because they have a firm and secure identity rooted in their own culture. From this perspective, the denial of cultural recognition results in isolation and powerlessness, providing a breeding ground for extremism and the politics of hate. Multiculturalists do not just believe that diversity is possible, they believe it is also desirable and should be celebrated. Apart from its benefits to the individual in terms of a stronger sense of cultural identity and belonging, multiculturalists believe that diversity is of value to society at large. This can be seen, in particular, in terms of the vigor and vibrancy of a society in which there are a variety of lifestyles, cultural practices, traditions, and beliefs. Multiculturalism, in this sense, parallels ecologism in drawing links between diversity and systemic health. Cultural diversity is seen to benefit society in the same way that biodiversity benefits an ecosystem. An additional advantage of diversity is that, by promoting cultural exchange between groups that live side by side with one another, it fosters cross-cultural toleration and understanding, and therefore a willingness to respect difference. Diversity, in this sense, is the antidote to social polarization and prejudice. Toleration, forbearance, a willingness to accept views or actions with which one is in disagreement. Nevertheless, multiculturalism has sometimes been criticized for endorsing diversity at the expense of unity. This has been reflected growing interest in what is called interculturalism, seen either as an alternative to multiculturalism or as an updated version of multiculturalism. Viewed as a response to how to live in, rather than with, diversity, interculturalism is based on three key assumptions. First, it rejects the idea that cultures are fixed and unchanging, instead emphasizing that they are fluid and internally differentiated. Dialogue thus takes place within cultures as well as between them. Second, contest, debate, and argument are seen to be intrinsically worthwhile, reflecting an underlying faith in reason. Third, cultures are taken to be distinguished more by what they have in common than by what divides them. However, some multiculturalists hold that interculturalism is a political and moral dead end. This is because they fear that by encouraging cultural exchange and prioritizing mutual understanding, it risks blurring the contours of group identity and creating a kind of pick-and-mix, melting pot society in which individuals have but a shallow sense of social and historical identity. Interculturalism, an approach to diversity that strongly emphasizes the benefits of dialogue and interaction between cultures. Types of multiculturalism. All forms of multiculturalism advance a political vision that claims to reconcile cultural diversity with civic cohesion. However, multiculturalism is not a single doctrine in the sense that there is no settled or agreed view of how multicultural society should operate. Indeed, multiculturalism is another example of a cross-cutting ideology that draws on a range of other political traditions and encompasses a variety of ideological stances. Multiculturalists disagree both about how far they should go in positively endorsing cultural diversity and about how civic cohesion can best be brought about. In short, there are competing models of multiculturalism, each offering a different view of the proper balance between diversity and unity. The three main types of multiculturalism are as follows: liberal multiculturalism, pluralist multiculturalism, cosmopolitan multiculturalism. Liberal multiculturalism. There is a complex and, in many ways, ambivalent relationship between liberalism and multiculturalism. Some view liberalism and multiculturalism as rival political traditions, the former emphasizing individualism, see page 24, and freedom of choice, while the latter stresses collectivism, see page 80, and group identity. Since the 1970s, however, liberal thinkers have taken the issue of cultural diversity increasingly seriously and have developed a form of liberal multiculturalism. This is sometimes seen to reflect a shift within liberalism from an emphasis on universalism to a stress on pluralism, see page 240. The cornerstone aspect of liberal multiculturalism is an unswerving commitment to toleration and a desire to uphold freedom of choice in the moral sphere, especially in relation to matters that are of central concern to particular cultural or religious traditions. This has contributed to the idea that liberalism is neutral in relation to the moral, cultural, and other choices that citizens make. John Rawls, see page 39, for example, championed this belief in arguing that liberalism strives to establish conditions in which people can establish the good life as each defines it, the right, but it does not prescribe or try to promote any particular values or moral beliefs, the good. Liberalism, in this sense, is difference-blind. It treats factors such as culture, ethnicity, race, religion, and gender as, in effect, irrelevant, because all people should be evaluated as morally autonomous individuals. However, toleration is not morally neutral and only provides a limited endorsement of cultural diversity. In particular, toleration extends only to views, values, and social practices that are themselves tolerant, that is, ideas and actions that are compatible with personal freedom and autonomy. Liberals thus cannot accommodate deep diversity. For example, liberal multiculturalists may be unwilling to endorse practices such as female genital mutilation, forced and possibly arranged marriages, and female dress codes. However much the groups concerned may argue that these are crucial to the maintenance of their cultural identity. The individual's rights, and particularly his or her freedom of choice, must therefore come before the rights of the cultural group in question. Deep diversity, diversity that rejects the idea of objective or absolute standards and so is based on moral relativism. The second feature of liberal multiculturalism is that it draws an important distinction between private and public life. It sees the former as a realm of freedom in which people are, or should be, free to express their cultural, religious, and language identity, whereas the latter must be characterized by at least a bedrock of shared civic allegiances. Citizenship is thus divorced from cultural identity, making the latter essentially a private matter. Such a stance implies that multiculturalism is compatible with civic nationalism. This can be seen in the so-called hyphenated nationality that operates in the USA, through which people view themselves as African Americans, Polish Americans, German Americans, and so on. In this tradition, integration rather than diversity is emphasized in the public sphere. The USA, for instance, stresses proficiency in English and a knowledge of U.S. political history as preconditions for gaining citizenship. The third and final aspect of liberal multiculturalism is that it regards liberal democracy, see page 44, as the sole legitimate political system. In this view, the virtue of liberal democracy is that it ensures that government is based on the consent of the people and, in providing guarantees for personal freedom and toleration, it provides a political space for the expression of diverse views and values. This, nevertheless, does not lead to a free-for-all in which any views and values can be expressed. Liberal democracy is its own gatekeeper. Groups and political movements may be prohibited if their goals and beliefs are incompatible with key liberal democratic principles. Groups are therefore only entitled to toleration and respect if they, in turn, are prepared to tolerate and respect other groups. Pluralist multiculturalism. Pluralism provides firmer foundations for a politics of difference than does liberalism. For liberals, as has been seen, diversity is endorsed but only when it is constructed within a framework of toleration and personal autonomy amounting to a form of shallow diversity. This is the sense in which liberals absolutize liberalism, Parek, 2005. Isaiah Berlin, see page 240, nevertheless went beyond liberal toleration in endorsing the idea of value pluralism. This holds, in short, that people are bound to disagree about the ultimate ends of life, as it is not possible to demonstrate the superiority of one moral system over another. As values clash, the human predicament is inevitably characterized by moral conflict. In this view, liberal or Western beliefs such as support for personal freedom, toleration, and democracy have no greater moral authority than a liberal or non-Western beliefs. Berlin's 1958-1969 stance implies a form of live and let live multiculturalism, or what has been called the politics of indifference. However, as Berlin remained a liberal to the extent that he believed that only within a society that respects individual liberty can value pluralism be contained, he failed to demonstrate how liberal and illiberal cultural beliefs can coexist harmoniously within the same society. Nevertheless, once liberalism accepts moral pluralism, it is difficult to contain it within a liberal framework. John Gray, 1995b, for instance, argued that pluralism implies a post-liberal stance in which liberal values, institutions, and regimes are no longer seen to enjoy a monopoly of legitimacy, see Figure 11.2. Shallow diversity, diversity that is confined by the acceptance of certain values and beliefs as absolute and therefore non-negotiable. Value pluralism, the theory that there is no single, overriding conception of the good life, but rather a number of competing and equally legitimate conceptions. Figure 11.2. Liberalism and cultural diversity. An alternative basis for pluralist multiculturalism has been advanced by Bika Parekh, 2005. In Parekh's, see page 241, view, cultural diversity is, at heart, a reflection of the dialectic or interplay between human nature and culture. Although human beings are natural creatures who possess a common species-derived physical and mental structure, they are also culturally constituted in the sense that their attitudes, behavior, and ways of life are shaped by the groups to which they belong. A recognition of the complexity of human nature and the fact that any culture expresses only part of what it means to be truly human, therefore provides the basis for a politics of recognition and thus for a viable form of multiculturalism. Such a stance goes beyond liberal multiculturalism in that it stresses that Western liberalism gives expression only to certain aspects of human nature. Key figure. Sophie Bassols, Sigma/Getty Images. Isaiah Berlin, 1909-97. A Riga-born UK historian of ideas and a philosopher, Berlin developed a form of liberal pluralism that was grounded in a lifelong commitment to empiricism. Basic to Berlin's philosophical stance was the idea that conflicts of values are intrinsic to human life, a position that has influenced post-liberal thinking about multiculturalism. A fierce critic of totalitarianism, Berlin's best-known political work is Four Essays on Liberty, 1958-1969, in which he extolled the virtues of negative freedom over positive freedom. Key concept. Pluralism. Pluralism, in its broadest sense, is a belief in or commitment to diversity or multiplicity, the existence of many things. As a descriptive term, pluralism may denote the existence of party competition, political pluralism, a multiplicity of ethical values, moral or value pluralism, a variety of cultural beliefs, cultural pluralism, and so on. As a normative term, it suggests that diversity is healthy and desirable, usually because it safeguards individual liberty and promotes debate, argument, and understanding. More narrowly, pluralism is a theory of the distribution of political power. As such, it holds that power is widely and evenly dispersed in society, not concentrated in the hands of an elite or ruling class. In this form, pluralism is usually seen as a theory of group politics, implying that group access to government ensures broad democratic responsiveness. Beyond pluralist multiculturalism, a form of particularist multiculturalism can be identified. Particularist multiculturalists emphasize that cultural diversity takes place within a context of unequal power in which certain groups have customarily enjoyed advantages and privileges that have been denied to other groups. Particularist multiculturalism is very clearly aligned to the needs and interests of marginalized or disadvantaged groups. The plight of such groups tends to be explained in terms of the corrupt and corrupting nature of Western culture, values, and lifestyles which are either believed to be tainted by the inheritance of colonialism and racism, see page 162, or associated with polluting ideas such as materialism and permissiveness. In this context, an emphasis on cultural distinctiveness amounts to a form of political resistance, a refusal to succumb to repression or corruption. However, such an emphasis on cultural purity, which may extend to an unwillingness to engage in cultural exchange, raises concerns about the prospects for civic cohesion. Diversity may be stressed at the expense of unity. Particularist multiculturalism may thus give rise to ingrained social fragmentation as each cultural group gravitates towards an undifferentiated communal ideal which has less and less in common with the ideals of other groups. Key figure. Roger Harris/Wikimedia Commons. Bika Parekh, born 1935. An Indian political theorist, Parekh has developed an influential defense of cultural diversity from a pluralist perspective. In Rethinking Multiculturalism, 2005, he rejected universalist liberalism on the grounds that what is reasonable and moral is embedded in and mediated by culture, which, in turn, helps people to make sense of their lives and the world around them. Variegated treatment, including affirmative action, is therefore required to put ethnic, cultural, or religious minorities on an equal footing with the majority community. Tensions within multiculturalism. Liberal multiculturalism v. Pluralist multiculturalism. Toleration, difference, fundamental values, value, pluralism, individual rights, cultural rights, shallow, diversity, deep. Diversity, cultural fluidity, cultural embeddedness, liberal democratic framework, plural political forms, universalism, particularism. Cosmopolitan multiculturalism. Cosmopolitanism, see page 139, and multiculturalism can be seen as entirely distinct, even conflicting, ideological traditions. Whereas cosmopolitanism encourages people to adopt a global consciousness which emphasizes that ethical responsibility should not be confined by national borders, multiculturalism appears to particularize moral sensibilities, focusing on the specific needs and interests of a distinctive cultural group. However, for theorists such as Jeremy Waldron, see page 242, multiculturalism can effectively be equated with cosmopolitanism. Cosmopolitan multiculturalists endorse cultural diversity and identity politics, but they view them as essentially transitional states in a larger reconstruction of political sensibilities and priorities. This position celebrates diversity on the grounds of what each culture can learn from other cultures and because of the prospects for personal self-development that are offered by a world of wider cultural opportunities and options. This results in what has been called a pick-and-mix multiculturalism, in which interculturalism and cultural mixing are positively encouraged. People, for instance, may eat Italian food, practice yoga, enjoy African music, and develop an interest in world religions. Key figure: Chip Somodevilla/Getty Images News/Getty Images. Jeremy Waldron, born 1953. A New Zealand legal and political theorist, Waldron has developed a cosmopolitan understanding of multiculturalism that stresses the rise of hybridity. Waldron's emphasis on the fluid, multifarious, and often fractured nature of the human self provided the basis for the development of cosmopolitanism as a normative philosophy that challenges both liberalism and communitarianism. It rejects the rigid, liberal perception of what it means to lead an autonomous life, as well as the tendency within communitarianism to confine people within a single, authentic culture. Culture, from this perspective, is fluid and responsive to changing social circumstances and personal needs. It is not fixed and historically embedded as pluralist or particularist multiculturalists would argue. A multicultural society is thus a melting pot of different ideas, values, and traditions rather than a cultural mosaic of separate ethnic and religious groups. In particular, the cosmopolitan stance positively embraces hybridity. This recognizes that, in the modern world, individual identity cannot be explained in terms of a single cultural structure but rather exists, in Waldron's 1995 words, as a melange of commitments, affiliations, and roles. Indeed, for Waldron, immersion in the traditions of a particular culture is like living in Disneyland and thinking that one's surroundings epitomize what it is for a culture to exist. If we are all now, to some degree, cultural mongrels, multiculturalism is as much an inner condition as it is a feature of modern society. The benefit of this form of multiculturalism is that it broadens moral and political sensibilities, ultimately leading to the emergence of a one-world perspective. However, multiculturalists from rival traditions criticize the cosmopolitan stance for stressing togetherness at the expense of difference. To treat cultural identity as a matter of self-definition and to encourage hybridity and cultural mixing is, arguably, to weaken any genuine sense of cultural belonging. Hybridity, a condition of social and cultural mixing in which people develop multiple identities. Figure 11.3 Types of multiculturalism. The future of multiculturalism. In some respects, multiculturalism may turn out to be the ideology of the 21st century. One of the chief features of the modern world, thanks to the perhaps irresistible forces generated by globalization, is a substantial increase in geographical and particularly cross-border mobility. More and more societies have, as a result, accepted cultural diversity as an irresistible fact of life. Not only is the relatively homogeneous nation-state a receding memory in many parts of the world, but attempts to reconstruct it through, for example, strict immigration controls, enforced assimilation, or pressure to repatriate, increasingly appear to be politically fanciful. If this is the case, just as nationalism was the major ideological force in world politics during the 19th and 20th centuries, helping to reshape the contours of political authority as well as the relationship between different societies, multiculturalism may be its successor. The major ideological issue for our time and for succeeding generations may therefore be the search for ways in which people with different moral values and from different cultural and religious traditions can find a way of living together without civil strife or violence. Multiculturalism is not only the ideology that most squarely addresses this question, but it also offers solutions, albeit tentative ones. Assimilation, the process through which immigrant communities lose their cultural distinctiveness by adjusting to the values, allegiances, and lifestyles of the host society. It is more common, nevertheless, for multiculturalism to be seen as an idea whose time has gone, not come. Once seen as a fine idea which gave dignity to difference and provided minority voices with a political platform, some argue the price that has been paid for these benefits has been just too great. From this perspective, the central flaw of multiculturalism is that it tends always to gravitate more towards diversity than unity, favoring segregation rather than integration. For the Indian welfare economist and philosopher Amartya Sen, 2006, this stems from the solidaristic assumptions that underpin multiculturalism, particularly in its pluralist and particularist forms, which suggests that human identities are formed by membership of a single social group. This, Sen argued, not only leads to the miniaturization of humanity but also encourages people to identify only with their own monoculture and fail to recognize the rights and integrity of people from other cultural groups. Multiculturalism thus breeds a kind of ghettoization. The most strident critique of multiculturalism nevertheless stems from the conservative tradition. Conservatives object to multiculturalism on the grounds that shared values and a common culture are a necessary precondition for a stable and successful society. The basis for such a view is the belief that human beings are drawn to others who are similar to themselves. Critics of multiculturalism therefore often claim that a fear or distrust of strangers or foreigners is natural and unavoidable, in which case multicultural societies are inherently flawed and conflict-ridden. Ghettoization, a process of segregating a body of people as in a ghetto, a walled area, in a medieval European city. Questions for discussion. How does post-colonialism provide the basis for multiculturalist thinking? How and why is multiculturalism linked to the politics of recognition? Is multiculturalism a form of communitarianism? What is the justification for minority or multicultural rights? Is multiculturalism compatible with the idea of individual rights? Why do multiculturalists believe that diversity provides the basis for a politically stable society? Why have liberals supported diversity, and when do they believe that diversity is excessive? How does pluralism go beyond liberalism? Are Western cultures tainted by the inheritance of colonialism and racism? Can multiculturalism be reconciled with any form of nationalism? To what extent is there tension between cultural rights and women's rights? What impact does multiculturalism have on the politics of redistribution? Could multiculturalism lead to cosmopolitanism? Further reading. Cordero Rodriguez, L., and Simendic, M., Philosophies of Multiculturalism Beyond Liberalism, 2017. Diverse commentaries on how multiculturalism interacts with other political ideologies, particularly in non-Western contexts. Iveson, D., Ashgate Research Companion to Multiculturalism, 2016. A broad collection of essays from leading scholars on multiculturalism and its wider philosophical and political implications. Murphy, M., Multiculturalism, A Critical Introduction, 2012. An accessible general introduction to multiculturalism as a societal philosophy. Parekh, B., Rethinking Multiculturalism, Cultural Diversity and Political Theory, 2nd ed., 2005. A comprehensive defense of the pluralist perspective on cultural diversity that also discusses the practical problems confronting multicultural societies. Tremblay, A., Diversity in Decline? The Rise of the Political Right and the Fate of Multiculturalism, 2019. A timely book exploring the place of multicultural ideas in the context of increasingly right-leaning politics. Chapter 12. Fundamentalism. Preview Historical Overview Core Themes Types of Fundamentalism The Future of Fundamentalism Questions for Discussion Further reading. Preview. The word fundamentalism derives from the Latin fundamentum, meaning base. The term was first used in debates within American Protestantism in the early 20th century. Between 1910 and 1915, evangelical Protestants published a series of pamphlets entitled The Fundamentals, upholding the inerrancy or literal truth of the Bible in the face of modern interpretations of Christianity. The term fundamentalism is highly controversial. It is commonly associated with inflexibility, dogmatism, authoritarianism, even violence. As a result, many of those who are classified as fundamentalists reject the term as simplistic or demeaning, preferring instead to describe themselves as traditionalists, conservatives, evangelicals, revivalists, and so forth. However, unlike alternative terms, fundamentalism has the advantage of conveying the idea of a religio-political movement or project, rather than simply the assertion of the literal truth of sacred texts, although this remains a feature of certain forms of fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism is thus characterized by a rejection of the distinction between religion and politics. Politics, in effect, is religion. This implies that religious principles are not restricted to personal or private life, but are seen as the organizing principles of public existence, including law, social conduct, and the economy, as well as politics. As such, fundamentalist tendencies can be identified in all the world's major religions: Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. Nevertheless, although some forms of religious fundamentalism coexist with pluralism, for example, Christian fundamentalism in the USA and Jewish fundamentalism in Israel, because their goals are limited and specific. Other forms of religious fundamentalism are revolutionary, notably Islamic fundamentalism, in that they aim to construct a theocracy in which the state is reconstructed on the basis of religious principles, and political position is linked to one's place within a religious hierarchy. Historical overview. Despite its backward-looking emphasis and evident anti-modernism, religious fundamentalism is very much a creature of the modern world. Indeed, most commentators treat it as a distinctively modern phenomenon and deny that it has historical parallels. Possible exceptions to this include the German preacher and Anabaptist Thomas Müntzer (1489–1525), who led the Peasants' War, and the French Protestant reformer Jean Calvin (1509–64), who founded a theocracy, see page 247, in Geneva that allowed him to control almost all the city's affairs. Similarly, the Puritans, a loose collection of anti-episcopal Presbyterians, played a major role in initiating the English Revolution of the 17th century and demonstrated this worldly concern to establish a new political and social system by sailing to North America to found a New England. Oliver Cromwell, 1599–1658, the leader of the New Model Army and a convinced Puritan, abolished the English monarchy and established, in its place, the Commonwealth, which became for a while the head and champion of Protestant Europe. Key concept: religious fundamentalism. The word fundamentalism derives from the Latin fundamentum, meaning base. The core idea of religious fundamentalism is that religion cannot and should not be confined to the private sphere, but finds its highest and proper expression in the politics of popular mobilization and social regeneration. Although often related, religious fundamentalism should not be equated with scriptural literalism, as the fundamentals are often extracted through a process of dynamic interpretation by a charismatic leader. Religious fundamentalism also differs from ultra-orthodoxy in that it advances a program for the moral and political regeneration of society in line with religious principles, as opposed to a retreat from corrupt secular society into the purity of faith-based communal living. Subsequently, this style of fundamentalist religion went into decline as, in Europe in particular, Christianity entered a period characterized by its gradual, long-term withdrawal from the public or political sphere. This was in line with the so-called secularization thesis. At its minimum, secularization was reflected in the decline of the prestige and power of religious teachers. It also typically involved the decline or end of, among other things, state support for religious bodies, religious teaching in national schools, and legislative protection for religious doctrines. Over time, in many cases, secularism came to be backed up with legal or constitutional force, a lead being taken by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which, in guaranteeing freedom of religious worship, ensures that the state cannot encroach on religious matters. This process reached its peak in the 20th century, most notably in communist states such as the Soviet Union and China, where systematic attempts were made to suppress religion in all its forms. Secularization thesis: the theory that modernization is characterized by the spread of worldly or rationalist ideas and values in the place of religious or sacred ones. Religion, a body of beliefs about some kind of, usually otherworldly, transcendent reality. Religions may be monotheistic, pantheistic, or non-theistic. Nevertheless, there has been distinct evidence of a revival of religion in the period since the late 20th century. New, and often more assertive, forms of religiosity have emerged, and religious movements have gained a renewed potency. Moreover, in its fundamentalist guise, this religious revivalism has assumed an overtly political form. This shift in emphasis was most dramatically demonstrated by the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, which brought the Ayatollah Khomeini, see page 248, to power as the leader of the world's first Islamic state. It soon became clear, however, that the fundamentalist upsurge was not an exclusively Islamic development. Christian fundamentalists, led by political organizations such as the Moral Majority, played a prominent role in the 1980s in U.S. politics, campaigning for changes in public policy in such areas as abortion, homosexuality, and school prayers. What became, in effect, the evangelical wing of the Republican Party forged close links to the Ronald Reagan presidency 1981–89, as it did with Donald Trump's presidency 2017–21. See page 249. During the 1980s and 1990s, fundamentalist movements also arose within Hinduism and Sikhism in India and within Buddhism in Sri Lanka and Myanmar. Interest in fundamentalism nevertheless peaked in the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks on Washington and New York and the initiation of the so-called War on Terror, events which were interpreted by some as marking the beginning of a global struggle between Islam and the West, in line with Samuel Huntington's idea of a clash of civilization. West, the parts of the world that are distinguished culturally by common Greco-Roman and Christian roots, socially by the dominance of industrial capitalism, and politically by the prevalence of liberal democracy. Key concept: theocracy. Theocracy, literally rule by God, is the principle that religious authority should prevail over political authority. A theocracy is therefore a regime in which government posts are filled on the basis of people's position in the religious hierarchy. Theocratic rule is illiberal in two senses. First, it violates the public/private divide in that it takes religious rules and precepts to be the guiding principles of both personal life and political conduct. Second, it invests political authority with potentially unlimited power because, as temporal power derived from spiritual wisdom, it cannot be based on popular consent or be properly constrained within a constitutional framework. Strict theocratic rule is therefore a form of autocracy, while limited theocratic rule may coexist with democracy and constitutionalism. See page 42. Key concept: Clash of Civilizations. The Clash of Civilizations thesis suggests that the 21st century global order will be characterized by growing tension and conflict, but that this conflict will be cultural in character rather than ideological, political, or economic. According to Huntington, 1996, the rise of culture as the key factor in world politics has occurred as ideology has faded in significance in the post-Cold War world and globalization has weakened the state's ability to generate a sense of civic belonging. Civilizations inevitably clash because they are based on incommensurate values and meanings, with tension between China and the USA and between Islam and the West being particularly likely. The thesis may nevertheless underestimate both the complex and fluid nature of civilizations and their capacity for peaceful coexistence. Core themes. Fundamentalism is an untypical political ideology. Not only does it, in its religious guise, draw inspiration from sacred, spiritual, or otherworldly matters, but it also cuts across a variety of, or perhaps all, religions regardless of their doctrinal and structural differences. To study religious fundamentalism as a single, coherent entity is to treat as secondary the substantial differences that divide the religions of the world, whether they believe in a single god, many small gods, or no god at all. Whether they have a holy book, a variety of scriptures, or place faith in an oral tradition, how they view morality and social conduct, and so on. Moreover, while some fundamentalisms have been associated with violence and anti-constitutional political action, others have supported law-abiding and peaceful behavior. Such differences draw attention to the fact that religious fundamentalism is essentially a style of political thought rather than a substantive collection of political ideas and values. To the extent that religious fundamentalism's central or core themes can be identified, they follow from its tendency to recognize certain principles as essential or unchallengeable truths regardless of their content. This, in turn, implies that religion has a profoundly this-worldly orientation, indeed, that it is the very stuff of politics itself. As a program for the comprehensive restructuring of society on religious lines and according to religious principles, fundamentalism deserves to be classified as an ideology in its own right. Nevertheless, it is difficult to deny that in certain cases religious fundamentalism constitutes a form of ethnic nationalism as discussed in Chapter 6. However, at least in its more radical forms, religious fundamentalism goes well beyond the reassertion of national or ethnic distinctiveness, and in the case of Islam in particular, it has a marked transnational dimension. The characteristic themes of religious fundamentalism are: religion as politics, essential truths, anti-modernism, militancy. Religion as politics. The core theme of fundamentalism is a rejection of the distinction between religion and politics. In effect, in Ayatollah Khomeini's words, politics is religion. Religion may be the basis of politics, but what is religion? In its most general sense, a religion is an organized community of people bound together by a shared body of beliefs concerning some kind of transcendent reality, usually expressed in a set of approved activities and practices. What transcendent means here is difficult to define, for it may refer to anything from a supreme being, a creator god, to the experience of personal liberation, as in the Buddhist concept of nirvana, the extinction of the personal self. Key figure. Alstein Getty Images. Ayatollah Khomeini, 1900–89. An Iranian cleric and political leader, Khomeini was the architect of the Islamic Revolution and leader of Iran, 1979–89. Khomeini's worldview was rooted in a clear division between the oppressed, understood largely as the poor and excluded of the developing world, and the oppressors, seen as the twin Satans, the USA and the Soviet Union, capitalism and communism. In Khomeini's Shia fundamentalism, Islam was a theopolitical project aimed at regenerating the Islamic world by ridding it of occupation and corruption from outside. The impact of religion on political life has been restricted progressively by the spread of liberal culture and ideas, a process that has been particularly prominent in the West. Nevertheless, liberal secularism is by no means an anti-religious tendency. Rather, it is concerned to establish a proper sphere and role for religion. A key feature of liberal culture is the maintenance of a public/private divide, a strict separation between a public sphere of life regulated by collective rules and subject to political authority, and a private sphere in which people are free to do as they like. The great virtue of this distinction from a liberal perspective is that it guarantees individual liberty by constraining government's ability to interfere in personal or private affairs. However, it also has important implications for religion, which is fenced into a private arena, leaving public life to be organized on a strictly secular basis. In bringing about the privatization of religion, secularism has extended the public/private divide into a distinction between politics and religion. Political ideologies in action. Donald Trump and the Christian right. Event: on May 25, 2020, George Floyd, an unarmed black man, was killed by the police in the U.S. city of Minneapolis, sparking a wave of protests and civil unrest across the country and beyond. 7 days later, President Donald Trump issued his symbolic response to these developments. Having delivered a speech on law and order, Trump marched from the White House to Lafayette Park, from which peaceful demonstrators had just been cleared with tear gas and rubber bullets, and stood outside St. John's Episcopal Church, which had been damaged in unrest the previous night. Silently, he then held up a copy of the Bible, posing for the cameras for a full 8 minutes. Significance: this incident underlined President Trump's desire to shore up support among evangelical Christians with whom he had forged a powerful ideological alliance. Trump had been hailed by leaders of the new Christian right in the USA as God's appointed on earth. Some even interpreted his election in 2016 as evidence of the rapture, an end-of-days event in which Christ would return to earth and escort qualified believers into heaven. Trump, for his part, made a commitment to a conservative religious agenda a key qualification for political appointment. His cabinet was, for example, stacked with devout Christians, among them Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, and Vice President Mike Pence. Many, nevertheless, pointed out that the alliance between Trump, a thrice-married man often accused of misogynistic behavior towards women and not a regular churchgoer, and the evangelical Christian movement was an unlikely one. Only to be told that the Bible is full of stories about people who appear to be imperfect vessels for carrying out God's will. And yet, the relationship between Donald Trump and the evangelical movement may be better explained in transactional terms than ideological ones. For Trump, the endorsement of evangelical Christian leaders was what made his bid for the White House electorally viable. Close to 1/4 of the U.S. electorate describe themselves as born-again Christians, and turnout levels among such voters are typically high. The 81% of white evangelical votes that went to Trump in 2016 was therefore probably decisive in ensuring his victory over Hillary Clinton. Trump, in turn, repaid the loyalty of evangelical Christians by providing robust support for their favored conservative moral agenda, in which opposition to abortion, same-sex marriage, and transgender rights featured prominently. Trump delivered on these issues largely by consistently making conservative, or anti-choice, appointments to the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary. Much of the spirit of religious fundamentalism is captured in its rejection of the public/private divide. On one level, fundamentalism is a manifestation of identity politics, see page 232. The expansion of a public realm organized on a secular and rationalistic basis has gradually weakened traditional social norms, textures, and values, and has left many bereft of identity, or, as Eric Hobsbawm, 1994, put it, as orphans in the modern world. The intensity and zeal that typically characterizes fundamentalism establishes religion as the primary collective identity, giving its members and supporters a rootedness and sense of belonging that they would otherwise lack. On a deeper level, religious fundamentalism's refusal to accept that religion is merely a private or personal matter invests it with a radical political character and ideological potency. 2. Treat religion only as a personal or private issue is to invite evil and corruption to stalk the public domain, hence the spread of permissiveness, materialism, corruption, greed, crime, and immorality. The fundamentalist solution is simple: the world must be made anew and existing structures must be replaced with a comprehensive system founded on religious principles and embracing law, politics, society, culture, and the economy. Perspectives on religion. Liberals see religion as a distinct private matter linked to individual choice and personal development. Religious freedom is thus essential to civil liberty and can only be guaranteed by a strict division between religion and politics and between church and state. Conservatives regard religion as a valuable, perhaps essential, source of stability and social cohesion. As it provides society with a set of shared values and the bedrock of a common culture, overlaps between religion and politics and church and state are inevitable and desirable. Socialists have usually portrayed religion in negative terms, as at best a diversion from the political struggle and at worst a form of ruling class ideology, leading in some cases to the adoption of state atheism. In emphasizing love and compassion, religion may nevertheless provide socialism with an ethical basis. Anarchists generally regard religion as an institutionalized source of oppression. Church and state are invariably linked, with religion preaching obedience and submission to earthly rulers while also prescribing a set of authoritative values that rob the individual of moral autonomy. Fascists have sometimes rejected religion on the grounds that it serves as a rival source of allegiance or belief and that it preaches decadent values such as compassion and human sympathy. Fascism nevertheless seeks to function as a political religion, embracing its terminology and internal structure, devotion, sacrifice, spirit, redemption, and so on. Feminists have tended to view nearly all religious traditions as patriarchal at root, one of their key purposes being that they serve to control women. They do this by legitimizing often starkly unequal gender roles, typically through the promotion of family values. Fundamentalists view religion as a body of essential and unchallengeable principles which dictate not only personal conduct but also the organization of social, economic, and political life. Religion cannot and should not be confined to the private sphere, but finds its highest and proper expression in the politics of popular mobilization and social regeneration. However, the perceived corruption of the secular public realm may give rise to one of two responses. The first, sometimes called passive fundamentalism, takes the route of withdrawal and attempts to construct communities of believers untainted by the larger society. Groups such as the Amish in the USA and the Haredim, the ultra-Orthodox Jews of Israel, undoubtedly believe that religion dictates social, economic, and political principles, but they are generally more concerned with their own observation of these principles than with the comprehensive regeneration of society. The second response is active fundamentalism, which takes the route of opposition and combat and which alone should be considered an ideology on the grounds that only it adopts an overtly political stance. However, the notion of politics it embraces is a distinctly conventional one. In marked contrast to feminists who have also challenged the public/private divide, religious fundamentalists view politics in terms of government policy and state action. Far from regarding politics as inherently corrupt, they usually look to seize or at least exert influence over the modern state, seeing it as an instrument of moral regeneration. Critics of fundamentalism nevertheless argue that it is precisely this determination to remove the distinction between religion and politics that invests in fundamentalism a tendency towards totalitarianism, see page 159. A state founded on religious principles is, almost by definition, unencumbered by constraints that arise out of the public/private divide. However, the degree to which particular fundamentalisms have succumbed to this totalitarian impulse varies greatly. Orthodoxy, strict adherence to an established or traditional view, usually enjoying official sanction or support. Essential truths. Fundamentalism is a style of thought in which certain principles are recognized as essential truths that have unchallengeable and overriding authority regardless of their content. Substantive fundamentalisms therefore have little or nothing in common except that their supporters tend to evince an earnestness or fervor born out of doctrinal certainty. Fundamentalism can therefore be seen as the opposite of relativism. By this standard, certain political ideologies, notably fascism and communism, can be placed nearer the fundamentalist end of the fundamentalism-relativism spectrum, while liberalism in particular, disposed as it is towards skepticism by its commitment to reason and toleration, can be placed near the relativist end, see figure 12.1. All ideologies, however, contain elements of fundamentalism. In the sense that fundamentalism implies keeping faith with original or classical ideas, it is also possible to classify some traditions within an ideology as fundamentalist and others not. In this respect, fundamentalism is the opposite of revisionism. Classical Marxism, which aimed to abolish and replace capitalism, has thus been seen as a form of fundamentalist socialism, while social democracy is portrayed as revisionist socialism by virtue of having modified its opposition to private property, the market, material incentives, and so on. Relativism, a belief that moral or factual statements can only be judged in relation to their contexts because there are no objective or absolute standards. In the case of religious fundamentalism, the fundamentals have usually, but not always, been derived from the content of sacred texts, supported by the assertion of their literal truth. Indeed, scriptural literalism was a central feature of American Protestant fundamentalism, which, for example, has continued to preach creationism or creation science, the belief that humankind was created by God, as described in the Book of Genesis, and the outright rejection of the Darwinian theory of evolution. Such tendencies can be found in all three religions of the book: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, each of which possesses sacred texts that have been claimed to express the revealed Word of God. Nevertheless, though often related, religious fundamentalism should not be equated with scriptural literalism. In the first place, all sacred texts contain a complex and diverse range of ideas, doctrines, and principles. To treat a sacred text as a political ideology, as a moral and political program for the regeneration of society and the mobilization of the masses, it is necessary to extract its fundamentals. These are a set of simple and clean principles that provide an exact and unambiguous definition of religious identity. In John Garvey's 1993 words, fundamentalism constitutes a kind of stripped-down religion that travels light and fast. Scriptural literalism, a belief in the literal truth of sacred texts which, as the revealed Word of God, have unquestionable authority. Figure 12.1 Relativism, fundamentalism spectrum. Second, in contrast with the ultra-Orthodox, whose principal goal is to live by the book, fundamentalists have supported an activist reading of. Second, in contrast with the ultra-Orthodox, whose principal goal is to live by the book, fundamentalists have supported an activist reading of texts that enables them to reduce the complexity and profundity of Scripture to a theopolitical project. In Islam, this is described as dynamic interpretation. Selectivity and interpretation, however, create the problem of how one version of a scripture or doctrine can be upheld over other versions. Fundamentalists have usually resolved this problem by reflecting on who is doing the interpreting. In this respect, clerical position and religious office may be of secondary importance. More significantly, the true interpreter must be a person, invariably male, of deep faith and moral purity, as well as an activist whose spiritual insight has been deepened through the experience of struggle. This is why religious fundamentalism is invariably associated with charismatic leadership, which gives it, critics argue, an implicitly authoritarian character. Theopolitical, a mode of politics in which God or a deity is deemed to be the civil ruler. The great strength of fundamentalism, as demonstrated by the proliferation of fundamentalist movements since the late 20th century, is its capacity to generate political activism and mobilize the faithful. Fundamentalism thus operates on both psychological and social levels. Psychologically, its appeal is based on its capacity to offer certainty in an uncertain world. Being religious, it addresses some of the deepest and most perplexing problems confronting humankind. Being fundamentalist, it provides solutions that are straightforward, practical, and, above all, absolute. Socially, while its appeal has extended to the educated and professional classes, religious fundamentalism has been particularly successful in addressing the aspirations of those who feel economically and politically marginalized. Together with offering a secure identity and the prospect of social order in the developing world in particular, it has displaced socialism as the creed of political renewal and social justice. However, among the limitations of fundamentalism is the fact that its simplicity and stripped-down character prevent it from dealing with complex problems or developing comprehensive solutions. In that sense, parallels can be drawn between religious fundamentalism and populism. Anti-modernism. The most prominent image of religious fundamentalism is that it turns its back dramatically on the modern world. Modernization appears to be equated with decline and decay, typified by the spread of godless secularism, and regeneration can only be brought about by returning to the spirit and traditions of some long-past golden age. Unfortunately, however, this image is simplistic and in certain respects misleading. Religious fundamentalism is selectively traditional but also selectively modern. A mixture of resentment and envy characterizes its relationship to modernity. One face of fundamentalism is undoubtedly its strident anti-modernism. Its traditionalism is evident in what amounts to a form of moral conservatism. Western societies, having succumbed to the cult of the individual and a passion for personal gratification, are seen as amoral at best and thoroughly degenerate at worst. Permissiveness, adultery, prostitution, homosexuality, and pornography are only some of the symptoms of this moral pollution. Nothing less than a moral gulf divides liberal individualism, see page 24, from religious fundamentalism. The former encourages people to make their own moral choices, while the latter demands that they conform to a prescribed and divinely ordained moral system. Islamic fundamentalists therefore call for the reintroduction of ancient Sharia law, and Christian fundamentalists attempt to combat the spread of permissiveness and materialism by a return to family or religious values. Sharia, Arabic, literally the way or path, divine Islamic law based on principles expressed in the Quran. Fundamentalism should not be mistaken for conservatism or traditionalism, however. Despite overlaps between conservatism and fundamentalism and the ease with which they have sometimes constructed alliances, notably in the USA through organizations such as the Moral Majority and within the Republican Party, the two differ in terms of both temper and aspirations. Conservatism is modest and cautious, where fundamentalism is strident and passionate. Conservatism is disposed to protect elites and defend hierarchy, while fundamentalism embodies populist and egalitarian inclinations. Conservatism favors continuity and tradition, while fundamentalism is radical and may be revolutionary. Fundamentalism has little in common with traditionalism in that it favors novel interpretations of religious teachings and calls for comprehensive social regeneration. There is a closer affinity between fundamentalism and the reactionary radicalism of the New Right. Nevertheless, fundamentalism is more clearly reactive than reactionary. Behind the rhetoric of moral traditionalism, it is perhaps orientated more towards a purified future than an idealized past. The tendency within fundamentalism towards populism, charismatic leadership, and psychosocial regeneration has also led some to suggest parallels with fascism. However, this risks ignoring the degree to which fundamentalism may be animated by genuinely religious passions. The clearest evidence that fundamentalists are not just dyed-in-the-wool reactionaries is found in their enthusiasm for particular aspects of modernity. For instance, fundamentalists across the globe have shrewdly exploited the advantages of modern techniques of mass communication, not least in the case of the televangelists of the USA and more recently through the use of social media. This contrasts markedly with revivalist and ultra-orthodox movements that have turned their backs on the unredeemed world. Nevertheless, the fundamentalist accommodation with modernity is not merely a cynical or tactical exercise. The willingness to use the internet and other new media, the machinery of the modern state, and even to accept nuclear weapons suggests sympathy for the spirit of modernity and respect for this worldly rationalism rather than a descent into otherworldly mysticism. Early interest in Iran, for instance, in the idea of Islamic science quickly gave way to an acceptance of conventional and therefore Western science. Similarly, the search for Islamic economics soon developed into the application of market principles derived from economic liberalism. Finally, it is significant that fundamentalists advance an essentially modernist view of religion, relying more heavily on dynamic interpretation than on faith in inherited structures and traditions. As Parekh, 1994, put it, fundamentalism reconstitutes religion within the limits of modernity even as it copes with modernity within the limits of religion. Militancy. While religious fundamentalists have embraced a conventional, state-centered view of politics, they have pursued a highly distinctive style of political activity, one that is vigorous, militant, and sometimes violent. Fundamentalists are usually happy to see themselves as militants in the sense that militancy implies passionate and robust commitment. Fundamentalist militancy derives from a variety of sources. In the first place, there is a tendency for conflicts involving religion to be intense because religion deals with core values and beliefs. Those who act in the name of religion are often inspired by what they believe to be a divinely ordained purpose, which clearly takes precedence over all other considerations. This perhaps helps to explain why religious wars have been so common throughout history. Militancy, heightened or extreme commitment, a level of zeal and passion typically associated with struggle or war. A second factor is that fundamentalism in particular is a form of identity politics. It serves to define who a people are and gives them a collective identity. All forms of politics of identity, whether based on social, national, ethnic, or religious distinctiveness, tend to be based on divisions between them and us, between an outgroup and an in-group. Certainly, religious fundamentalism has been associated with the existence of a hostile and threatening other, which serves both to create a heightened sense of collective identity and to strengthen its oppositional and combative character. This demonized other may take various guises, from secularism and permissiveness to rival religions, westernization, the USA, Marxism, and imperialism. A third and related factor is that fundamentalists generally embrace a Manichaean worldview, one that emphasizes conflict between light and darkness, or good and evil. If we are a chosen people acting according to the will of God, they are not merely people with whom we disagree, but a body actively subverting God's purpose on earth. They, in short, represent nothing less than the forces of darkness. Political conflict, for fundamentalists, is therefore a battle or war, and ultimately either the believers or the infidels must prevail. One of the consequences of this militancy is a willingness to engage in extra-legal, anti-constitutional political action. Nevertheless, although God's law outranks human law, fundamentalists do not necessarily disregard the latter, as the New Christian Right's firm support for law and order demonstrates. The most controversial issue, however, is the fundamentalist use of violence. While the popular image of fundamentalists as suicide bombers and terrorists is unbalanced and misleading, as it ignores the fact that fundamentalist protest is overwhelmingly peaceful and usually legal, it is impossible to deny a link with terrorism and violence. Examples of this include the assassinations of the Egyptian President Anwar Sadat by Islamic fundamentalists in 1981, the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi by militant Sikhs in 1984, and the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin by a Jewish fanatic in 1995, as well as the Sri Lankan Civil War, 1983–2009, against the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Lankan Civil War, 1983–2009, against the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam and the forcible displacement of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar since 2012, both fueled by Buddhist nationalism. Terrorism, the use of terror for furthering political ends. Terrorism seeks to create a climate of fear and apprehension. The most common fundamentalist justification for such acts is that, as they are intended to eradicate evil, they fulfill the will of God. Islamic suicide bombers, for example, believe that in sacrificing their lives in the cause of Allah they will immediately be dispatched to heaven. The incidence of violence among fundamentalist groups is almost certainly increased by a link between fundamentalist belief and millenarianism. Other ideologies that have endorsed violence and the use of terror, such as fascism and sometimes anarchism, have been viewed as forms of political millenarianism. However, religion adds an extra dimension to this in that it creates the heightened expectations and revolutionary fervor of apocalypticism. Millenarianism, a belief in a 1,000-year period of divine rule. Political millenarianism offers the prospect of a sudden and complete emancipation from misery and oppression. Apocalypticism, a belief in the imminent end of the world as we know it, often associated with the return of a supreme or godlike figure, denoting final salvation and purification. Types of fundamentalism. Fundamentalism comes in a number of forms. These include the following: Islamism, Christian fundamentalism, other fundamentalisms. Islamism. Islam and Protestant Christianity have been the most likely religious traditions to throw up fundamentalist or fundamentalist-type movements. This is because both are primarily based on a single sacred text and hold that believers have direct access to spiritual wisdom, rather than this being concentrated in the hands of accredited representatives. Parekh, 1994. In addition, both provide a means of achieving comprehensive political renewal, making them particularly attractive to marginalized or oppressed peoples. In the case of Islam, it is not merely a religion but a total and complete way of life. It provides guidance in every sphere of human existence, individual and social, material and moral, legal and cultural, economic and political, national and international. In Islam, then, politics and religion are two sides of the same coin. However, the notion of a fusion between Islam and politics has assumed a more radical and intense character due to the rise, since the early 20th century, of Islamism. As far as the notion of fundamentalism in Islam is concerned, this does not mean a belief in the literal truth of the Quran, for this is rarely questioned within Islam, even though differences of interpretation do exist. Instead, fundamentalism, if the term is used at all within Islam, means an intense and militant faith in Islamic beliefs as the overriding principles of social life and politics, as well as of personal morality. Key concept: Islamism. Islamism, also called political Islam, radical Islam, or activist Islam, is a politico-religious ideology as opposed to a simple belief in Islam. Although Islamist ideology has no single creed or political manifestation, certain common beliefs can be identified. These include: 1. That society should be reconstructed in line with the religious principles and ideals of Islam. 2. That the modern secular state should be replaced by an Islamic state, in which religious principles and authority have primacy over political principles and authority. And 3. That the West and Western values are corrupt and corrupting, justifying, for some, the notion of a jihad against them. However, distinctive Sunni and Shia versions of Islamism have developed, the former linked to Wahhabism and the latter to Iran's Islamic Revolution. Modern Islamism emerged in the context of the collapse and carve-up of the once powerful Ottoman Empire in the aftermath of World War I. As the Middle East fell into stagnation, new ways of thinking about both Islam and politics spread. The Muslim Brotherhood was founded in 1928 in Ismailia, Egypt, by Hassan al-Banna, 1906-49. The world's most enduringly influential Islamist movement, the Brotherhood pioneered a model of political and sometimes militant activism combined with Islamic charitable works that has subsequently been embraced across the Muslim world. However, Islamism only emerged as a powerful political force during the post-World War II period, and especially from the 1980s onwards. The war in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union during 1979-89 led to the growth of the Mujahideen, a loose collection of religiously inspired resistance groups, out of which developed a collection of new jihadi organizations, the most important of which was Al-Qaeda, founded in 1988. The 2003 US-led invasion of Iraq fomented bitter sectarian rivalry between Sunni and Shia, or Shiite, Muslims, which both spread across the region and contributed to the emergence of the Islamic State of Iraq and Al-Sham, or ISIS, also called Islamic State or IS, whose influence expanded due to the protracted Syrian civil war. Jihad, Arabic, an Islamic term literally meaning struggle, includes the struggle against one's own soul and external, physical effort, or even holy war. Islamism is perhaps characterized most of all by a strident rejection of the West. This applies because Islamism developed not through isolation from the West but through encounters with the West, and these encounters invariably had a bruising character. The revolt against the West was expressed by figures such as Sayyid Qutb, who was radicalized during a 2-year study visit to the USA, 1948-50, expressed a profound distaste for the materialism, immorality and sexual licentiousness he claimed to have encountered there. Qutb's worldview highlighted the barbarism and corruption that Westernization had inflicted on the world, with a return to strict Islamic practice in all aspects of life offering the only possibility of salvation. He argued that Islam was confronted with two possible relations with the rest of the world: peace with a contractual agreement or war. This Islamist conception of a global civilizational struggle between Islam and the non-Islamic world, not just the West, was later taken up by groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, especially once during the 1990s. The object of Islamist hostility shifted from the near enemy, un-Islamic or apostate leaders or regimes, and came to encompass the far enemy, the USA and the West in general. Apostasy, the abandonment of one's religious faith, sometimes applied to cause, a set of principles, or a political faction. Islamism is centrally concerned with the issue of political order and the construction of an Islamic state. Although the Islamic State is often portrayed as a restoration of the caliphate, significant differences exist between traditional forms of Islamic administration and the Islamic State as conceived by modern Islamists. As the caliphs possessed Muhammad's authority but not his direct access to divine revelation, they were inclined to consult with and consider the views of the scholars, seen as the guardians of the law. Over time, however, the Islamic State came increasingly to be defined by the predominance given to the enforcement of the Sharia, so much so that the Islamic State has come, in effect, to be a Sharia state. Caliphate, a system of government by which, under the original custom of Islam, the faithful were ruled by a caliph who stood in the Prophet's stead. Key figure. Historic collection / Alami stock photo. Sadiq Qutb, 1906–66. An Egyptian writer and religious leader, Qutb is sometimes seen as the father of modern political Islam. A leading member of the Muslim Brotherhood, Qutb recoiled from what he saw as the moral and sexual corruption of the West, but influenced by Maududi, highlighted the condition of Jahiliyyah, ignorance of divine guidance, into which the Muslim world had fallen. In the face of this, Qutb advocated Islam as a comprehensive political and social system that would both ensure social justice and sweep away corruption, oppression, and luxury. The most controversial aspect of Islamism is nevertheless its association with militancy and violence. Although the vast majority of Islamist parties and groups are engaged in democratic or at least electoral politics, and many of those who subscribe to Islamist beliefs, even their radical guides, eschew violence in principle, militant Islamism is a prominent tendency within the larger Islamist movement. The chief doctrinal basis of Islamist militancy lies in the doctrine of jihad. Jihad literally means to struggle or strive. It is used to refer to the religious duty of Muslims. However, the term is used in at least two contrasting ways. In the form of the greater jihad, struggle is understood as an inner or spiritual quest to overcome one's own sinful nature. In the form of the lesser jihad, it is understood more as an outer or physical struggle against the enemies of Islam. This is the sense in which jihad is translated, often unhelpfully, as holy war, sometimes seen as jihad by the sword. Salafism. Salafism is the main form of Islamism that has emerged out of the majority Sunni sect within Islam. It is closely related to Wahhabism, the official version of Islam in Saudi Arabia, the world's first fundamentalist Islamic state. Wahhabism advocates a return to the Islam of the first generation and opposes everything that has been added since. Among other things, Wahhabis ban pictures, photographs, musical instruments, singing, videos, and television celebrations of Muhammad's birthday and the cult of Muhammad as the perfect man. Salafism developed as a Among other things, Wahhabis ban pictures, photographs, musical instruments, singing, videos, and television celebrations of Muhammad's birthday and the cult of Muhammad as the perfect man. Salafism developed as a school of Islamic thought in the second half of the 19th century, largely in reaction to the spread of European ideas and influences. Its chief focus was to expose the roots of modernity within Western civilization with a view to eradicating them. However, whereas Wahhabism continued to represent staunch conservatism, Salafism was drawn in an increasingly activist and revolutionary direction. The jihadi groups that emerged out of or drew inspiration from the Afghan War in the 1980s transformed Salafism into an ideology of anti-Western struggle, giving rise to jihadist Salafism or Salafi jihadism. The most influential militant Salafi groups have been Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban in Afghanistan. However, only after the outbreak of the Arab Spring in 2011 did openly Salafi parties and groups enter the political arena, usually offering a radical alternative to Muslim Brotherhood-linked groups in North Africa and elsewhere. Shia Islamism. Shia Islamism stems from the distinctive temper and doctrinal character of the Shia sect in contrast to the Sunni sect. Sunnis have tended to see Islamic history as a gradual movement away from the ideal community which existed during the life of Muhammad and his four immediate successors. Shias, though, believe that divine guidance is about to re-emerge into the world with the return of the hidden Imam, or the arrival of the Mahdi, a leader directly guided by God. They see history moving towards the goal of an ideal community, not away from it. Such ideas of revival or imminent salvation have given the Shia sect a messianic and emotional quality that is not enjoyed by the traditionally more sober Sunnis. Shia Islam has also traditionally been more political than Sunni Islam. It has proved especially attractive to the poor and the downtrodden, for whom the re-emergence of divine wisdom into the world has represented the purification of society, the overthrow of injustice, and liberation from oppression. The politico-religious propensities of Shia Islam were particularly clearly illustrated by the popular demonstrations that in Iran precipitated the overthrow of the Shah and prepared the way for the creation of an Islamic republic under Ayatollah Khomeini. The Iranian system of government is a complex mix of theocracy and democracy. The supreme leader, currently Ali Khamenei, presides over a system of institutionalized clerical rule that operates through the Islamic Revolutionary Council, a body of 15 senior clerics. Although a popular elected president, currently Hassan Rouhani, a pragmatic conservative, and parliament have been established, all legislation is ratified by the Council for the Protection of the Constitution, which ensures conformity to Islamic principles. Sharia law continues to be strictly enforced throughout Iran as both a legal and moral code. Iran is engaged in a regional power struggle with Saudi Arabia, which increasingly threatens to divide the Middle East on Sunni/Shia lines, its standing being bolstered by its association with groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah, and its influence over Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. Moderate or conservative Islamism. Not all forms of Islamism are militant and revolutionary, however. Although much confusion surrounds the idea of moderate as opposed to radical Islamism, there is a school of Islamist thought that is distinguished by the attempt to reconcile political Islam with democratic elections and party pluralism. The issue of democracy has been particularly problematic in this respect since it appears to place popular sovereignty ahead of the will of God, a possibility that has encouraged most democratic Islamists to insist those core Islamic principles are entrenched in constitutional law. Political developments in modern Turkey provide a particularly telling example of the relationship between Islamism and democracy in the sphere of practical politics. This is because tensions have existed between the military committed to the strict secular principles on which the state of Turkey was established and a growing Islamist movement. The Justice and Development Party, AKP, which has been in power since 2003, attempts to balance a moderate conservative politics based on Islamic values with an acceptance of Turkey's secular democratic framework. Critics have nevertheless warned the AKP plans to overturn the secular nature of the Turkish state, possibly establishing any Iranian-style Islamic republic through a process of Islamification. In 2016, deepening tension between elements in the military and the AKP government headed by President Tayyip Erdogan resulted in a failed coup. In the aftermath of the coup, over 4,000 institutions were shut down and tens of thousands of public servants were removed as the Erdogan government solidified its control over the police, the military, the judiciary, the media, and the education system. Christian fundamentalism. Although all Christians acknowledge the authority of the Bible, three main divisions have emerged: the Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant churches. Roman Catholicism is based on the temporal and spiritual leadership of the Pope in Rome, seen as unchallengeable since the promulgation of the doctrine of papal infallibility in 1871. Eastern Orthodox Christianity emerged from the split with Rome in 1054 and developed into a number of autonomous churches, the Russian Orthodox Church and the Greek Orthodox Church being the most significant. Protestantism embraces a variety of movements that, during the Reformation of the 16th century, rejected Rome's authority and established reformed national versions of Christianity. Although there are many doctrinal divisions among Protestants, Protestantism tends to be characterized by the belief that the Bible is the sole source of truth and the idea that it is possible for people to have a direct, personal relationship with God. Papal infallibility, the Catholic doctrine that, being God's spokesperson on earth, the Pope's teachings are infallible and therefore unquestionable. Since the Reformation, the political significance of Christianity has declined markedly. The advance of liberal constitutionalism, see page 42, was in part reflected in the separation of church and state and in the thoroughgoing secularization of political life. Christianity, at least in the developed West, adjusted to these circumstances by becoming increasingly a personal religion geared more to the spiritual salvation of the individual than to the moral and political regeneration of society. This, in turn, has helped to shape the character of Christian fundamentalism since the late 20th century. Confronted by stable social, economic, and political structures rooted in secular values and goals, fundamentalists have been content to work mainly within a pluralist and constitutional framework. Rather than seeking to establish a theocracy, they have usually campaigned around single issues or concentrated their attention on moral crusading. One of the causes that Christian fundamentalism has helped to articulate is ethnic nationalism. This has been evident in Northern Ireland, where an upsurge in evangelical Protestantism was one of the consequences of the Troubles, the period of low-level warfare that broke out in the late 1960s and is usually deemed to have ended with the Good Friday Agreement of 1998. Largely expressed through the Free Presbyterian Church set up in 1951 by the Northern Irish Loyalist politician and Protestant religious leader Ian Paisley Sr. 1926 to 2014. And organized politically by the Democratic Unionist Party, DUP. Ulster fundamentalism equates the idea of a united Ireland with the victory of Catholicism and Rome. Although Paisley himself never actively promoted violence, he warned that, should reunification go ahead, it would lead to armed resistance by the Protestant community. By appealing to working-class Protestants as well as fundamentalists, Paisley and his supporters succeeded in keeping the iron in the soul of Ulster Unionism and blocking political moves that might ultimately have led to the establishment of a united Ireland. Bruce, 1993. However, the theological basis of Paisleyite resistance drew heavily from the USA, the birthplace of evangelical Protestantism and home of the most influential Christian fundamentalist movement, the New Christian Right. The New Christian Right. In terms of the number of church-going Christians, the USA is easily the most religious of Western countries. This largely reflects the fact that, from its earliest days, the USA provided a refuge for religious sects and movements wishing to escape from persecution. During the 19th century, a fierce battle was fought within American Protestantism between modernists, who adopted a liberal view of the Bible, and conservatives, later fundamentalists, who took a literal view of it. Nevertheless, such religious passions and views were largely confined to the private world of the family and the home. Religious groups were rarely drawn into active politics, and when they were rarely successful. The introduction of Prohibition, 1920-33, was a notable exception to this. The new Christian right, which emerged in the late 1970s, was therefore a novel development in that it sought to fuse religion and politics in attempting to turn America back to Christ. Two main factors explain the emergence of the new Christian right. The first is that in the post-World War II period, the USA, as elsewhere, experienced a significant extension of the public sphere. For instance, in the early 1960s, the Supreme Court ruled against the use of prayers in U.S. schools, and particularly as part of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society initiative, there was a proliferation of welfare, urban development, and other programs. The result of this was that many God-fearing Southern conservatives felt that their traditional values and way of life were being threatened and that the Washington-based liberal establishment was to blame. The second factor was the increasingly political prominence of groups representing blacks, women, and homosexuals whose advance threatened traditional social structures, particularly in rural and small-town USA. The new Christian right campaigned for the restoration of traditional family values. Its particular targets included affirmative action, positive discrimination in favor of blacks, feminism, and the gay rights movement. In the 1980s and 1990s, this politics of morality coalesced increasingly around the anti-abortion issue. A variety of organizations emerged to articulate these concerns, often mobilized by noted televangelists. These included the Religious Round Table, Christian Voice, American Coalition for Traditional Values, and the most influential of all, the Moral Majority, formed by Jerry Falwell Sr. in 1979. Although Catholics were prominent in the anti-abortion movement, new Christian right groups were drawn in particular from the ranks of evangelical Protestants who as Bible believers subscribed to scriptural inerrancy and often claimed to be born again in the sense that they had undergone a personal experience of conversion to Christ. Divisions nevertheless exist among evangelicals. For instance, there are those who style themselves as fundamentalists and tend to keep apart from non-believing society, and those who call themselves charismatics or evangelicals who believe that the Holy Spirit can operate through individuals by giving them gifts of prophecy and healing. Since the 1980s, the Moral Majority and other such groups have provided campaign finance and organized voter registration drives with a view to targeting liberal or pro-choice Democrats and encouraging Republicans to embrace a new social and moral agenda based on opposition to abortion and calls for the restoration of prayers in U.S. schools. Ronald Reagan's willingness to embrace this agenda in the 1980s meant that the new Christian right became an important component of a new Republican coalition that placed as much emphasis on moral issues as it did on traditional ones such as the economy and foreign policy. Key figure: Mike Slaughter / Toronto Star / Getty Images. Jerry Falwell, 1933 to 2007. A U.S. preacher, televangelist, and lobbyist, Falwell was the co-founder of Moral Majority and a prominent figure in the Southern Baptist movement. Falwell articulated a combination of biblical and political ultra-conservatism that embraced a pro-life, pro-family, pro-moral, and pro-American stance. Under his leadership, Moral Majority engaged in a cultural war against liberal values in their various forms, with gay rights, feminism, welfare recipients, black activists, and peaceniks attracting particular vitriol. Since the end of the Reagan era, the influence of the new Christian right has fluctuated significantly. Reagan's successor, George Bush Sr., was not one of them until 1980. For instance, he supported abortion and broke his campaign promise not to put up taxes. This prompted the Christian right to put up its own candidate for the presidency, leading to Pat Robertson's unsuccessful 1992 bid for the Republican nomination. However, the Christian right received a major boost from the election of George W. Bush in 2000. Not only were a number of members of Bush's cabinet, including Bush himself and his vice president, Dick Cheney, born-again Christians, but a leading evangelical, John Ashcroft, was appointed Attorney General. Fundamentalist influence on the Bush administration was clearest in relation to foreign policy, particularly in the aftermath of the September 11 terrorist attacks. This was evident in, among other things, stronger U.S. support for Israel. The importance of Israel for the U.S. evangelical right stems from the belief, sometimes called Christian Zionism, that the creation of the State of Israel in 1948 fulfilled the Bible prophecy that the return of Jews to the Holy Land prepared the way for the second coming of Jesus Christ. The peak of support for Christian Zionism nevertheless came after the election of Donald Trump in 2016 and was reflected in support for the idea of Greater Israel and the effective abandonment of the two-state solutions to the Palestinian-Israeli problem, and end to condemning Israel for allowing settlements to be built on Palestinian land, and the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Other fundamentalisms. Instead of advancing comprehensive programs of political renewal, other forms of fundamentalism have typically been concerned more narrowly with helping to clarify or redefine national or ethnic identity. In this sense, many fundamentalist movements can be seen as subvarieties of ethnic nationalism. This has usually occurred in response to the emergence of rival ethnic or religious groups or to actual or threatened territorial change. In this context, religion can exert a powerful appeal since it provides a basis for group identity that is supposedly primordial and seemingly unchangeable. The fundamentalism of Ulster Protestants, whose religion gives their national identity, their Britishness, and ethnic substance, is thus very different from the fundamentalism of U.S. evangelicals, which has little bearing on their ethnicity. Hindu, Sikh, Jewish, and Buddhist fundamentalism also resemble forms of ethnic mobilization. Hindu fundamentalism. Hinduism, the principal religion of India, appears on the surface to be relatively inhospitable to fundamentalism. It is the clearest example of an ethnic religion in which an emphasis is placed on custom and social practice rather than formal texts or doctrines. Nevertheless, a fundamentalist movement emerged out of the struggle for Indian independence achieved in 1947, although this was modest by comparison with the support for the secular Congress Party. However, it has flourished in India since the decline of Congress and the collapse of the Nehru Gandhi dynasty in the mid-1980s, a key point in this process coming with the demolition of the Babri Masjid Mosque in Ayodhya in 1992. The core goal of fundamentalist Hinduism is to challenge the multicultural, multi-ethnic mosaic of India by making Hinduism the basis of national identity. This is not expressed in demands for the expulsion of foreign religions and culture so much as in a call for the Hinduization of Sikh, Jain, and especially Muslim communities. The World Hindu Council, on the radical wing of the fundamentalist movement, preaches India for the Hindus, while its parent body, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, or RSS, aims to create a greater India stretching from Myanmar to Iraq and to establish India's geopolitical dominance across Central Asia. Hindu fundamentalism's breakthrough to mainstream politics nevertheless came when the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, an exponent of Hindu nationalism with a strong appeal to the newly prosperous Indian middle class, won a landslide victory in the 2014 elections, its leader, Narendra Modi, becoming prime minister. After winning re-election in 2019, the Modi government consolidated the shift towards Hinduization by measures such as the imposition of direct rule on Kashmir, India's only Muslim-majority state, and the passage of the Citizenship Law, a law that offers a fast track to Indian citizenship for refugees of all faiths except Muslims. Key figure: Mike Slaughter / Toronto Star / Getty Images. Narendra Modi, born 1950. An Indian politician, Modi was born into a deeply religious, lower-middle-class Gujarati family. Having an association with the Hindu nationalist volunteer organization, the RSS, that dates back to childhood, he became a full-time worker for the body at the age of 21 and was assigned to the BJP, the political wing of the Hindu nationalist movement, for years later. Modi served as Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2001 to 2014 when he led his party to victory in the Lok Sabha lower chamber of the Indian Parliament, after which he was sworn in as Prime Minister of India. Apart from other things, Modi has stressed that the practice of yoga is intrinsic to Hindu identity, promoting it through major public events and social media. Sikh fundamentalism. Sikh fundamentalism is different in that it is associated with the struggle to found an independent nation-state, not with the remaking of a national identity within an existing one. As such, it overlaps with the concerns of liberal nationalism and is distinguished from the latter only by its vision of the nation as an essentially religious entity. Sikh nationalists thus look to establish Khalistan, located in present-day Punjab, with Sikhism as the state religion and its government obliged to ensure its unhindered flourishing. Just as Hindu nationalism has a markedly anti-Islamic character, Sikh nationalism is in part defined by its antipathy towards Hinduism. This was evident in the seizing of the Golden Temple in Amritsar in 1982 by the Dandami Taxal under its militant leader, Jarail Singh Bhindranwale, and in the assassination of Indira Gandhi 2 years later, following the storming of the temple. The separate upsurges in Hindu, Sikh, and Islamic fundamentalism in Indian subcontinent are undoubtedly interconnected developments. Not only have they created a chain reaction of threats and resentments, but they have also inspired one another by closely linking ethnic identity to religious fervor. Key figure: Bettman / Getty Images. Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, 1947–84. A militant Sikh activist, Bhindranwale was the leader of the religious group Damdami Taxal and was best known for his part in the seizure of the Golden Temple in Amritsar in 1984. Bhindranwale's key goal was the creation of a separate Sikh state called Khalistan, the Land of the Pure, located in the Punjab. His nationalism was enmeshed with Sikh revivalism, generating both an ethical system and a social program and implying resistance to Hinduism and therefore the influence of India. Jewish fundamentalism. Both Jewish and Buddhist fundamentalisms are also closely linked to the sharpening of ethnic conflict. In contrast with the ultra-Orthodox Jews, some of whom have refused to accept Israel as the Jewish state prophesied in the Old Testament, Jewish fundamentalists have transformed Zionism into a defense of the greater land of Israel, characterized by territorial aggressiveness. In the case of Israel's best-known fundamentalist group, Gushman Emunim, Bloc of the Faithful, this has been expressed in a campaign to build Jewish settlements in territory occupied during the Six-Day War of 1967 and then formally incorporated into Israel. More radical groups such as Catch, thus, proclaim that Jews and Arabs can never live together, and so look to the expulsion of all Arabs from what they see as the Promised Land. Although small, Israel's collection of ultra-Orthodox parties tend to exert disproportional influence because their support is usually necessary for either of the major parties, Likud and Labor, to form a government. Under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu, Likud has held power since 2009, as it had previously done from 1996 to 1999, thanks to a rock-solid alliance with the Haredi, groups within Orthodox Judaism characterized by strict allegiance to halacha, Jewish religious law, and tradition. Key concept: Zionism. Zionism, Zion is Hebrew for the kingdom of heaven, is the movement for the establishment of a Jewish homeland, usually seen as being located in Palestine. The idea was first advanced in 1897 by Theodor Herzl, 1860 to 1904, at the World Zionist Congress in Basel, as the only means of protecting the Jewish people from persecution. Early Zionists had secularist and nationalistic aspirations, often associated with socialist sympathies. Since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, however, Zionism has come to be associated both with the continuing promise of Israel to provide a home for all Jews, and with attempts to promote sympathy for Israel and defend it against its enemies. In the latter sense, it has been recruited to the cause of fundamentalism, and, according to Palestinians, it has acquired an expansionist anti-Arab character. Buddhist fundamentalism. The spread of Buddhist nationalism in Sri Lanka has largely occurred as a result of growing tension between the majority and largely Buddhist Sinhalese population and the minority Tamil community, comprising Hindus, Christians, and Muslims. Although on the surface, by virtue of its commitment to individual responsibility, religious toleration, and nonviolence, Buddhism is the least fundamentalist of the major religions. Dalai Lama, 1996. The Theravada Buddhism of Southern Asia has supported fundamentalist-type developments when nationalism and religious revivalism have been intertwined. In Sri Lanka, the drive for the Sinhalization of national identity, advanced by militant groups such as the People's Liberation Front, has been expressed in the demand that Buddhism be made a state religion. Such pressures, however, merely fueled Tamil separatism, giving rise to a terrorist campaign by the so-called Tamil Tigers, which began in the late 1970s and continued through to the Tigers' military defeat in 2009. The future of fundamentalism. The question of the future of fundamentalism conjures up two starkly different scenarios. The first raises doubts about the long-term viability of any religiously based political creed in the modern world, and highlights the particular limitations of fundamentalism as a political project. In this view, fundamentalist religion is essentially a symptom of the difficult adjustments that modernization brings about, but it is ultimately doomed because it is out of step with the principal thrust of the modernization process. Modernization is essentially a westernizing process, and it is destined to prevail because it is closely associated with both the trend towards economic globalization and the spread of liberal democracy. This suggests that religion will be restored to its proper private domain, and that public affairs will once again be contested by secular political creeds. This analysis suggests the politico-cultural project that lies at the heart of fundamentalism will gradually fade, with religious groups, if they retain any political significance, being absorbed into broad nationalist movements whose major elements are secular. While civic nationalism, orientated around the cornerstone principle of self-determination, is destined to survive, there would appear to be little future for militant ethnic nationalist movements, especially when they are based on religious distinctiveness. If fundamentalist undercurrents continue to exist in any shape or form, they are unlikely to amount to more than a politics of protest, devoid of a clear political program or a coherent economic philosophy. In the rival scenario, fundamentalism offers a glimpse of the postmodern future. From this perspective, it is secularism and liberal culture, rather than fundamentalist religion, that are in crisis. Their weakness, dramatically exposed by the rise of fundamentalism, is their failure to address deeper human needs and their inability to establish authoritative values that give social order a moral foundation. Far from the emerging global system fostering uniformity modeled on Western liberal democracy, it is more likely that as the current century unfolds, it will be characterized as Huntington 1996 predicted by a clash of civilizations. Competing transnational power blocks will emerge, and religion is likely to provide them with a distinctive politico-cultural identity. Fundamentalism, in this version, is seen to have strengths rather than weaknesses. Religious fundamentalists have already demonstrated their adaptability by embracing the weapons and spirit of the modern world, and the fact that they are not encumbered by tradition but travel fast and light enables them to reinvent their creeds in response to the challenges of postmodernity. Questions for discussion. Why is fundamentalism often considered to be a pejorative term? Do all political ideologies harbor fundamentalist tendencies? What are the key features of fundamentalist religion? Is secularism compatible with religious belief? Is the rise of religious fundamentalism evidence of a clash of civilizations? Is religious fundamentalism necessarily based on a belief in the literal truth of sacred texts? Are religious fundamentalists always anti-modern? Is fundamentalism implicitly totalitarian and prone to violence? In what sense is Islamism fundamentalist in character? To what extent is Christian fundamentalism compatible with constitutionalism and political pluralism? What is the relationship between religious fundamentalism and ethnic nationalism? Why and how does fundamentalism resemble populism? Does religious fundamentalism have a future? Further reading. Amond, G. Appleby, R.S. and Savan E. Strong Religion, The Rise of Fundamentalisms Around the World, 2003. Exploring the rise in fundamentalist movements internationally in the 21st century and its implications for politics and society. Part of the Excellent Fundamentalism Project. Fox J. An Introduction to Religion and Politics, Theory and Practice, 2nd ed., 2018. A solid general introduction to religion in modern politics, including fundamentalist ideas. Dowland, S. Family Values and the Rise of the Christian Right, 2018. An excellent overview of the emergence of Christian fundamentalist politics in the United States and its continuing impact in Western politics. Mandeville, P. Islam and Politics, 2014. A comprehensive survey of the development of political Islamism and its major national or sectional variations, as well as its influence in contemporary global politics. Political Theology Network. A well-maintained hub of commentary, debates, and other media on the intersections between religion and politics. Chapter 13. Why Political Ideologies Matter. Preview why we need political ideologies. Do ideologies matter too much? Choosing between ideologies questions for discussion. Preview. In this concluding chapter, we return to the issue of the nature of political ideologies. However, whereas the purpose of Chapter 1 was to provide a general introduction to the subject, by examining, for example, debates over the meaning of ideology, the relevance of the left/right divide, the rise of so-called new ideologies and the idea of end of ideology, the present chapter reflects on the impact of ideology for good or ill on the wider political process. Why do political ideologies matter? We need political ideologies for a number of reasons. Mostly importantly, they provide politicians, parties, and other political actors with an intellectual framework which helps them to make sense of the world in which they live. Ideologies are not systematic delusions as many commentators have claimed, but rather rival versions of the political world. Each ideology illuminates particular aspects of a complex and multifaceted reality. In that sense, ideologies operate as paradigms. They guide the process of intellectual inquiry by providing a set of values, theories, and assumptions within which the search for knowledge is conducted. Ideologies play a number of other roles. These include ensuring that politics has an ethical or emotional dimension in that what is always linked to what ought to be and helping to forge a sense of the collective by embedding the individual within a social context. However, there is a sense in which political ideologies may matter too much. Each use of political ideology may, in some way, be abused. For example, paradigms that structure and inform our search for knowledge may also foster tunnel vision and even become intellectual prisons. For a variety of reasons, it may be difficult and perhaps impossible to think outside or beyond our favored ideological tradition. Moreover, because ideologies tend to blur the distinction between truth and falsehood, there is, in the final analysis, no reliable way of proving that one political ideology is better than any other ideology. Finally, in the process of forging a sense of collective belonging, political ideologies typically conjure up the image of a distrusted, feared, or hated other, bringing conflict and polarization in its wake. Why we need political ideologies. Although the world of political ideologies does not stand still but fluctuates in response to ever-changing social and historical circumstances, we continue to live in the age of ideology. Ideology constitutes the vital link between theory and practice in politics. But why specifically do we need political ideologies? What role or roles do ideologies play? These include the following. Making sense of the world, investing politics with moral purpose, forging the collective. Making sense of the world. The most significant role performed by political ideologies is to widen and or deepen our perceptual field and, in the process, to make better sense of the world in which we live. In this sense, ideologies are lenses through which we seek political understanding, sometimes referred to as worldviews. This relates to the first key feature of political ideology, advancing a critical account of the existing order. See Figure 1.1 and p. 000. If we try to see the world simply as it is, that is, without the benefit of political ideology, we will see only what we expect to see, what we think we will see. The chief benefit of political ideologies is therefore that they alert us to relationships, processes, and structures of which we may previously have been unaware. For example, looking at the world through a feminist lens not only means rectifying the traditional invisibility of women in the spheres of politics, art, literature, culture, and so on, but it also allows us to see how the world might look if women's values and concerns were treated as matters of central importance. In the same way, political ideologies help to expose hidden prejudices and biases. This makes them a device for promoting critical self-reflection, a means of uncovering taken-for-granted assumptions and understandings about the established order. In the case of feminist ideology, this is reflected in our attempts to expose the ways in which mainstream thinking about social and political affairs is gendered. Gendered, the tendency to reflect the experiences, prejudices, or orientations of one gender more than the other, bias in favor of one's own gender. In this approach, ideologies are treated as paradigms, see page 268, in the sense employed by Thomas Kuhn in his Pioneering the Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962. As defined by Kuhn, a paradigm is the entire constellation of beliefs, values, techniques, and so on shared by members of a given community. Although Kuhn developed the concept of paradigm specifically in relation to the natural sciences, it has come to be widely applied to the social sciences. The value of paradigms is that they help us to make sense of what would otherwise be an impenetrably complex reality. They define what is important to study and highlight significant trends, patterns, and processes. In so doing, they draw attention to relevant questions and lines of inquiry as well as indicate how the results of intellectual inquiry might be interpreted. Nevertheless, as the search for knowledge always takes place within a paradigm, this implies that rival paradigms and therefore rival political ideologies are incommensurable. Political ideologies, thus, do not provide competing accounts of the same world. In effect, they see different worlds and, in some respects, use different languages to describe those worlds. This explains why the issues that divide ideologies from one another can never be resolved simply through a process of debate and discussion. Ideologies, if you like, talk past one another. Incommensurability, an inability to compare or judge between rival policies or propositions because of the absence of common features. Key concept. Paradigm. A paradigm is, in a general sense, a pattern or model that highlights relevant features of a particular phenomenon. As used by Kuhn, 1962, however, it refers to an intellectual framework comprising interrelated values, theories, and assumptions within which the search for knowledge is conducted. In this view, what Kuhn termed normal science is conducted within an established intellectual framework. In revolutionary science, by contrast, an attempt is made to replace an old paradigm with a new one. The radical implication of this theory is that truth and falsehood cannot be finally established. They are only provisional judgments operating within an accepted paradigm that will, eventually, be replaced. Investing politics with moral purpose. An additional source of ideology's survival and success deals less with our ability to make sense of events, developments, and circumstances and more with how we should react to them in ethical or emotional terms. This relates to the second key feature of political ideology, outlining a model of a desired future, a vision of the good society. Ideologies are the principal source of meaning and idealism in politics. They touch those aspects of politics that other political forms cannot reach. A post-ideological age would therefore be an age without hope, without vision. If politicians cannot cloak the pursuit of power in ideological purpose, they risk being seen simply as power-seeking pragmatists whose policy programs lack coherence and direction. This is evident in the case of modern, de-ideologized party politics, in which, as parties of both left and right become detached from their ideological roots, they struggle to provide members and supporters alike with a basis for emotional attachment. As parties come to sell products, leaders, or policies rather than hopes or dreams, party membership and voter turnout both fall, and politicians become increasingly desperate to re-engage with the vision thing. By creating an appetite for the resurgence of ideology, post-ideological politics contains the seeds of its own destruction, a tendency that helps to explain, for instance, the rise of both right and left-wing populism in the period since the 2007-09 global financial crisis. For this, if for no other reason, political ideology is destined to be a continuing and unending process. Forging the collective. A further advantage of political ideologies is that they give people a reason to believe in something larger than themselves. This is important because people's personal narratives only make sense when they are situated within a broader socio-historical narrative. This relates to the third key feature of political ideology, acting as a form of social cement, providing social groups and indeed whole societies with a set of unifying beliefs and values. This has been evident in the common association of political ideologies with particular social classes, for example, liberalism with the middle classes, conservatism with the wealthy or aristocracy, socialism with the working class, and so on. These ideological traditions are capable of reflecting the life experiences, interests, and aspirations of a social class and thereby help to forge a sense of belonging and solidarity. However, political ideologies can also bind together divergent groups and interests within the same society. For instance, liberalism fosters a collection of bedrock values including individual rights, democracy, and constitutionalism, see page 42, while nationalism inculcates a common set of political allegiances and cultural affiliations, see chapter 6. In providing society with a unifying political culture, ideologies deliver order and social stability. Nevertheless, a unifying set of political ideas and values can develop naturally within a society, or it can be imposed on it in an attempt to manufacture obedience and exercise control. The clearest example of this latter tendency is the official ideologies that have emerged in communist and fascist regimes, see chapters 4 and 7, respectively. Do ideologies matter too much? Throughout its history, stretching back at least to the 1789 French Revolution, political ideology has been subject to criticism and attack. This has often been expressed through predictions of its imminent and usually welcome demise. However, rather than countenancing the eradication of ideology as something that is possible or desirable, most commentators see ideology as a mixed blessing. In short, political ideologies can be used, but they can also be abused. Their dangers associated with political ideology include the following: imprisoning the mind, distorting truth, pitting us against them. Imprisoning the mind. The notion that ideologies as paradigms serve the interests of political understanding fails to acknowledge that they may also promote tunnel vision or even act as intellectual prisons. Instead of widening and deepening our perceptual field, paradigms may allow us to see only what their account of political reality allows us to see. By generating conformity among those who subscribe to them, ideologies come to resemble political religions, sets of values, theories, and doctrines that demand faith and commitment from believers who are unable to think outside or beyond their chosen worldview. Such a tendency can be further explained by a range of cognitive dispositions. Sunk cost fallacy, for instance, stops us giving up on a cause because we do not want to admit that we were wrong to invest in it in the first place. We fall foul of this mental habit not just when we invest financially, but when we invest ourselves in an idea, strategy, or ethical position. Confirmation bias is the tendency to seek out, interpret, judge, and remember information so that it reinforces one's pre-existing beliefs and values. It also explains why people rarely access websites, blogs, journals, books, and newspapers that contain material that challenges their established views. Cognitive entrenchment theory suggests that the greater a person's familiarity with and knowledge of a particular issue, the harder it is for them to approach the issue in an open-minded and self-critical manner. This implies that there is always a trade-off in intellectual activity between expertise and flexibility. Sunk cost fallacy, the disposition to continue a behavior or endeavor as a result of costs that have already been incurred and cannot be recovered. Confirmation bias, the disposition to give more weight to information that confirms people's beliefs and to undervalue information that could disprove them. Cognitive entrenchment theory, the theory that people's beliefs become more rigid the greater the degree to which they are immersed in their domain of expertise. Distorting truth. A second problem with political ideologies is that they have, seemingly, unavoidably an unreliable relationship with truth. Indeed, to suggest that ideologies can be deemed to be either true or false is to miss the vital point that they embody values, dreams, and aspirations that are, by their very nature, not susceptible to scientific analysis. No one can prove that one theory of justice is preferable to any other, any more than rival conceptions of human nature can be tested by surgical intervention to demonstrate once and for all that human beings possess rights, are entitled to freedom, or are naturally selfish or naturally sociable. Ideologies are embraced less because they stand up to scrutiny and logical analysis, and more because they help individuals, groups, and societies to deal with the world in which they live. As Andrew Vincent, 2009, put it, we examine ideology as fellow travelers, not as neutral observers. Nevertheless, ideologies undoubtedly embody a claim to uncover truth in the sense they can be seen, in Michel Foucault's 1991 words, as regimes of truth. As regimes of truth, ideologies are always linked to power. In a world of competing truths, values, and theories, ideologies seek to prioritize certain values over others and to invest legitimacy in particular theories or sets of meanings. However, this is never done on the basis of a standard of truth that has an objective character. Although all ideologies may have an unreliable relationship with truth, truth decay has become more prominent due to the rise of populism, particularly through its emphasis on conspiracy theories, pitting us against them. Although political ideologies build within people a sense of collective belonging, this is often accomplished through a deepening of conflict and division. In some cases, the link within an ideology between conflict and the collective is stark and unmistakable. Marxism, for instance, embraces the doctrine of class war, while fascists extol the virtues of the national community while also believing in a conception of life as unending struggle. Nevertheless, the association between conflict and the collective may have a wider application and perhaps taints all ideological traditions. Theorists in the field of social psychology have argued that there is a basic tendency for people to divide the world into an in-group us consisting, in this case, of those who support one's own ideological beliefs and an out-group them, consisting of those who support rival political ideologies. In a process of negative integration, our sense of us is strengthened by the existence of them, sometimes seen as the other who we come to distrust, fear, or even hate. It is, nevertheless, widely argued that the tendency for the ideological landscape to be structured according to the us/them divide has become more prominent since the 1990s as issues related to identity, and thus who we are, displace more conventional socio-economic issues. This is evident in the growing prevalence of culture wars, see page 179. Choosing between ideologies. In the discussion above, political ideologies were portrayed very much as a mixed blessing. For example, while ideologies may constitute an essential road to political understanding, this road may also promote tunnel vision and distort truth. However, the balance between understanding and distortion may not be uniform across the ideological landscape. Rather, it may differ from ideology to ideology, certain ideologies proving to be more reliable or more insightful than others. In that sense, some ideologies may matter more than others. This may be evident in a number of ways. One of these is that ideologies vary in the extent to which they correspond to the facts and succeed in explaining real-world events and developments. Socialism, for instance, has widely been viewed as a less reliable and insightful political ideology as a result of the declining significance of social class since the 1970s. A widening gap thus developed between ideological belief reflected in the socialist assumption that social classes are the principal actors in history and reality. However, the correspondence to reality approach to evaluating political ideologies is not without its difficulties. In particular, it is rooted in the confident belief that facts have an objective existence separate from our values and assumptions. The notion of a distinction between facts and values is nevertheless foreign to the thrust of ideological thought, which is concerned not just with understanding the world but with doing so for a purpose, namely, remaking the world for the better, whatever that may mean in practice. When we choose between political ideologies, then we are not evaluating rival intellectual frameworks so much as selecting the most compelling vehicle for ethical and emotional engagement in politics. Questions for discussion. In what sense can political ideologies be thought of as paradigms? Is it possible to resolve differences between ideologies through a process of debate and discussion? Are modern, de-ideologized political parties sustainable in the long run? How and how effectively do political ideologies forge a sense of the collective? Why and with what implications have ideologies been portrayed as political religions? Is it possible to avoid confirmation bias? And if so, how can this be done? To what extent are political ideologies susceptible to scientific analysis? How and why do modern ideological rivalries so often take the form of culture wars? Are some ideologies more reliable and insightful than others? Can political ideologies ever be judged by how far they correspond to reality? Bibliography.